Chapter 1. Rebirth Through Time. In the Tianwu continent, amidst the Taicang Mountains, there lies a picturesque and relatively tranquil pond. "Quick, sink his body," said a man in black with an urgent tone. "Yes, young master," replied another man dressed in black, who then dragged a corpse to the edge of the pond. Splash! With a crisp sound, a huge splash erupted as the corpse was thrown into the bottomless pond, quickly sinking to the bottom. Time passed, and suddenly, the corpse at the bottom of the pond opened its eyes. "Where's this? Gurgle, gurgle." Yang Lingchen shook his heavy head, and just then, a strong water pressure rushed into his throat, instantly waking him up. What the hell is going on? Looking at the pitch-black water below, an overwhelming sense of fear surged in Yang Lingchen's heart. The immense water pressure made his chest and head feel painfully swollen. People on the brink of death often unleash astonishing energy. Without time to think, Yang Lingchen forcefully pushed away the stones binding him, then kicked off the bottom with all his strength, swimming quickly towards the surface. Splash! Splash! Just as Yang Lingchen was about to give in, he finally burst out of the water. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief from surviving a disaster. Huff! 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 With the last bit of his strength, Yang Lingchen struggled to swim to the edge of the pond, desperately gasping for the long-lost fresh air. "You, little bitch, Xiaomei, I just passed out, and you threw me to the bottom of the water. Just you wait." Yang Lingchen cursed incessantly. He only remembered that on Sunday night, he was playing cards with his girlfriend, Xiaomei, in the park. But at a critical moment, a terrifying lightning bolt suddenly struck from the sky, and then he lost consciousness. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, an intense metallic clashing sound echoed from the sky. "Damn, is someone filming a movie here?" Yang Lingchen shook his slightly dazed head and slowly got up. He planned to take a look around and ask what kind of place this was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several dazzling white lights flashed by, followed by a giant tree several dozen meters high crashing down towards Yang Lingchen. What the hell is going on? Startled by the sudden falling tree, Yang Lingchen quickly dodged into a nearby bush. At that moment, he saw a man and a woman flying in midair, wielding long swords, continuously unleashing fierce sword energy at each other. In an instant, the air was filled with rampant sword energy, and the surrounding trees and rocky cliffs were shattered by the sword energy they produced. The woman looked like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed in a snow-white gown, her cold, beautiful eyes looked down on the world, her stunning face resembling a pristine ice lotus, pure and elegant. The man battling her exuded a sinister aura, emitting a chilling and terrifying presence, giving off an impression of being unfathomable and mysterious from a distance. With looks like this and a battle scene like this, could it be that some big director in the country is filming a period drama? Exhausted, Yang Lingchen found a clean spot to sit down and began to watch with great interest. "Dongfang Yunbing, do you feel an unbearable itch all over your body now?" the sinister-eyed man said, a chilling smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Liuxia, you despicable person, what poison did you use?" Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and her stunningly beautiful cheeks now bore a charming blush. "Don't worry, Lord Dongfang. It's not a deadly poison. You must have heard of the infamous Yin Yang harmony powder, right?" Liuxia said with a sinister expression, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. "Yin Yang harmony powder." Dongfang Yunbing's expression changed drastically, a hint of panic flashing in her exquisite eyes. Then she shouted loudly, "Damn you, Liuxia! How dare you use this poison on me? Dongfang Yunbing, I advise you not to resist foolishly. This way you can enjoy it thoroughly, and who knows, you might even fall in love with me," Liuxia said with an eerie laugh, his face revealing a sinister air. "Despicable scoundrel, even if I die today, I will never let you succeed." Dongfang Yunbing's voice was icy cold, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light. She continuously unleashed her sword, sending out sharp sword energy that shimmered with brilliant cold light, striking towards Liuxia. Her fighting style was extremely violent, every move being a life-or-death gamble. "Jia jia jia. Dongfang Yunbing, I'm not interested in risking my life with you. Once your poison takes effect, you'll have to beg me to cure you," Liuxia said with a wicked smile, his body flickering in the air, never engaging Dongfang Yunbing directly. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yunbing was completely consumed by rage, fighting as if determined to perish together. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged thousands of blows. At this moment, the poison of the Yin Yang harmony powder in Dongfang Yunbing began to take effect, her complexion slightly flushed and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. Dongfang Yunbing, no one can save you today. Just then, Liu Xie suddenly seized an opportunity and directly struck Dongfang Yunbing, sending her flying away. Bang! Dongfang Yunbing spat out a mouthful of blood, her body crashing down like a kite with a broken string, heading straight for Yang Chunling on the ground. What the hell? This isn't a movie. Yang Chunling, who was watching from below, didn't have time to react before Dongfang Yunbing landed right on him. Damn! Yang Chunling cursed inwardly, wisely choosing to play dead. Dongfang Yunbing shot a cold glance at Yang Chunling, then turned to look at Liu Xie. At this moment, the poison in her body had begun to take effect, and her originally cold and stunning eyes gradually became charming. Ha ha ha! Dongfang Yunbing, weren't you always so aloof? Today, I will make you my slave. Liu Xie revealed an excited expression, his eyes filled with wickedness, and slowly walked towards Dongfang Yunbing. At this time, Liu Xie was also seriously injured. If it weren't for the yin-yang harmony powder, he wouldn't have been able to compete with Dongfang Yunbing. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing's gaze had become dazed, and her face was no longer as cold as before, as if she would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2, Big Windfall. Ha ha ha. Beautiful lady, don't worry, I'm coming to save you. You will soon know how wonderful it is to be with me, Liu Xie said with a wicked smile. Now unable to contain his impatience, he lunged at Dongfang Yunbing. As for Yang Chunling, who was playing dead nearby, he was completely ignored. In Liu Xie's eyes, Yang Chunling was merely a worthless waste without any cultivation, posing no threat to him at all. Despicable scoundrel, die. Just as Liu Wuxia was about to get closer, a chilling light shot from Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. She suddenly waved her right hand, and a fierce gust of wind, accompanied by a violent wave of energy, slammed into Liu Wuxia's dantian. Puff! Oh, you! Liu Wuxia let out a painful scream, completely unprepared for Dongfang Yunbing's vengeful strike, which sent him flying, spitting out blood midair. Swish! 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 Die! The cold light in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes flickered as she charged forward like lightning, her sword slashing out with a dazzling cold light, instantly slicing across Liu Wuxia's neck. Coincidentally, Liu Wuxia's large head rolled right in front of Yang Lingchen. Damn it! You've killed someone. Seeing Liu Wuxia's head rolling towards him, Yang Lingchen's face turned pale as paper. He could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, sprinting away frantically. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Yang Lingchen had not escaped far, a series of sharp whistling sounds came from behind. Soon, Dongfang Yunbing's exquisite figure appeared in front of Yang Lingchen. With a flick of her wrist, the cold, piercing sword was instantly at Yang Lingchen's throat. Cough! Cough! Please calm down, beautiful. I was just passing by, I saw nothing. I swear, I won't call the police. Yang Lingchen's voice trembled slightly, and he was so scared he almost knelt down. Do you want to live or die? Dongfang Yunbing's beautiful eyes glanced coldly at Yang Lingchen. I want to live, I want to live. Yang Lingchen nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Very good. Dongfang Yunbing's gaze softened a little. In this desolate wilderness, she knew that the only person who could save her now was this untrained young man before her. Bang bang bang. Without further thought, Dongfang Yunbing's jade-like hand moved like lightning, quickly patting Yang Lingchen several times in front of him. Beautiful lady, what do you want? Yang Lingchen was dumbfounded, feeling as if he had been paralyzed and could not move at all. Stop talking. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was extremely cold. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed him and quickly flew towards a nearby cave. Bang! Dongfang Yunbing casually tossed Yang Lingchen onto the ground. At this moment, she was already on the verge of collapse and could no longer care about anything else. Then her snow-white robe slowly slipped off. Gulp! Looking at the scene before him, Yang Lingchen swallowed hard, now understanding what was about to happen. He had to admit that Dongfang Yunbing was undoubtedly the most perfect woman Yang Lingchen had ever seen in his life. She had a tall, sexy figure, alluring curves, long, shiny black hair like a waterfall, a dreamlike celestial face, and exquisitely perfect pink lips. Even her cold and elegant unique temperament was incomparable to any celebrity. Although Yang Lingchen felt a bit excited, he still had some worries. After all, this stunning beauty was a ruthless character who wouldn't hesitate to kill if she decided to dispose of him afterward. It would be a tragedy. Dongfang Yunbing walked up to Yang Lingchen and looked at him affectionately. Fairy, let's talk this out. You initiated this, so you can't do anything to silence me afterward. Yang Lingchen retained the last bit of clarity in his mind. However, Dongfang Yunbing ignored him and directly embraced him. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Yunbing was quietly sleeping in Yang Lingchen's arms. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's back had been scraped raw by the stones. Yet even so, he dared not move, fearing he would wake this lady. He secretly thought about how he would protect himself if she woke up. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt Dongfang Yunbing in his arms, and her long eyelashes suddenly fluttered slightly. She's waking up, what to do? Yang Lingchen's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a plan to act pitiful. In that moment, he seemed to embody an Oscar-winning actor, his eyes instantly moistening, with a hint of tears welling up. Then those crystal-clear tears slowly streamed down the corners of his eyes, looking utterly heartbroken, as if he had just been ruthlessly violated. At this moment, Yang Lingchen could only choose to play the victim. Suddenly, Dongfang Yunbing opened her eyes, and a chilling, killing intent shot out from her gaze. In an instant, Yang Lingchen felt the temperature in the cave drop by several degrees, sending a shiver down his spine. However, even so, he remained unmoved, maintaining a look of despair, with tears already wetting his cheeks. Seeing Yang Lingchen's desolate expression, a cold glint flashed in Dongfang Yunbing's eyes. You look so hopeless you probably don't want to live anymore. Let me help you with that. With that, Dongfang Yunbing's delicate hand shot out and directly grasped Yang Lingchen's throat. Cough, cough. It's over. It seems that playing the victim doesn't work. Yang Lingchen felt utterly desperate, as a strong sense of suffocation surged, causing the veins on his face to bulge, and his eyes nearly popped out. He struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. In less than a moment, Yang Lingchen began to roll his eyes, and his limbs twitched slightly. Just when Yang Lingchen felt he was about to breathe his last, the jade-like hands on his neck finally loosened. Cough, cough, cough. Goddess, spare me. I'm also a victim. You can't do something so cruel. Yang Lingchen coughed continuously, desperately gasping for the fresh, wonderful air. Damn, this woman is too terrifying, I almost had my breath cut off. Yang Lingchen silently cursed in his heart. At the same time, he cautiously scooted backward, trying to keep as far away from this woman as possible. Dongfang Yunbing stared quietly at Yang Lingchen, her sword instantly drawn and pressed against his neck. Damn it, if I'm going to die, then let it be. Feeling the cold, killing intent at his throat, Yang Lingchen slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, Dongfang Yunbing's jade hand suddenly waved, and an overwhelming force knocked Yang Lingchen unconscious. Chapter 3. Repossession. After hesitating for a long time, Dongfang Yunbing finally turned around and slowly left the cave. She felt incredibly conflicted about the man who had forcibly taken her first time despite her deep resentment and anger. In the end, she still couldn't bring herself to harm him. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when Yang Lingchen awoke from his stupor again, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure had already vanished from the cave. Yang Lingchen struggled to support himself, slowly getting up. At this moment, the skin on his back had been completely scraped off, and the sharp pain made him involuntarily gasp. Looking at the gruesome bloodstains on his legs, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but smile faintly. He never expected that the woman with the stunningly beautiful face was still a virgin. Remembering the mysterious woman's breathtaking beauty, Yang Lingchen's heart couldn't help but flutter in his memory. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, and no other woman could compare to her. Until this moment, Yang Chenlin could hardly believe that he had developed such an intimate relationship with a woman who could be called a rare beauty. Just as Yang Chenlin was forcing himself to stand up and prepare to leave the cave, a sudden, tearing pain surged through his mind. Immediately after, countless memories flooded in like a tidal wave, echoing in his mind like a film being played, eventually merging perfectly with his original memories. No way. I actually crossed over. A look of shock and disbelief appeared in Yang Chenlin's eyes. In his previous life, he loved reading online literature and had often fantasized about crossing over one day to become a character who could dominate the universe. He never expected that this time he actually did cross over. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chenlin tried to calm his emotions and began to carefully sort through the sudden influx of memories in his mind. Through these memories, he learned that the world he had crossed into was called the Tianwu continent. This continent was vast and boundless, its area unimaginably large, stretching across billions of kilometers around the entire planet. At the same time, Yang Chenlin also learned that this was a world dominated by cultivation. It was said that those who reached the pinnacle of cultivation could freely soar through the skies, possessed the incredible power to move mountains and fill seas, and even gained the miraculous ability of immortality. In this world, only the strong could earn the respect of others, while the weak were like ants, subject to bullying and trampling. Money, power, and beautiful women, all the things people longed for, were supported by powerful strength. However, what surprised Yang Lingchen was that the body he had crossed into had the same name as his previous life, Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen was the young master of the Yang family in Hanyang City, possessing the cultivation of the third layer of the gathering essence realm. He had been pampered since childhood, uneducated, and notorious for his many misdeeds, known as the wasteful young heir of Hanyang City. A few days ago, Yang Lingchen had heard that deep within the Taicang Mountains there was a miraculous spirit-gathering fruit that could allow a practitioner in the gathering essence realm to break through two small realms in succession. Driven by greed, he hurriedly went to the Taicang Mountains with only a few family servants. However, Yang Lingchen was unaware that this was all part of a carefully crafted conspiracy against him. The news of the spirit-gathering fruit was not true. It had been deliberately leaked to him to lure him into the Taicang Mountains. Once Yang Lingchen and his servants entered the depths of the mountains, they were ambushed by two powerful men in black. Without mercy, one of them struck him hard in the chest, sending him directly to the bottom of a deep pool, which led to the subsequent events of his crossing over. This world can actually cultivate. Interesting. I want to give it a try. Yang Lingchen tried to calm his chaotic thoughts, then sat cross-legged, preparing for his first cultivation in this life. Boom, boom, boom. Fourth layer of the gathering essence realm. Fifth layer of the gathering essence realm. Sixth layer of the gathering essence realm. What the hell? Did I become a genius after crossing over? Feeling the surging energy within him, Yang Lingchen's eyes revealed extreme shock and disbelief. After all, he had only been at the third layer of the gathering essence realm before, and now he had inexplicably broken through to the sixth layer. This change was simply unbelievable. At that moment, the ancient jade pendant on his chest accidentally touched a drop of blood from his hand. Instantly, the jade pendant emitted a dazzling white light, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a mysterious jade pendant on the ground. What the hell is this place? Yang Lingchen looked around warily. It was a completely unfamiliar space filled with a mysterious aura. Jia, Jia, Jia. Just then, a chilling and terrifying voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Lingchen. Who? Get out here. Startled by the sudden eerie laughter, Yang Lingchen quickly turned around, but found nothing. Jia, Jia, Jia. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. After 1,000,000 years, I didn't expect to encounter a pure yang body just as my soul is about to dissipate. At that moment, a terrifying and eerie phantom slowly appeared before Yang Lingchen. The phantom's eyes were filled with intense light, as if looking at a rare treasure, staring fixedly at Yang Lingchen. Are you human or ghost? Yang Lingchen trembled at the sudden appearance of the phantom, involuntarily stepping back several paces. It doesn't matter if I am human or ghost. What matters is that I have my eyes set on this body of yours. As soon as the voice fell, the phantom transformed into a beam of white light and instantly entered Yang Lingchen's sea of consciousness. Oh, oh, oh. Yang Lingchen let out a shrill scream. A wave of intense pain from deep within his soul jolted him awake, and he realized that this was an attempt to seize his body. No way. I finally crossed over. I can't just die in this damn place. This was the last shred of determination in Yang Lingchen's mind. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the phantom was frantically devouring his soul bit by bit. Chapter 4. Beating Xiaojiji. Old scruffy hair, I'm going to fight you. Yang Lingchen desperately urged his soul and began to counterattack fiercely. He had reached the brink of life and death. If he didn't fight back, his soul would be completely devoured by the opponent. You little brat. You still want to resist in front of me? You really don't know what you're talking about. The shadow grinned ominously and then increased its devouring strength, crazily consuming Yang Lingchen's soul. Old scruffy hair, your soul is clearly on the verge of dissipating, yet you still want to devour me? You're simply delusional. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily, refusing to give in, continuing to fight back. After continuous devouring and resistance, Yang Lingchen gradually realized that the opponent was not as powerful as he had imagined, which further strengthened his determination and confidence to fight back. Little brat, stop the meaningless struggle. Even if my soul is about to dissipate, you can't resist me. As long as you offer your soul to me, you will become the ruler of this continent in the future, and everything in this world will be under your control. The shadow began to tempt Yang Lingchen. Old scruffy hair, with your tricks that only deceive 3-year-olds, you think you can fool me? You must be seriously ill. Yang Lingchen remained unmoved, desperately urging his soul, fleeing while counterattacking in his sea of consciousness, dragging this out isn't solution. My soul has been eroded for millions of years and is now on the verge of dissipating. If this continues, I might really capsize in the gutter. The shadow began to feel anxious. As time passed, the shadow's soul gradually became weaker. Originally, it thought it could easily take down Yang Lingchen, but when it actually fought, it found its own soul was on the brink of collapse. However, there was no turning back. Now, even if it wanted to retreat, it was already too late. From the moment it entered Yang Lingchen's sea of consciousness, it was a life and death duel. Either it would successfully seize the body or completely disappear from this world. Under the shadow's frantic devouring, Yang Lingchen also consumed a huge amount of energy, becoming extremely weak. After all, the opponent was a top powerhouse from 1,000,000 years ago. Although its soul was on the verge of dissipating, it was not something Yang Lingchen could easily handle. Persevering for this long was already a miracle for him. At this moment, Yang Lingchen truly felt deep despair. He felt he could barely hold on. If he continued to be devoured like this, his journey across dimensions would end here prematurely. Haha, kid, just go. From now on, your body will belong to me. The shadow's mouth curled into a sinister smile, then quickly lunged toward Yang Lingchen's soul. This time, it intended to completely devour Yang Lingchen's soul and successfully seize the body. Damn it, if I'm going to die, let's die together. Yang Lingchen's eyes were filled with a fierce determination. This time, he chose not to run away but charged directly at the opponent. However, at this moment, how could he be the shadow's opponent? In less than a moment, Yang Lingchen's soul was devoured by more than half. Just as he was about to collapse, a soul suddenly surged from deep within him and quickly merged with him. This soul that suddenly emerged was the previous owner of Yang Lingchen's body. When the two souls merged, Yang Lingchen instantly reversed the situation. What? How do you have two souls? The shadow exclaimed in horror. Die, old guy. Yang Lingchen crazily lunged toward the shadow. Young man, 2 souls against 1. You're not playing fair. The shadow had become incredibly weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. You old scruff, now you want to talk about fairness? What were you doing before? Did you care about fairness then? Yang Lingchen did not pause at all, continuing to frantically devour the shadow's soul. Because he knew the horror of this shadow, if he allowed it to recover, it might attempt to seize him again. I am unwilling. The shadow let out a desperate roar, and soon, everything fell silent. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was shocked. He gasped for breath, struggling to digest the memories that suddenly appeared in his mind. It turned out that this shadow was named Ling Yanyun, a top master of alchemy and formations from the divine realm 1,000,000 years ago. He had been hunted down by the entire divine realm after accidentally obtaining the ancient artifact Haoyan Jade. Ultimately, he was outnumbered, and his physical body was destroyed, while his soul took the opportunity to hide in the space of Haoyan Jade. Yang Lingchen carefully sorted through the memories in his mind. Just then, he found an extremely profound cultivation technique in Ling Yanyun's memories. Haoyan. According to Ling Yanyun's memories, Yang Lingchen knew this was a top cultivation technique from the divine realm, with a training speed hundreds of times that of ordinary techniques. Without any hesitation, Yang Lingchen quickly sat cross-legged and began to cultivate according to the Haoyan mantra. Instantly, countless spiritual energies surged toward Yang Lingchen like a tidal wave. Boom. 7th layer of gathering origin realm. 8th layer of gathering origin realm. He didn't know how long had passed, but Yang Lingchen's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 9th layer of gathering origin realm before he finally stopped. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was in shock. He never expected that after just casually practicing for a while, he would break through to the peak of the 9th layer of gathering origin realm. To be clear, in the 15 years prior, he was known as the biggest waste in Hanyang City. And now, in just one day, he had broken through from the 3rd layer of gathering origin realm to the peak of the 9th layer. This was a miracle for him. The cultivation realms of this world are divided into gathering origin, bright mysterious, communicating mysterious, asking void, entering mysterious, returning mysterious, spirit sea, king, and emperor. Don't worry about not remembering the realms. Once you reach a certain level, I will mark the subsequent realms for you. Each realm is further divided into 9 layers. Brother, just go. From now on, I am you and you are me. Your enemies will be avenged by me. Through the memories, Yang Lingchen learned that the previous owner was killed by two masked men. Although the killers were masked, Yang Lingchen felt an overwhelming familiarity in their eyes. As long as he saw that person again, he was confident he could recognize them. Then, Yang Lingchen urged the Haotian jade. His figure flashed, and he reappeared in the cave, with the Haotian jade merging into his body. Chapter 5. Elders attack after cultivating the Haotian Ju. Yang Lingchen had completely mastered the entire space of Haotian jade. At this moment, he was covered in dark, filthy grime. He knew very well that this was the effect of washing the meridians and bones, as he was currently practicing a divine-level technique, the Haotian Ju. Looking at the disgusting filth on his body, Yang Lingchen slowly walked out of the cave and returned to the familiar water pool. He quickly stripped off his tattered clothes and jumped directly into the water, beginning to wash himself thoroughly. After thoroughly washing off the dirt on his body, Yang Lingchen hurriedly made his way to the outskirts of the Taicang Mountains, following the memories in his mind. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had passed. With his clothes in tatters, Yang Lingchen, having endured many hardships, finally returned to Hanyang City. This was an imposing city with grand architecture. The tall city walls were built of massive black stones, incredibly solid and towering like steel, giving a sense of indestructibility. Passing through the heavy city gates and entering the city, the first thing that caught his eye was a series of classical buildings. On the bustling streets, crowds flowed continuously, and enthusiastic vendors shouted loudly, while many powerful martial artists wove through the throng. Yang Lingchen felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, his eyes darting left and right, filled with novelty and curiosity about everything here. "Hey, isn't that Yang Lingchen?" At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind him. A young man dressed in white brocade, handsome and with an extraordinary demeanor, looked at Yang Lingchen with ill intent and taunted, "Look at your miserable appearance. You must have been begging outside." Yang Lingchen's brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly recalled detailed information about the person from his memory. With a cold smile, he replied, "So you are Xiao Jiji? I've heard much about you." The newcomer was indeed Xiao Jiji, the youngest son of the head of the Xiao family, one of the four major families in Hanyang City. His cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the Gathering Yuan realm, and he often bullied the former Yang Lingchen. "You little bastard. You're looking for death." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Jiji's eyes as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Yang Lingchen in a fit of rage. Ever since childhood, he had hated it when people mentioned the name Xiao Jiji in front of him due to its phonetic similarity. He never expected that today Yang Lingchen would dare to call him Xiao Jiji so audaciously in front of him. If it were the old Yang Lingchen, he would surely have been severely injured by this strike. However, the current Yang Lingchen had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm and naturally looked down on Xiao Jiji. In an instant, a sharp light flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he swiftly extended his left hand, catching Xiao Jiji's attacking palm with lightning speed. At the same time, his right foot kicked violently towards Xiao Jiji's groin. Bang! Ah! A crisp sound of breaking echoed, and Xiao Jiji let out a heart-wrenching scream. He painfully bent over and knelt on the ground, veins bulging on his face, his features twisted in agony. Yang Lingchen slowly walked up to Xiao Jiji, stepping mercilessly on his face, and coldly said, "Calling you Xiao Jiji is giving you face. Since you're so unwilling, you might as well change your surname to Mei. Jiji is the most suitable name for you." Since the other party had bullied the former Yang Lingchen for so long, now that he had crossed over, he certainly wouldn't allow this bullying to continue. "Yang Lingchen, you little bastard, I will make sure your Yang family is completely exterminated." Xiao Jiji roared in pain, his voice filled with endless resentment. "You're already beneath my feet, and still dare to speak so boldly." Yang Lingchen's eyes darkened, and he exerted force under his foot, causing Xiao Jiji's right cheek to sink deeply. Crack! Ah! Xiao Jiji cried out in agony, his face contorting in extreme pain. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around to watch the spectacle. When did Yang Lingchen become so powerful? Yeah, just recently, I saw him being beaten by Xiao Jiji. Today, he seems like a completely different person. Many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. In Hanyang City, although Yang Lingchen was notorious as a spoiled and wicked young master, that was only compared to ordinary people. However, among the younger generation of the four major families, he was undoubtedly a waste. Yang Lingchen ignored Xiao Jiji and turned around, striding unhesitatingly towards the direction of the Yang family. The Yang family, as one of the four major families in Hanyang City, was headed by Yang Daolin. one of the 4 top powerhouses in the city. The Yang family's residence was vast, and from a distance, the courtyard walls were meticulously built from green bricks, with plaques and gates made from precious 1,000-year-old golden silk Nanmu wood, appearing extraordinarily noble and luxurious. Who does this little beggar think he is to casually barge into the Yang family? Just as Yang Lingchen reached the entrance, he was rudely stopped by the family guards. Yang Guang, are you blind? You can't even recognize me? Yang Lingchen shouted angrily. If he didn't quickly declare his identity, he might really be ruthlessly driven out by his own guards. Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly. Yang Guang trembled in fear and quickly made way. Following the memory in his mind, Yang Lingchen quickly walked towards his residence. Young master, what happened to you? As soon as Yang Lingchen returned to his residence, a girl in a green skirt with delicate features and snow-white skin hurried over. This girl was Xiao Ruo, a maid who had grown up with Yang Lingchen. Xiao Ruo, prepare a clean set of clothes for me. After saying this, Yang Lingchen hurriedly walked towards the bathhouse, looking disheveled and in tattered clothes. He felt too wretched. At the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families in Hanyang City, Zhou Yaoshi, how is my son doing? A middle-aged man with sharp eyes and an extremely cold expression asked anxiously. This man was Xiao Xuaming, the head of the Xiao family, and the injured Xiao Jiji was his youngest son. Your son's body is not in serious danger, but an elderly man with white hair hesitated, his demeanor suggesting he had more to say. But what? Xiao Xuaming pressed urgently. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yaoshi sighed and said, your son has suffered irreversible severe injuries to his vital parts. He may never be able to engage in intimate relations again. Yang Daolin, I want your son to pay with his life. Xiao Xuaming's eyes turned icy as he gritted his teeth and roared. Chapter 6. A different Yang Lingchen at the Yang family residence, in a certain courtyard. Young master, it's bad. That little bastard Yang Lingchen has returned. A Yang family servant said in a flustered and panicked manner. Slap. Yang Kuan, are you tired of living? How dare you fool me? Yang Zaheo's eyes flashed with cold light as he raised his hand and slapped him hard. Young master, how could I dare to deceive you? I just saw him return. Yang Kuan quickly explained. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Yang Zaheo asked with a grave tone. I definitely didn't see wrong. I saw him return to his residence with my own eyes. Yang Kuan asserted confidently. How is this possible? He was clearly dead. Yang Zaheo frowned deeply, lost in thought. Young master, what should we do next? Yang Kuan asked cautiously in a low voice. Don't worry, we were all masked at that time. And he was knocked out on the spot by me, so it's impossible for him to know who we are, Yang Zhihao said coldly. After a thorough grooming, Yang Qinling changed into a brand new set of white brocade robes. His exquisitely sculpted handsome face radiated an air of noble elegance. Yang Qinling felt very satisfied with the appearance of this body. Young master, the family head wants you to go to the reception hall. At that moment, the maid Xiao Ruo walked over. The reception hall? Is there a distinguished guest? Yang Qinling frowned in confusion and quickly headed toward the reception hall. In the Yang family's reception hall, the higher-ups of the Yang family were confronting the members of the Xiao family. The atmosphere was tense, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. Yang Daolin, Yang Qinling has beaten my son into this miserable state. If you don't hand him over today, don't blame me, Xiao Xuaming, for being ungrateful. Xiao Xuaming's voice was icy, his anger nearly bursting from his chest, clearly at a boiling point. Xiao Xuaming, are you sure you're not joking? Yang Daolin's face showed a look of confusion. He could never believe that his son could incapacitate Xiao Jiji. After all, his son's cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Xiao Jiji had already reached the peak of the 5th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. Their strengths were not on the same level at all. Father, you called for me. At that tense moment, Yang Qinling pushed the door open and strode in. Upon seeing Yang Qinling enter, the members of the Xiao family glared at him with rage. Chenner, did you beat Xiao Jiji? Yang Daolin frowned slightly and pointed at the severely injured Xiao Jiji on the stretcher, asking. It was indeed me, but it was Xiao Jiji who attacked first. I was just passively retaliating, and there were many witnesses at the scene. Yang Qinling explained the events in detail. You sharp-tongued brat. You hurt my son and still dare to twist the truth here. Xiao Xuaming shouted coldly. Yang Daolin, this brat has ruined my son. I will also ruin him today. If you dare to intervene, our 2 families will become irreconcilable enemies. Family head, since this matter was caused by Yang Qinling, he should handle it himself, the Yang family's elder Yang Tianqing said indifferently, without any emotion. Family head, I agree with the elder's opinion. Yang Qinling, as the young master spends his days idly and creates trouble everywhere. You can't let our entire Yang family suffer because of him just because he is your son. At this moment, the third elder Yang Tianming also stood up, echoing the elder's words. Humph! Yang Daolin snorted coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the third elder like a sword. Immediately, the third elder felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over, and hastily lowered his head, no longer daring to say a word. Xiao Shuaming, the matter is already clear. Your son provoked first and was defeated. Even if he is incapacitated, it is his own doing. If you want to be enemies with my Yang family, feel free to try, Yang Daolin said coldly, unafraid. Good, very good, Yang Daolin. I want to see how long you can protect him. Injuring my son, this matter will not end easily. Xiao Shuaming glared fiercely at Yang Chenling and then stormed out of the Yang family with the members of the Xiao family. He chose to leave mainly out of fear of Yang Daolin's unfathomable strength. Family head, Yang Chenling is already 15 years old. According to the clan rules, if the young master cannot surpass his peers at this age, the Elder Council has the right to remove him from the position of young master. Elder Yang Tianxing said coldly once more. Family head, I agree with the elder's opinion. Yang Chenling is now 15 years old and only at the third layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. He indeed does not qualify to continue holding the position of young master of our Yang family. Fifth Elder Yang Beiyun also spoke up. Elders, I think what you said makes sense. Who do you think is qualified to replace me? Yang Chenling sneered and stepped forward, no longer silent. It seemed this group of old-timers really considered him heir. I propose Elder's grandson, Yang Zhihao. At just 16, he has already reached the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm, making him a top genius even in the entire Hanyang city. The third elder Yang Tianming said eagerly. Elder, what do you think? Yang Chenling looked at the elder and asked. I believe Zhihao has the strength and qualifications to serve as young master, Yang Tianxing said expressionlessly. With a serious look. Very well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tomorrow morning at the family martial arts stage, if Yang Zhihao can defeat me, then the position of young master will be his, Yang Chenling said with a cold laugh, without hesitation. Hearing this, Yang Tianxing revealed a faint smile and looked at Yang Daolin, saying, Family head, what do you think? In Yang Tianxing's view, Yang Chenling was merely seeking his own suffering and embarrassment. An incompetent at the third layer of the Gathering Yuan realm thinks he can defeat a master at the 9th layer? This is simply a pipe dream, Yang Tianxing thought. Let's do as Chener says. Yang Daolin frowned. At this moment, he also didn't know what his son was really planning. However, according to clan rules, if the young master could not surpass his peers, the Elder Council indeed had the right to re-elect the young master. Family head is wise, we take our leave. Yang Tianxing laughed heartily, feeling smug, and then exited the reception hall. At this moment, Yang Tianxing felt immensely pleased. As long as his grandson became the young master, the power of the Yang family would fall into his line. Chener, you were too impulsive just now, you know? Yang Daolin said in a deep voice. Originally, he could use his position as family head to delay the matter, but now that his son had voluntarily proposed to go to the martial arts stage, he could no longer intervene. Father, don't worry. I will definitely win tomorrow, Yang Chenling replied, gathering all his internal energy, and instantly displayed the powerful strength of the peak 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. Wow! Yang Daolin was immediately shocked, staring in disbelief. Wasn't his son at the 3rd layer of the Gathering Yuan realm? How did he suddenly break through to the peak of the 9th layer? Peak of the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm? Chener, when did you break through to the peak of the 9th layer? Yang Daolin's face showed extreme shock. Father, I was actually already at the peak of the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. I just prefer to keep a low profile. Yang Chenling said with an awkward smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, good, as expected of my son, Yang Daolin. Yang Daolin laughed heartily. He didn't believe a word of what Yang Chenling said. This kid had always been arrogant and overbearing, not at all like someone who kept a low profile. However, Yang Daolin didn't press further, as it was his son's secret. By the way, Chener, in half a month, the Tianyuan Palace will come to Hanyang City to recruit new disciples, so you should strive hard then, Yang Daolin said. Don't worry, father, I will do my best. Yang Chenling replied. From Yang Doln's eyes, Yang Lnchn saw a hint of his father's earnest expectations for his child. Yang Lnchn was very interested in Tianyuan Palace, as it was the top sect in the North Xian region. And those who could enter Tianyuan Palace were the top talents of the younger generation in the North Xian region. since he had come to this world. Yang Lingchen certainly did not want to live a mediocre life with no achievements, so Tianyuan Palace was a place he had to go. Only by going to Tianyuan Palace, a place filled with geniuses, could he grow rapidly. At that moment, the steward Yang S walked in and bowed, saying, "Master, Lord Han from Han City has arrived. Please, come in." Yang Dol and quickly replied. Shortly after, the steward Yang S brought in an extraordinary middle-aged man. Following the middle-aged man was a beautiful young girl with snow-white skin. The visitor was Han Tianling, the lord of Han City, and the girl was his daughter, Han Rusu. The Han family, like the Yang family, was one of the 4 great families in Han City. But the Han family was the head of the 4 families, and Han Tianling was also the lord of Han City. When Yang Lingchen saw Han Rusu, a fleeting, indescribable stir passed through his soul, followed by a rush of memories of Han Rusu flooding into his mind. This book is absolutely thrilling. Everyone can read a few more chapters. Chapter 7, Killing the Grand Elder. At this moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly realized that Han Rusu was actually his fiancée. On ordinary days, to please Han Rusu, the former Yang Lingchen had gone to great lengths, yet Han Rusu had no affection for him, even to the point of extreme dislike. "Brother Tianling, what brings you here today? Please, have a seat." Yang Dol and greeted Han Tianling very warmly. "I've met Uncle Han," Yang Lingchen respectfully said with a bow. "I've met Uncle Yang." Han Rusu also curtsied to Yang Dol. "Brother Dol, you're too polite. I came today because I have an important matter to discuss with you," Han Tianling said with a troubled expression, his eyes revealing a hint of awkwardness and helplessness. "Brother Tianling, you're being polite. We've known each other for many years, and our friendship is deep. Whatever the matter is, just say it. As long as it's within my capacity, I will certainly do my best to help," Yang Dol said calmly. With a composed expression, "Sigh." Han Tianling sighed heavily and said slowly, "Brother Dol, I actually came today to cancel the engagement." "Cancel the engagement?" Yang Dol frowned deeply. He knew well that his son had deep feelings for Han Rusu, and he never expected Han Tianling would come to annul the engagement. "Uncle Yang, I know you and my father had an agreement back then, but marriage cannot be forced. Over the past decade or so, I have grown up with Yang Lingchen, but we have not developed any special feelings for each other. If we are forced to be tied together, we will certainly not be happy in the future. Therefore, I respectfully request that you dissolve our engagement." Han Rusu spoke fluently, having prepared her words in advance. "Sigh. Chinner, what do you think about this?" Yang Dol sighed. He could clearly see that Han Rusu did not like his son. "Father, I think Han Rusu is right. Feelings cannot be forced. Let's annul this engagement." After Yang Lingchen finished speaking, everyone present showed an expression of immense surprise, especially Han Rusu, who never expected Yang Lingchen to agree to the annulment so readily, considering that he had harassed her quite a bit over the past few years. "Brother Tianling, since both young people have no feelings for each other, let's put an end to this marriage. It's just a pity that we won't become in-laws," Yang Dol said, revealing a deep sense of regret on his face. "Thank you, Uncle Yang," Han Rusu bowed, and at that moment, she finally felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. The reason she was so determined to cancel the engagement was not that Yang Lingchen was particularly detestable, but mainly because she did not want to marry a weakling. Yang Lingchen agreed to the annulment mainly because he did not want to continue being the undignified licking dog. In the past, to please Han Rusu, he had spent a significant amount of money on her. Even the long sword that Han Rusu was holding now was bought for her after he had stolen 100,000 gold coins from home. When Yang Dol found out about this, he was furious and nearly beat him to death. 100,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to half a year's income for the family. And Han Rusu had always accepted everything Yang Lingchen gave her without hesitation. After the Han father and daughter left, Yang Lingchen returned to his residence and began to devote himself to cultivation. In Ling Yanyun's memories, Yang Lingchen found a top-tier divine movement technique, phantom movement. This technique not only performed excellently in escape, but could also overpower all opponents of the same level in battle. Of course, the divine movement technique required a very high level of comprehension from the cultivator. Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian Jade space and started tirelessly practicing the phantom movement technique over and over again. A night passed in the blink of an eye. After a night of hard training, Yang Lingchen finally cultivated the phantom movement technique to the entry-level realm. Although he only reached the entry level, he was confident that he could completely crush all geniuses of the same realm in terms of speed. Even in front of stronger opponents several small realms above him, he was confident he could retreat safely, as this was a top-tier movement technique from the divine realm. The next morning, after a careful wash, Yang Lingchen left his residence with high spirits and strode towards the Yang family's martial arts stage. Today, the martial arts arena was filled with many young members of the Yang family. Almost no one believed Yang Lingchen would win against Yang Zho in the upcoming battle. After all, in everyone's eyes, Yang Lingchen was only at the 3rd level of the Gathering Yuan realm, while Yang Zho had already reached the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. With such a significant gap in strength, naturally, no one thought Yang Lingchen could win. Brother Zho, once you become the young master, you must take good care of us. Brother Zho, how are you so impressive? Under young master Zho's wise leadership, our Yang family will surely become the #1 family in Han City. Surrounding the martial arts stage, a group of young people gathered around Yang Zho, chatting and showering him with compliments without restraint. At that moment, Yang Zho was also enjoying the wonderful feeling of being surrounded by everyone, feeling like the center of attention, and in his heart, the position of young master was already in his pocket. When Yang Lingchen arrived at the martial arts stage, Yang Doln and the elders of the Yang family were already seated on the high platform. Sorry I'm late, Yang Lingchen said as he stepped onto the arena and continued, Grand Elder, please call your grandson up. At that moment, Yang Zho leaped onto the arena and said, Lingchen, I advise you to admit defeat, otherwise, fists and feet are blind. If I accidentally hurt you, I won't be able to explain it to the family head. Damn it, it's you. When Yang Lingchen met Yang Zho's gaze, he was finally certain of one thing. This Yang Zho was the murderer of the former. The Great Elder, I have recently made some progress in my cultivation, but I lack control over my strength. If I accidentally cripple Brother Zihai, you cannot blame me. Yang Lingchen did not pay any attention to Yang Zihai, but instead smiled and looked at the Great Elder Yang Tianqing. Young Master, feel free to unleash your strength. As long as you can injure Zihai, I will not hold it against you, Yang Tianqing said with a hearty laugh. Since the Great Elder has said so, I feel relieved. To show my respect for you, I will give Yang Zihai 3 moves. A cold smile filled with chilling intent appeared at the corner of Yang Lingchen's mouth. Lingchen, since you are so confident, then I will not hold back, Yang Zihai said, and suddenly struck a powerful palm towards Yang Lingchen. At that moment, Yang Zihai was furious, wishing he could kill Yang Lingchen on the spot, but he ultimately did not dare to do so. After all, Yang Lingchen was the only son of Yang Daolin, who was famously protective of his own. Facing Yang Zihai's aggressive palm, Yang Lingchen's figure flickered, and he effortlessly evaded the powerful strike. First move, Yang Lingchen said calmly with a faint smile. At this moment, everyone in the audience showed shock, staring at Yang Lingchen in disbelief. Although Yang Zihai's previous attack was casual, it was not something an individual at the 3rd level of the Gathering Essence realm could easily dodge. Since Yang Lingchen did not use any spiritual power, the crowd could not determine his exact cultivation level. Seeing that his first strike failed to hit Yang Lingchen, Yang Zihai attacked again, launching a fierce punch at Yang Lingchen. This time, Yang Zihai used 9/10 of his strength. He did not want to give Yang Lingchen any chance to dodge, wanting to finish him off as quickly as possible. Bang! Yang Zihai's powerful punch was once again easily avoided by Yang Lingchen. Second move, Yang Lingchen's expression was unchanged, but a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Yang Tianqing's face turned ashen. After witnessing the 2 exchanges, he could see that Yang Lingchen possessed strength that was definitely not weaker than his grandson's. Meanwhile, a faint smile of relief appeared on Yang Daolin's face. As Yang Zihai continued to miss his attacks, he gradually lost his composure and became extremely irritable. Lingchen, if you have the ability, then don't dodge. A person whom he originally regarded as useless had now dodged his 2 fierce attacks in succession, causing Yang Zihai's expression to darken considerably. Fine. I will give you one chance. A chilling smile appeared at the corner of Yang Lingchen's mouth. Looking for death, Yang Zihai's figure moved like lightning as he fiercely kicked towards Yang Lingchen. However, to Yang Zihai's surprise, his lightning-fast kick was easily caught by Yang Lingchen. 3 moves are up. Crack! Yang Lingchen suddenly exerted force with his right hand and instantly crushed Yang Zihai's right leg, breaking it. The intense pain caused Yang Zihai to let out a horrifying scream. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's right foot, infused with a trace of the Haotian Jew's spiritual power, struck fiercely at Yang Zihai's dantian. Yang Zihai screamed again, his body sent flying by the tremendous force. Zihai! Yang Tianqing shouted angrily and quickly rushed towards Yang Zihai to check his injuries. I'm sorry, Great Elder. I didn't expect Brother Zihai to be so weak. If I had known, I would have gone easier on him, Yang Lingchen said with an innocent expression, not glancing at Yang Zihai again, as he knew that the latter was now completely crippled for life. Yang Lingchen, you dare to cripple Zihai's dantian? I will make you pay with your life. Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in anger, a chilling killing intent radiating from him as he charged at Yang Lingchen like lightning. His hard-trained successor had been destroyed by Yang Lingchen. How could he possibly swallow this anger? Yang Tianqing, you seek death. Yang Daolin's figure transformed into a dazzling white light, arriving first and slamming a palm into Yang Tianqing's back. Bang! Yang Tianqing was directly sent flying by this powerful force, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair and losing all combat ability. Old man, die? At that moment, Yang Lingchen used the phantom body technique, charging at Yang Tianqing with astonishing speed. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Yang Tianqing had not yet landed when Yang Lingchen kicked him in the neck. Yang Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Until the moment of his death, he could not believe he would die at the hands of a junior. The Yang family members at the scene stared at Yang Lingchen in shock. Yang Tianqing was the pillar of the Yang family. He was killed with such ease. Even Yang Daolin did not expect his son to be so decisive in his actions. Yang Zihai attempted to kill me 2 days ago in the Taicang Mountains. Today, Yang Tianqing tried to assassinate me again. If I do not kill him, he will continue to seek revenge on me, Yang Lingchen said with a dark expression and a low voice. He had no hesitation in killing Yang Tianqing because the latter had already developed a strong killing intent towards him. If he did not take the opportunity to kill Yang Tianqing, he would have to remain on guard against him constantly. Everyone fell silent. In that moment, no one spoke, as Yang Lingchen's reasoning was indeed sound. Although he had acted ruthlessly, such a decisive and resolute young master was what everyone hoped to see. Even the 3rd elder and 5th elder, who usually disliked Yang Lingchen, said nothing at this moment. You are not Yang Lingchen. The real Yang Lingchen has already been killed by me and Yang Kuan, Yang Zihai shouted in despair and anger. Just a moment ago, he was filled with expectations about becoming the young master of the Yang family, but the outcome had greatly exceeded his expectations. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Yang Kuan was so frightened by Yang Zihai's words that he collapsed to the ground, finally admitting it. I was almost killed by you, but I was lucky enough to escape, Yang Lingchen said with a cold smile. When Yang Daolin heard that his son had almost been killed, a chilling light shot from his eyes. You have such audacity to attack my son. Someone, chop these 2 bastards into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Yang Daolin's eyes radiated cold light as he shouted angrily. Instantly, a strong killing intent spread rapidly from Yang Daolin. Master, spare me. I'm innocent. It was all Yang Zihai's doing. I was forced by him. Yang Kuan trembled and fell to the ground in fear. At this moment, the Yang family's dark guards took Yang Zihai and Yang Kuan away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Yang Lingchen not only practiced diligently, but also read a large number of classical books. He was filled with a strong curiosity about this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, the news of Yang Lingchen defeating Yang Zihao quickly spread throughout the entire Hanyang city. For a time, there were many discussions in Hanyang city, but most people were reluctant to believe it was true. After all, for so many years, Yang Lingchen had been known as the notorious wasteful young master of Hanyang city. On this day, Yang Lingchen planned to buy some alchemy materials. He intended to break through to the Mingxian realm before recruiting new disciples at Tianyuan Palace. Only by breaking through to the Mingxian realm could he be confident of standing out among the many talents. After all, the requirements for recruiting new disciples at Tianyuan Palace were very strict. However, Yang Lingchen did not have many gold coins at the moment, so he went to find Yang Daolin. Yang Daolin had always doted on his son, and upon hearing that Yang Lingchen wanted to buy materials, he directly gave him 100,000 gold coins. This was completely unimaginable before, as Yang Lingchen's cultivation was too low, and Yang Daolin could only give him 1 or 2,000 gold coins at a time. After receiving the gold coins, Yang Lingchen left the Yang residence and strode towards the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Master, the young master has gone out, the housekeeper Yang Su said. Old Su, I trouble you to follow Chun'er during this time. Only intervene if he encounters unavoidable danger, Yang Daolin instructed carefully, as he had always attached great importance to his son's safety. Rest assured, as long as I have breath in me, I will not let anything happen to the young master, Yang Su replied respectfully before stepping out. The Tianwu Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the Tianwu continent, with branches spread throughout every corner of the continent. At the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce, as long as you can pay a sufficient price, you can buy many precious materials and mysterious treasures. Even if the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce does not have something, they will issue a task for people across the continent to help you find it. It is rumored that the power behind the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce is enormous, and even many powerful empires do not dare to provoke it lightly. Even in times of war between two countries, the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce remains an unshakable existence. Therefore, a famous saying has circulated in the Tianwu continent: the empires flow like water, but the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce is as solid as iron. Chapter 8. Slapping Faces Today. Yang Lingchen was dressed in a luxurious light blue robe, with his thick long hair tied up high. His handsome face bore a hint of determination, making him look completely different from his previous playboy image. He stepped into the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Young master, how can I assist you? As soon as Yang Lingchen entered, a tall and graceful female attendant walked over enthusiastically. After all, those who came to the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce for shopping were all prominent figures in Hanyang City. Therefore, the attendants here were carefully selected from many women, and their cultivation levels were all above the 6th level of gathering essence. I need some materials, Yang Lingchen said, handing the carefully prepared list to the beautiful attendant. Young master, the materials you want are all rare and valuable. Are you sure you want to buy them? The beautiful attendant asked with a smile and a gentle tone. No problem, just prepare the materials for me, Yang Lingchen said without hesitation. All right, young master, please wait a moment. I will have someone prepare the materials for you. The beautiful attendant replied respectfully. Do you have an alchemy furnace? Yang Lingchen asked immediately afterward. Of course, young master, please follow me. Under the guidance of the beautiful attendant, Yang Lingchen arrived at a secret room on the 2nd floor of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Inside this secret room, various levels of alchemy furnaces were displayed, and the beautiful attendant began to introduce them to Yang Lingchen in detail. Young master, this light blue one is the Tongxian Ding, worth 200,000 gold coins, a precious relic left by a top alchemist. This bronze one is the Taiqing Ding, left by the ancient alchemist Taiqing Zhenren, worth 300,000 gold coins. The beautiful attendant continuously introduced the origins and prices of these alchemy furnaces. Hearing the prices of these alchemy furnaces, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but feel helpless, as they were far beyond his budget. At that moment, the Haotian jade in his body trembled slightly. His intuition told him that there must be something good here, otherwise, the Haotian jade wouldn't have reacted. Are there any other alchemy furnaces? Yang Lingchen asked calmly. Of course, young master, please follow me. The beautiful attendant's brows slightly furrowed. Then she led Yang Lingchen to an inconspicuous corner. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's gaze was instantly attracted by a pitch-black alchemy furnace. Wow, this thing doesn't look special at all. Why would the Haotian jade react to it? Yang Lingchen thought to himself, filled with confusion. Young master, this black alchemy furnace has been in our Tianwu Chamber of Commerce for hundreds of years. I am not sure of its specific origin, but if you like it, you can take it for 5,000 gold coins, the beautiful attendant said. This black furnace doesn't look special at all. Can you make it cheaper? Yang Lingchen steadied his mind and said calmly. This black furnace is already very cheap, the attendant replied. 2,005, how about that? For 1,005, the attendant said, taking a step back. 2,006. For 1,000, the attendant gritted her teeth. After a fierce round of bargaining, Yang Lingchen finally spent 3,000 gold coins to successfully acquire the mysterious black furnace. After placing the black furnace into his storage bag, Yang Lingchen returned to the 1st floor. Hey, isn't that Yang Lingchen? What a coincidence. At that moment, a graceful and melodious voice slowly sounded behind Yang Lingchen. He turned to see Han Ruoxue approaching with a beautiful and light pink dress, moving with elegant and light steps. Following her was a handsome boy with an extraordinary demeanor, who was Lin Beiyang, the youngest son of the Lin family, the head of the family in Hanyang City. His cultivation was at the first layer of the Mingxian realm, placing him among the top talents in Hanyang City. Miss Han, Yang Lingchen said, glancing at Han Ruoxue with a calm tone. Yang Lingchen, I heard you defeated Yang Zaheo and even killed Yang Tianqing. Is it true? Han Ruoxue asked with a curious smile. Those are rumors and shouldn't be taken seriously. With my strength, how could I possibly kill the elder? Yang Lingchen smiled and replied, not wanting to reveal too much of his true situation in front of this woman. Upon hearing Yang Lingchen's response, Han Ruoxue found it quite reasonable, as Yang Lingchen had previously been at the third layer of gathering essence, making it impossible for him to defeat Yang Zaheo. To her, it seemed that Yang Lingchen must have used some despicable means to achieve victory. Just then, the tall female attendant walked over. Young master, the herbs and the alchemy furnace you requested have been prepared for you. However, we only have this last spirit fruit available. The beautiful attendant said with a smile. That's fine, one is enough. How many gold coins in total? Yang Lingchen asked calmly. 61,000 gold coins in total, young master. You can pay 60,000, the attendant replied. Thank you, beautiful. Yang Lingchen quickly pulled out 60,000 gold notes from his pocket and handed them over, then stored the herbs in his storage bag. The spirit fruit. Han Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim, then said, Yang Lingchen, could you let me have this spirit fruit? The spirit fruit is an extremely precious spiritual fruit that can increase a 9th layer practitioner's chance of breaking through to the Mingxian realm by 20%. Han Ruoxue came to the Tianling Chamber of Commerce today specifically for this spirit fruit. Sorry, Miss Han, this spirit fruit is also very important to me. Yang Lingchen directly refused without hesitation. He didn't want to get too entangled with a woman like Han Ruoxue. Although she was very beautiful, she was not his type because she was too materialistic. Hearing Yang Lingchen's answer, Han Ruoxue frowned slightly. She never expected him to refuse her. In the past, anything she liked would be brought to her by Yang Lingchen like a lapdog. Yang Lingchen, you should give me the spirit fruit for a price. Lin Beiyang looked at Yang Lingchen with a cold, proud expression. Lin Beiyang's arrogance was understandable. Although they were both from the younger generation of the 4 major families in Hanyang City, Lin Beiyang had been a genius since childhood, while Yang Lingchen was known as a waste. If it weren't for Han Ruoxue, Lin Beiyang felt he would never have anything to do with someone like Yang Lingchen in his lifetime. Miss Han, I have something else to attend to, so I will take my leave. Yang Lingchen completely ignored Lin Beiyang and walked towards the entrance of the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce. Watching Yang Lingchen's departing figure, Lin Beiyang's face turned ashen. He never expected this waste to dare to ignore him. So, Lin Beiyang directly followed him out, wanting Yang Lingchen to know how serious the consequences of ignoring him would be. Han Ruoxue's expression was equally cold. She also didn't expect Yang Lingchen to disrespect her like this. Originally, she wanted to use the spirit fruit to break through to the Mingxian realm, so she could shine during the recruitment of new disciples at Tianyuan Palace. Seeing Lin Beiyang leave with a dark expression, Han Ruoxue revealed a trace of an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth and followed him out. After leaving the Tianwu Chamber of Commerce, Yang Lingchen was about to return to the Yang family when a harsh voice came from behind. Yang Lingchen, hand over that spirit fruit. Out of respect for the Yang family, I want to make things difficult for you, Lin Beiyang said with a cold gaze. Lin Beiyang, it seems you have a serious problem with your brain. Did I provoke you? Yang Lingchen replied coldly. Yang Lingchen, you are seeking death. Lin Beiyang had never been insulted like this before, and just as he was about to teach Yang Lingchen a lesson, Han Ruoxue approached and said flatly, Yang Lingchen, if you give up the spirit fruit, how about I compensate you with double the price? Self-righteous woman, do I look like someone who lacks money? I am the young master of the Yang family, Yang Lingchen said dismissively as he glanced at Han Ruoxue. Yang Lingchen, you? Han Ruoxue was momentarily speechless. She never expected Yang Lingchen to change so much. The previous Yang Lingchen had acted like a humble lapdog in front of her, but now he completely disregarded her, which made her feel incredibly angry. What do you mean? You still have the nerve to keep the Lingxiu sword I gave you? Since the engagement is off, you still dare to hold onto the sword I gifted you. Are you that thick-skinned? Does your father know? Yang Lingchen sneered. Originally, out of respect for their family's friendship, Yang Lingchen didn't want to bother with this woman, but he didn't expect her to keep putting on airs in front of him. Yang Lingchen, are you even a man? You dare to ask for something back that you've given away? Han Ruoxue said angrily. This Lingxiu sword is worth over 100,000 gold coins, and I don't want to return it so easily, she thought. This sword was given to my fiancé, and since the engagement is off, You must return it to me, or I will go to your father, Yang Lingchen said coldly, his eyes filled with indifference and determination. Yang Lingchen, you are really embarrassing us men. You still have the nerve to ask for something back that you gave away, Lin Beiyang coldly mocked, disdain written all over his face. Whoosh. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's figure moved like a ghost, instantly snatching the Lingxiu sword from Han Ruoxue's hand. Yang Lingchen, you bastard, give me back the Lingxiu sword. Han Ruoxue shouted, completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She never expected Yang Lingchen's speed to be so fast that she couldn't react in time. Lin Beiyang, aren't you fond of showing off? If you can offer 100,000 gold coins, I will return the Lingxiu sword to her. That way, it would be like you giving it to her, Yang Lingchen said, ignoring the furious Han Ruoxue and looking at Lin Beiyang with disdain. As if he were looking at a clown. Yang Lingchen, I'll say it again, hand over the spirit fruit and return the Lingxiu sword to Miss Ruoxue. Or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Beiyang's eyes were filled with coldness, and a faint aura was emanating from him. At this time, a crowd had gathered on the street, curious to see how this conflict would unfold. What a fool, Yang Lingchen scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Lin Beiyang before turning to leave. He really couldn't be bothered with this second-generation heir who relied on his family's power. Seeking death, Lin Beiyang shouted coldly, suddenly reaching out to fiercely slap Yang Lingchen on the back. Yang Lingchen had been prepared for Lin Beiyang's sneak attack. Although he turned to leave, he remained highly alert. After all, Lin Beiyang was the youngest son of the Lin family head, and Yang Lingchen didn't want to make the first move. However, if Lin Beiyang made the first move, he would have ample reason to retaliate. In an instant, Yang Lingchen's figure transformed into a shadow, successfully dodging Lin Beiyang's attack. At the same time, he swiftly slapped Lin Beiyang's face. Smack! Oh! Lin Beiyang screamed, his right cheek instantly swelling and turning red. Heh, is this the consequence you mentioned? Yang Lingchen sneered, his eyes filled with contempt, not hiding his disdain for Lin Beiyang at all. You little bastard, go to hell. Clang! Lin Beiyang shouted angrily, drawing his long sword, a cold light flashing as he viciously slashed at Yang Lingchen. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind, to kill Yang Lingchen and vent his anger. Clang! Yang Lingchen drew his Lingxiu sword, also utilizing exquisite swordsmanship to meet Lin Beiyang's attack. Swish, swish. In less than 2 exchanges, Lin Beiyang's war sword was knocked away by Yang Lingchen. At the same time, Yang Lingchen's Lingxiu sword was firmly pressed against Lin Beiyang's neck, and Yang Lingchen sneered, if it weren't for your father's face, you would have lost your head by now. At this moment, the crowd watching on site was astonished, each with their mouths agape and faces filled with disbelief. Even Han Ruoxue was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Before this, Yang Lingchen was notorious in Hanyang City for being a wasteful playboy. Although news had spread a couple of days ago that Yang Lingchen defeated Yang Zihao and killed Yang Tianqing, no one believed it to be true. Until this moment, everyone finally believed that Yang Lingchen had indeed defeated Yang Zihao. Yang Lingchen, if you have the guts, kill me. Lin Beiyang glared at Yang Lingchen with a venomous look, refusing to back down even while at a disadvantage. Clap, clap, clap. Damn it, still acting tough. Yang Lingchen's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he swung his hands left and right, directly slapping Lin Beiyang's face until it was swollen like a pig's head, only stopping when he had finished. Ah, Yang Lingchen, one day I will kill you. Lin Beiyang let out a painful scream, having never experienced such humiliation in his life. You're asking for it. Yang Lingchen directly kicked Lin Beiyang hard in the chest, pinning him to the ground. Crack. Ah. With a sound of bones breaking, Lin Beiyang let out another miserable scream, his entire ribcage completely caved in by Yang Lingchen's kick. I thought you were something special. But turns out you're just a fool. You've been beaten into a pig's head and still dare to act tough. If you leave Hanyang City, you won't even know how you'll die. Yang Lingchen lightly patted Lin Beiyang's face, speaking mockingly. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of onlookers who were dumbfounded. Yang Lingchen also gained a general understanding of his combat power. He was confident he could defeat at least ordinary people at the first and second levels of the Mingxian realm. Yang Lingchen, one day, I will destroy your Yang family. Lin Beiyang watched Yang Lingchen's retreating figure with a hint of malice in his eyes, secretly swearing in his heart. At this moment, Han Ruoxue suddenly became very interested in Yang Lingchen. At this moment, she even regretted her earlier decision to break off their engagement. In the Yang family's main courtyard, Master, The young master just beat Lin Beiyang. The butler, Yang Su, spoke anxiously. Then, Yang Su recounted what had just happened in detail. Good kid. As expected of my son Yang Daolin, able to defeat Lin Beiyang at a higher level. Yang Daolin laughed heartily, his face filled with pride and satisfaction. But what if the Lin family pursues this matter? How do we deal with it? Yang Su said with a worried expression. It's fine. This is just a conflict between the younger generation. Ling Yanyun won't pursue it too far, Yang Daolin said calmly, his expression composed. After returning to the Yang family residence, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian jade space. He then took out the newly purchased alchemy furnace and began his first attempt at alchemy. Although he had the memories of Ling Xueqing in his mind, Yang Lingchen was still quite nervous, as he had never truly refined pills before. Yang Lingchen focused intently on controlling the alchemical fire, carefully sorting the herbs and cautiously adding them one by one into the alchemy furnace. He was currently refining the breakthrough pill for the Mingxian realm. As long as he succeeded, he was confident he could break through to the Mingxian realm. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and under Yang Lingchen's concentrated effort, a furnace of breakthrough pills was finally successfully refined. Yang Lingchen carefully opened the alchemy furnace. Wow. Haha, supreme breakthrough pills, I'm really a genius. Seeing several supreme breakthrough pills in the furnace, Yang Lingchen's face lit up with excitement, unable to contain his cheers. After calming his excited emotions, Yang Lingchen began refining other pills. As cultivation certainly relied on the support of pills. As long as he had enough pills, Yang Lingchen was confident he could break through to a higher realm in a short time. The identity of an alchemist is highly esteemed in the Tianwu continent. Whether for cultivation, healing, poisoning, or illness, one cannot do without the support of pills. Alchemists are divided into junior, intermediate, advanced, and supreme alchemists. The higher the level of the same pill, the better the effect. Of course, pills cannot be used without limit. Using too much can lead to an unstable foundation. However, supreme pills can be used without restriction, thus the status of a supreme alchemist is far above that of other alchemists. Before long, Yang Lingchen refined quite a few supreme Mingxian pills. The Mingxian pill is a type of pill that can enhance the profound strength of the Mingxian realm and can quickly elevate one's cultivation after consumption. With the breakthrough pills in hand, the next step was to break through the Mingxian realm. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the first layer of the Mingxian realm. At the same time, during this period, Yang Lingchen also practiced several martial techniques, including the Shirshin sword technique and a soul martial technique called soul-devouring slash. Both of these martial techniques are divine-ranked techniques, especially the soul-devouring slash, which can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a critical moment, making it Yang Lingchen's current trump card. Meanwhile, he also found a divine-level transformation technique in Ling Xueqing's memories, the shadow-shifting technique, which, when cultivated to perfection, could not only change forms, but also conceal one's aura. Chapter 10. The first trial time flies like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day for the Tianyuan Palace to recruit new disciples. As the top sect in the North Xian region, Tianyuan Palace has extremely harsh conditions for recruiting new disciples. Basically, each city only has one or two exceptionally talented individuals qualified for the precious opportunity to participate in the Tianyuan Palace's assessment. Therefore, to become a disciple of Tianyuan Palace, one must undergo layers of strict selection. First, the age must not exceed 18 years. Secondly, the cultivation level must not be lower than the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm. Just these two requirements have kept the majority of aspiring individuals at bay. It is known that in the entire Hanyang city, only about a dozen geniuses can reach the 9th layer of the Gathering Yuan realm before the age of 18. Today, Hanyang city is bustling with people, lively and extraordinary. This is because today is the important day for Tianyuan Palace to recruit new disciples in Hanyang city. At this moment, a gigantic arena has been set up in the central square of Hanyang city, which serves as the assessment platform for Tianyuan Palace's recruitment of new disciples. The entire central square is already a sea of people. In addition to the locals of Hanyang city, many talented youths from other cities have also come to seek fame. The 4 major families of Hanyang city have placed great importance on this recruitment event. For once they can enter Tianyuan Palace, it signifies a significant leap, like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. At this moment, the 4 major families of Hanyang city each occupy a corner of the square. Chinner, Today is the day Tianyuan Palace recruits new disciples. Our Yang family is counting on you, Yang Daolin said with anticipation in his eyes. Father, don't worry. I will definitely secure a spot among the new disciples of Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen replied, his eyes filled with determination, as if that resolute gaze could penetrate all obstacles. After crossing over, Yang Lingchen's biggest dream has been to pursue the path of immortality, and Tianyuan Palace will be the first key stepping stone on his rise. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Lin and Xiao families, two resentful gazes were secretly watching Yang Lingchen. These two resentful gazes came from Lin Beiyang of the Lin family and Xiao Jiji of the Xiao family. Beside these two stood a young man with an extraordinary demeanor. Yang Lingchen paid no mind to the hostility from these individuals at all. In terms of true combat power today, even if these people joined forces, they would never be his match. If they were ignorant of their own abilities, Yang Lingchen wouldn't mind taking them all down. Just then, a strong and sharp-eyed middle-aged man steadily walked onto the ring. This man was Han Tianling, the lord of Hanyang City. As soon as he appeared, the scene fell silent, and it became quiet. Hello everyone, I am Han Tianling, the host for the recruitment of new disciples at Tianyuan Palace. Now, let us welcome the genius envoy of Tianyuan Palace, Fairy Ling Yanyun, and young master Dongfang Jia with warm applause. Han Tianling smiled and led the applause. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. At the moment the applause began, a graceful figure descended by the VIP seats beside the ring, like a fairy from heaven. She was a girl who seemed to have walked out of a fairyland, dressed in a luxurious and elegant white dress, although her face was covered by a thin veil. It could not conceal her cold and noble aura. Her captivating eyes resembled a bottomless deep pool, drawing people in with just one glance, making it hard to escape. This girl was the genius envoy of this Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yanyun. At the same time, a terrifying figure appeared on the scene, a tall, sharp-eyed, and extraordinary handsome man. This person was another genius envoy of Tianyuan Palace, Dongfang Jia. Although Yang Lingchen only caught a glimpse from afar, he could feel that this person's strength was unfathomable, far beyond that of the heads of the four major families in Hanyang City. What shocked Yang Lingchen was that these two seemed to be around the same age as him. Yet their strength was much more terrifying than that of the lord of Hanyang City. Dongfang Jia's fierce gaze swept around, and then he took out a terrifying wooden puppet from his storage ring. This is the assessment puppet of Tianyuan Palace. As long as you can defeat it, you will have passed the first round. Additionally, participants in the assessment must not exceed 18 years of age. Those who do will bear the consequences. Dongfang Jia's voice was exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. Hearing Dongfang Jia's words, the youths who were originally prepared to participate in the assessment gasped in surprise. The main reason was the aura emanating from this assessment puppet, which had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Ordinary practitioners at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm would definitely be unable to defeat it. In all of Hanyang City, very few could reach the Mingxian realm before the age of 18. The challenge begins now. At this moment, Han Tianling stepped forward to host the first round of challenges. As the challenge began, many youths at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm confidently stepped onto the ring. Bang! All. In less than one round, a boy at the 9th level of the Gathering Yuan realm was violently knocked away by the puppet, sustaining serious injuries. Next, Han Tianling said expressionlessly, coldly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and surprisingly, no one succeeded in the challenge. Junior Sister Ling, the talents of Hanyang City are too poor. Had I known, we wouldn't have come here. Dongfang Jia frowned slightly and said, since we are here, let us give them a chance. Ling Yanyun's voice was calm and pleasant, like a flowing mountain spring. Just then, Han Ruoxue gracefully walked onto the ring. She was slender and poised, confidently walking straight towards the assessment puppet. When faced with the puppet's fierce attacks, she handled them with ease. It was clear that Han Ruoxue had successfully broken through to the Mingxian realm. Before long, she successfully repelled the assessment puppet. Thus, Han Ruoxue became the first candidate from Hanyang City to pass the first round. At this moment, Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao family strode onto the ring proudly. He was one of the four geniuses of Hanyang City and also the biological brother of Xiao Jiji. As expected, Xiao Jijuan also successfully entered the second round. By this time, few people were left to participate in the assessment, as most youths knew they could not defeat this powerful assessment puppet. Before long, Lin Beiyang and Lin Beichen from the Lin family also defeated the assessment puppet. As one of the four major families in Hanyang City, the strength of the younger generation of the Lin family was clearly stronger than that of the other families. Just as the first round was about to end, Yang Lingchen slowly walked towards the ring. With his current strength, dealing with a peak-gathering Yuan realm assessment puppet would be as easy as using a finger. However, to conserve his strength, Yang Lingchen took 2 rounds to defeat the assessment puppet. When Yang Lingchen successfully passed, the members of the Yang family couldn't contain their joy and showed excited smiles. Meanwhile, Han Tianling revealed an awkward expression. Had he known Yang Lingchen had such strength, he wouldn't have listened to his daughter and called off the engagement. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully entering the second round. Next is the ranking battle. The top 2 contestants will gain the opportunity to go to Tianyuan Palace for assessment. Then, Dongfang Jie announced the rules for the second round of assessment. The rule for the second round was the ranking battle, where each person had to fight against the other 4. And the top 2 ranked contestants would gain the precious opportunity to go to Tianyuan Palace for assessment. According to the draw, Yang Lingchen drew number 1, Xiao Jijuan number 2, Lin Beichen number 3, Lin Beiyang number 4, and Han Ruoxue drew number 5. According to the competition rules, Yang Lingchen's first opponent was Xiao Jijuan from the Xiao family. Chapter 11 Second Round of Assessment. First match, Yang Lingchen versus Xiao Jijuan. Han Tianling said. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Jijuan did not hesitate, leaping up onto the ring with a swift and decisive movement. At the same time, he looked at Yang Lingchen with a cold and fierce gaze, saying, Yang Lingchen, come up and die? Yang Daolin furrowed his brows, his expression serious, and he said in a deep voice, Chener, do you have confidence? Father, if I kill him, will you be able to handle it? Yang Lingchen smiled and asked with a hint of mischief, no matter who you kill, your father can handle it. Yang Daolin's gaze held a hint of arrogance, full of confidence. Father, don't boast. After Yang Lingchen finished speaking, he flashed and leaped onto the ring like a great rock spreading its wings. Young Master Dongfang, Fairy Ling, I have a matter I want to clarify first. Yang Lingchen cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. What is it? Just say it. Dongfang Jie replied with a calm expression and a flat tone. Xiao Jijuan threatened to kill me. If I end up killing him, would that count as a violation? Yang Lingchen asked with a determined gaze. It wouldn't count as a violation. Your life and death are not interfered with by Tianyuan Palace. Dongfang Jie continued to speak in a calm manner. The match begins. Han Tianling announced loudly. Yang Lingchen die? As soon as Han Tianling finished speaking, Xiao Jijuan instantly drew his sword, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight as he fiercely slashed towards Yang Lingchen. Clang! Yang Lingchen snorted coldly. Drawing his Lingxiu sword in an instant, and using the phantom movement technique, he swiftly approached Xiao Jijuan like a ghost. Clang, clang, clang. In less than 2 rounds, Yang Lingchen quickly sheathed his Lingxiu sword, then turned and walked off the stage with steady steps. Bang! When Yang Lingchen walked off the stage, Xiao Jijuan's body fell heavily onto the arena, blood gushing from his neck. At this moment, Xiao Jijuan had already lost his breath, his eyes wide open. Hiss! At this moment, the scene fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. Even Ling Yanyun and Dongfang Jie in the stands couldn't help but glance at Yang Lingchen. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Junior, Xiao Xueqing was devastated, rushing onto the stage and tightly holding Xiao Jijuan's corpse, the pain in his eyes evident and moving. You little bastard, return my son's life. Xiao Xueqing's eyes widened in anger, and with a roar, he charged at Yang Lingchen like a madman. Father, get him! Yang Lingchen's figure flashed, moving like lightning, directly dodging behind Yang Daolin. Xiao Xueqing, you're looking for death. Yang Daolin coldly shouted, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, unleashing a powerful wave that slammed toward Xiao Xueqing with overwhelming force. Ufda! Xiao Xueqing let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was sent flying by Yang Daolin's casual strike, like a kite with a broken string. Xiao Xueqing, listen to me. If you dare to lay a hand on my son again, I will wipe out your entire clan. Yang Daolin's voice was icy, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down spines. At this moment, the onlookers were completely shocked, each one dumbfounded. Even the city lord Han Tianling and the head of the Lin family, Ling Yanyun, were frozen in place, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Even Ling Yanyun and Dongfang Jie showed a hint of apprehension in their eyes. As one of the 4 great families, in the eyes of Hanyang City people, the Yang family should be the weakest in terms of both the younger generation and overall strength. However, The combat power Yang Daolin had just displayed made it seem effortless for him to crush the other three families. Yang Daolin, I never expected you to have reached the asking void realm. Xiao Shuaming's eyes widened in terror, and after saying this, he blacked out. The second match, Lin Beiyang versus Lin Beichen. Han Tianling stepped forward again and said, "This match is between Lin Yaoyang's two sons. It doesn't matter who wins or loses for Lin Yaoyang. After all, they are both his sons. I concede." Lin Beiyang chose to concede without hesitation, as he was only at the first layer of the Ming Xian realm, while Lin Beichen was at the second layer, making the gap in strength between the two brothers quite significant. Next match, Yang Lingchen versus Lin Beichen. Han Tianling announced. Hearing his name, Yang Lingchen calmly walked onto the stage again. "Kid, are you the one who injured my second brother?" Lin Beichen spoke indifferently, with arrogance in his eyes. "It was me. What can you do about it?" Yang Lingchen smirked coldly. He hated it most when others put on airs in front of him. "You don't know how to die, thinking that defeating that waste Xiao Jijuan gives you the right to act crazy in front of me. Today, I will let you know that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens." Lin Beichen's gaze turned cold, as the number one genius of Hanling City. He never expected Yang Lingchen to dare speak to him like this. "Your brother used to act like this too, but in the end, I beat him into a dead dog." Yang Lingchen scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. Looking for death, Lin Beichen was furious and suddenly struck out with his palm. A chilling force filled with murderous intent instantly sweeping toward Yang Lingchen. "Stop!" Yang Lingchen shouted loudly, simultaneously dodging swiftly to the side. "What? Only now do you want to beg for mercy? Isn't it too late?" Lin Beichen's tone was laced with sarcasm, his face filled with disdain. "The city lord hasn't said to start yet. You're breaking the rules, do you know that? Such behavior can lead to the organizer stripping you of your qualification for the assessment." Yang Lingchen sternly rebuked. "This." Lin Beichen turned to look at City Lord Han Tianling. "Start." Han Tianling's expression was grim as he spoke. Whoosh. Slap. As soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Yang Lingchen transformed into a shadow, instantly delivering a slap to Lin Beichen's face with lightning speed. "Ah!" Lin Beichen let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground below the stage, instantly losing consciousness. "Head of the Lin family, don't get too excited. Your son only has some external injuries." Yang Lingchen chuckled, his face full of pride. "Humph." Lin Yaoyang snorted coldly, his anger boiling. This kid actually took the opportunity to sneak attack his son, and Lin Beichen was his son with the most hope of entering the Tianyuan Palace. Now that he had been knocked out, he basically wouldn't be able to participate in the remaining rounds of the assessment. Next match, Han Ruoxue versus Lin Beiyang. Han Tianling announced. "Ruoxue, you should concede. You can't possibly be my opponent," Lin Beiyang said with a smile. Although he liked Han Ruoxue, for the sake of the Tianyuan Palace's assessment spot, women seemed less important. After all, entering the Tianyuan Palace meant leaping into the Dragon's Gate, with an unlimited future ahead. That might not be the case. Han Ruoxue replied with a smile, her beautiful eyes radiating confidence. "Start," Han Tianling declared. As soon as Han Tianling's words fell, Han Ruoxue and Lin Beiyang instantly engaged in battle. Both were at the first layer of the Ming Xian realm, but Lin Beiyang had entered the Ming Xian realm several months earlier than Han Ruoxue. However, Lin Beiyang clearly went easy. He didn't want to hurt the woman he liked. In contrast, Han Ruoxue showed no mercy in her attacks. The two exchanged blows back and forth for several dozen rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Gradually, Lin Beiyang lost his patience and decided to use his best move to take down Han Ruoxue in one go. He swung his sword in a graceful arc, swiftly stabbing toward Han Ruoxue. At that moment, Han Ruoxue dodged and unhesitatingly met the attack with her sword. Just as their swords were about to collide, Han Ruoxue's sword suddenly changed direction, slicing through the air and hitting Lin Beiyang's wrist. Instantly, Lin Beiyang's sword fell to the ground, and Han Ruoxue kicked him in the chest, sending him directly off the stage. "You actually broke my stunning swan sword technique." Lin Beiyang showed an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide open. "I've long since studied your stunning swan sword technique thoroughly." Han Ruoxue's eyes were filled with disdain. During this time, Lin Beiyang had been pursuing Han Ruoxue, and they often practiced together. Lin Beiyang had never held back, using the stunning swan sword technique multiple times to show off in front of Han Ruoxue. At that time, Lin Beiyang enjoyed the admiration in Han Ruoxue's eyes, But he never expected that Han Ruoxue had been studying the flaws in his sword technique all along. Chapter 12. Before departure. At this moment, Ling Yanyun's face was ashen with rage, his anger burning fiercely, wishing he could immediately rush forward and slap his utterly foolish son to death. He never expected that his son could be so stupid, letting his feelings interfere at such a crucial moment. As long as Lin Beiyang could defeat Han Ruoxue, he would successfully enter the top 2, thus gaining the precious opportunity to participate in the assessment at Tainyuangu. Since Xiao Jijuan had already been killed by Yang Lingchen, and Lin Beichen was knocked out by Yang Lingchen, there were only 3 contestants left. Now that Han Ruoxue had defeated Lin Beiyang, the top 2 were undoubtedly confirmed to be Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue. In the next match, Lin Beiyang would face Yang Lingchen. Han Tianling said, "I admit defeat." Lin Beiyang chose to concede without hesitation, fully aware that he was no match for Yang Lingchen. Continuing would only be self-degrading and pointless. In the final match, Yang Lingchen will face Han Ruoxue, Han Tianling announced. Upon hearing her name, Yang Lingchen quickly jumped onto the stage with an agile posture. Han Ruoxue also gracefully stepped onto the stage. Initially, she wanted to concede directly, but considering this was the assessment for the Tainyuangu selection, she worried that conceding outright might lead to the Tainyuangu envoy not accepting her, which would be a huge loss. "Yang Lingchen, let's just spar a bit. You want to go too hard on me, right?" Han Ruoxue's voice was soft and melodious, like a yellow oriole leaving the valley. Given that Yang Lingchen had killed Xiao Jijuan in 2 rounds and knocked out Lin Beichen, the #1 genius in Hanling City, Han Ruoxue was indeed a bit afraid that Yang Lingchen would show her no mercy. "Then return the money I previously spent on you. And I might consider taking it easy," Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. "Are you still a man? You are being so stingy over a little money," Han Ruoxue retorted, her pretty face filled with anger. She did not expect that the current Yang Lingchen had become so miserly, not only forcibly reclaiming her Lingxiu sword, but now also asking her to pay back money. "Whether I am a man. You can come to my house tonight and find out," Yang Lingchen said with a mischievous smile. "Pervert." Han Ruoxue glared angrily and scolded, waving her jade palm towards Yang Lingchen. In response to Han Ruoxue's attack, Yang Lingchen calmly kept his left hand behind his back, effortlessly blocking her attack with just his right hand. Of course, Yang Lingchen could not really go hard on Han Ruoxue. After all, their families had been friends for years, and he and Han Ruoxue had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Important statement: Han Ruoxue is just a supporting character, not a dog licker. After dozens of exchanges, Han Ruoxue stepped back and said, "Yang Lingchen, you've won, but one day, I will definitely win back." To Han Ruoxue's words, Yang Lingchen merely smiled faintly and said nothing. At that moment, Ling Yanyun stood up from the spectator stands and said sweetly, like celestial music, "You two prepare well. Tomorrow we will go to Tainyuangu with us." As soon as Ling Yanyun finished speaking, her figure vanished like a ghost, followed by Dongfang Jie leaving the scene. Yang Lingchen returned to the direction of the Yang family. At this moment, the members of the Yang family were extremely excited, unable to contain their joy. If Yang Lingchen could join Tainyuangu, it would mean the Yang family was about to rise. At this time, the one with the darkest expression was undoubtedly Lin Yanyun. Originally, one of his 2 sons would surely have the chance to pass the Tainyuangu assessment. Who would have thought that his eldest son would be knocked out by Yang Lingchen, while his youngest son, driven by lust, would be defeated by Han Ruoxue? Thinking of this, Lin Yanyun was furious, feeling as if a huge stone was blocking his chest. "Haha, Brother Daolin, you really hit him well. Your nephew Lingchen has such astonishing talent, yet you kept it under wraps." Just then, Han Tianling approached with Han Ruoxue, wearing a warm smile. Yang Daolin coughed lightly and smiled. "Ahem, Tianling, your niece Ruoxue is not lacking in talent either. Nephew Lingchen, uncle has an unreasonable request." Han Tianling said with a hint of embarrassment. "Uncle Han, please speak," Yang Lingchen replied, holding deep respect for Han Tianling. "Now that both you and Ruoxue have passed the Tainyuangu selection assessment, with your talent, your future achievements will surely be limitless. If you both successfully enter Tainyuangu, I hope you can help take care of Ruoxue," Han Tianling said earnestly. "Uncle Han, don't worry. We've grown up together. If she needs help and I can assist, I will do my best," Yang Lingchen promised solemnly. "Haha, with your word, uncle can rest assured," Han Tianling said with a hearty laugh. Han Ruoxue said nothing, merely casting a secretive glance at Yang Lingchen, feeling that Yang Lingchen was quite scheming. After all, The previous Yang Lingchen was idle and unproductive, with pitiful cultivation. Now he had transformed into the #1 genius of Hanyang City. This guy is too good at pretending. With such strong strength, he has been acting like a playboy for so many years, Han Ruoxue thought to herself. Afterward, Yang Daolin chatted a bit more with Han Tianling before everyone left the scene. The group returned to the Yang family. In the family's main courtyard, Yang Daolin said earnestly, "Chainer, when you're out, be sure to keep a low profile. Use your brain for everything you do. If you're not sure, never confront others head-on. If you encounter unavoidable battles, either avoid fighting or strike without leaving yourself any hidden dangers. Don't worry, father. In this world, I can only scheme against others. No one can scheme against me. Once I become an inner disciple of Tainyuangu, I'll come back to see you." Yang Lingchen confidently replied. "Good, go back and rest well." In the face of his soon-to-leave son, Yang Daolin's eyes showed a trace of reluctance, but it was quickly concealed. After all, his son had grown up, and it was time for him to venture out. Back in his residence, Yang Lingchen fell into deep thought. As he was about to leave the Yang family, he felt a bit reluctant, as this was the place he had lived since childhood. Although Yang Lingchen had transmigrated, his soul had already merged with the previous Yang Lingchen, making it inseparable. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yang Lingchen got up early and carefully washed up. Accompanied by Yang Daolin and the family members, Yang Lingchen returned to the central square of Hanyang City. Today, he wore a luxurious white brocade robe, with exquisite patterns embroidered on it, shimmering in the sunlight. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, and his handsome face bore a touch of resoluteness. "Haha, Brother Daolin is here," Han Tianling exclaimed with a hearty laugh upon seeing the Yang family. When the Yang family arrived at the central square of Hanliang City, the Han family had already gathered. Today, the Han family also came in full force to send off Han Ruoxue. "Tianling, you came quite early," Yang Daolin said with a smile. At that moment, a massive mysterious ship appeared in the distant sky, radiating a mysterious glow, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in the central square. Ling Yanyun appeared with a snowy veil, making it difficult to see her face. She wore a tight-fitting long robe that outlined her graceful figure as she slowly walked out. "You can come up now. It's time to depart." Ling Yanyun's voice was cool, like a clear spring in the mountains, bringing a slight chill. Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue said emotional goodbyes to their clansmen, then boarded the Xianzhou. Chapter 13. The Tianyuan Palace Assessment. This was an incredibly massive Xianzhou, with its interior space decorated in a lavish and grand manner. Compared to airplanes from the past life, the interior of the Xianzhou was even more spacious and the speed astonishingly fast. Yang Lingchen was filled with curiosity about this unprecedented giant. The flying power of the Xianzhou came from spirit stones, and as long as there were enough spirit stones stored, it could continue flying without stopping. After Yang Lingchen and Han Ruoxue boarded the Xianzhou, they found a quiet corner by the window and sat down side by side. Before long, the Xianzhou roared to life. Looking out the window at the vast expanse of land below, a surge of ambition rose in Yang Lingchen's heart. This world was filled with so many unknown mysteries waiting for him to explore and discover. "Yang Lingchen, you hide too deeply, clearly possessing such strong strength. Yet you pretend to be a good-for-nothing," Han Ruoxue said with a pout, her tone displeased. "Ahem, I was just being low-key. Do you understand what low-key means?" Yang Lingchen lightly coughed, feigning seriousness. He couldn't tell Han Ruoxue that he had traveled through time, could he? "Then was your past affection for me real, or just an act?" Han Ruoxue blinked her bright eyes, looking seriously at Yang Lingchen as she asked. "It was all an act, nothing serious." Yang Lingchen smiled helplessly. Although Han Ruoxue was as beautiful as a fairy, she wasn't his type. "I don't believe it. Back then, you stole over 100,000 gold coins from Uncle Yang just to give me the Lingxiu sword, and Uncle Yang hung you for an entire day," Han Ruoxue said with a playful pout, her face full of disbelief. Yang Lingchen smiled, but did not respond. He really did not want to continue this topic. Just then, the Xianzhou slowly came to a stop, followed by several young people boarding one after another. They flew and stopped along the way, and soon hundreds of young people from nearby cities boarded. These newcomers were all proud and arrogant, the talented youths from several nearby cities, each with a cultivation level above the first layer of the Ming-Xian realm. Under Dongfang Jia's stern warning, everyone remained silent along the way, not daring to make loud noises. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On this day, the Xianzhou slowly entered a mysterious mountain range. It wasn't long before it steadily stopped in front of a majestic mountain gate that exuded an ancient and weathered aura. The scenery here was picturesque, breathtaking, with layers of peaks and lush spiritual energy, truly deserving to be called a paradise on earth. This was the location of the Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate. At this moment, on the square in front of the Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate, dozens of Xuanzhis were parked, and from these Xuanzhis, thousands of young boys and girls were disembarking one after another. These youths were all talented prodigies from various cities in the North Xian region. Please wait here quietly. An Outer Sect elder will come to host the assessment shortly, Ling Yanyun gently instructed before gracefully departing. The Tianyuan Palace was located among continuous mountain ranges, composed of countless peaks, shrouded in clouds, with abundant spiritual energy and pleasant scenery, resembling a fairyland. To occupy such a vast mountain range and establish a deep foundation while accepting disciples from all over the world, the Tianyuan Palace's profound heritage was beyond ordinary imagination. At this moment, the square of the Tianyuan Palace's mountain gate was already a sea of people, densely packed, with Yang Lingchen estimating there were at least tens of thousands present. These tens of thousands were the youthful talents from thousands of cities in the southern state. As a super powerful force, the Tianyuan Palace attracted countless young talents every time it recruited new disciples. Of course, the requirements for joining the Tianyuan Palace were extremely strict. Firstly, candidates must be under the age of 18 and possess a martial arts talent of at least grade 4. Secondly, they must pass the rigorous assessment of the assessment tower. Soon, Yang Lingchen successfully registered at the registration desk, and the next step was to queue for age and talent testing. The Tianyuan Palace possessed a remarkable stone called the heaven-testing stone. As long as one gently pressed their hand on it and input their spiritual energy, it could accurately measure their age and talent level. As the testing began, most people met the requirements, but a small number did not qualify, either exceeding the age limit or lacking sufficient talent. Those who qualified moved on to the second round, waiting for the next assessment in the pressure tower. Shen Baichuan, 15 years old, talent grade 5. Strength in the first layer of the Ming Xian realm. Zhang Wuji, 19 years old, unqualified. Han Ruoxue, 15 years old, talent grade 5. Strength in the first layer of the Ming Xian realm. The testing continued until the afternoon, and finally, it was Yang Lingchen's turn. Looking at the heaven-testing stone before him, he felt a bit nervous, unsure of what his talent would be. Yang Lingchen cautiously input a bit of spiritual energy into the heaven-testing stone, and it immediately emitted a faint glow. Many onlookers erupted in laughter. A talent of grade 1 dares to come to the Tianyuan Palace? Better hurry back home to farm. Yang Lingchen ignored the mocking laughter and input more spiritual energy into the stone. Soon, the stone lit up a second, third, and then an 8th time. When the heaven-testing stone emitted 8 beams of light, Yang Lingchen quickly withdrew his spiritual energy. Talent grade 8 was already enough to attract attention, and he didn't want to appear too ostentatious. Yang Lingchen, age 15, strength in the first layer of the Ming Xian realm, talent grade 8. Gasp. Those who had mocked Yang Lingchen earlier now widened their eyes in shock and envy. A talent grade 8 was indeed a rare existence, and theoretically, the higher the talent, the greater the achievements one could attain in the future. Of course, the cultivation world was never short of exceptionally talented geniuses, as those who hadn't truly matured in their talent were hardly worth mentioning. After all, in the cultivation world, the mortality rate was extremely high. Among 1,000 geniuses, having one succeed could be considered quite good. The Tianyuan Palace placed significant importance on Yang Lingchen's talent, and he was immediately registered by the steward. The first round of age and talent testing soon concluded, with over 20,000 participants, only more than 10,000 qualifying. The first round is over. Everyone can rest here. The second round will begin at the Tianfeng tomorrow morning. A Tianyuan Palace elder announced loudly. The Tianfeng was a peak used to assess willpower, and only the first 2,000 to successfully reach the summit would qualify to join the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen found a clean spot, sat cross-legged, and after a day of observation and understanding, he had a preliminary grasp of the Tianyuan Palace. The number of disciples in the Tianyuan Palace reached as high as 100,000, of which 5,000 were core disciples, 20,000 were inner sect disciples, and the rest were outer sect disciples. Of course, the most esteemed disciples in the Tianyuan Palace were the 4 great saints, rumored to hold more power than many elders. New disciples are generally outer disciples, and outer disciples are at the lowest level in Tianyuan Palace. Each month, they need to complete certain tasks to earn contribution points. In Tianyuan Palace, the common currency is contribution points and spirit stones. Spirit stones can be used to assist in cultivation, while contribution points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques and various precious resources and herbs. Outer disciples must complete at least one task each month to receive a spirit stone as a reward. In contrast, the treatment of inner disciples is much higher, and their status in the sect is also greater. They not only receive independent courtyards, but also a substantial number of spirit stones as rewards each month. As the night passed in an instant, the next morning, all the young people who had passed the first round stood in the mountain gate square, full of energy and waiting quietly for the arrival of the elders of Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in the robes of an outer elder of Tianyuan Palace slowly walked out. Chapter 14. The stunning girl. Now we will begin the second round of assessments. The mountain on the left is Tianfeng, our Tianyuan Palace's peak. Everyone will start climbing Tianfeng now. The first 2,000 to reach the top will become outer disciples of Tianyuan Palace, while the others will be eliminated. Let's begin, the middle-aged elder said loudly. As soon as the elder finished speaking, over 10,000 young participants eagerly rushed towards Tianfeng, all hoping to be among the first 2,000 to reach the summit. It's important to note that there were more than 10,000 people, but only 2,000 spots available, so everyone was frantically rushing towards Tianfeng, hoping to be one of the first to reach the top. At that moment, the first climbers suddenly all fell to the ground. An invisible pressure suddenly enveloped everyone without warning, making it difficult for them to move. Yang Chun observed closely and realized that a large-scale pressure formation had been set up on Tianfeng, capable of suppressing everyone's cultivation to the same level. Ultimately, those with stronger willpower would climb faster. The moment Yang Chun stepped onto Tianfeng, he felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on him. If he hadn't been prepared, he might have been instantly flattened. Tianfeng towered into the clouds, and the higher one climbed, the greater the pressure became. Those with insufficient willpower would absolutely be unable to ascend. Fortunately, Yang Chen's physical strength was decent, and his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, making it noticeably easier for him compared to others. Tianfeng was enormous, and even with thousands of people climbing simultaneously, there was no impact. At this time, the young men and women climbing Tianfeng were all exerting themselves, struggling to reach the summit, and even though they were drenched in sweat, none chose to give up. After some adaptation, Yang Chun gradually increased his speed. As his speed increased, he left his opponents far behind and quickly reached second place. Wow, this girl is so fast, Yang Chun thought to himself in surprise, as he noticed that the girl in front of him was an incredibly beautiful girl with a cute face and ample bosom. This cute girl was astonishingly fast, making it difficult for Yang Chun to catch up even with his speed. These two kids have quite a talent. Meanwhile, at the top of Tianfeng, several outer elders also showed expressions of astonishment. Mainly, it was because Yang Chun and the cute girl were moving at an incredible speed, far outpacing everyone else. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. With Yang Chun's relentless effort, he finally caught up to the cute girl and ran alongside her. Wow, how can she run so fast with such a size? At that moment, Yang Chun inadvertently glanced at the girl's chest. Of course, this was just a normal reaction for a man and did not indicate he was particularly lecherous. Her appearance was simply too eye-catching, and out of instinct, he couldn't help but steal a glance. Hey, pervert, what are you staring at? Haven't you seen something this big before? If you want to stare, why don't you go home and look at your mother? The cute girl scolded him, her pink face looking even cuter because of her anger. Cough, cough. Yang Chun coughed lightly, momentarily speechless from her retort. However, he did not continue to steal glances. Although it was pleasing to the eye, being caught was indeed quite embarrassing. Yang Chun quickly increased his speed, continuing to climb upwards, gradually surpassing the cute girl. What kind of freak is this guy, running faster than me? The girl thought to herself, quickly picking up her speed to catch up with Yang Chun again. Hey, you little brat, how can you be so fast? The curvy girl asked curiously. You're not slow either. Yang Chun glanced back at her. Pervert, you keep looking, and I swear I'll gouge out your eyes. The girl said angrily, her expression looking particularly cute. I really didn't mean to. Who told you to be so big? I just glanced accidentally, Yang Chun quickly explained, as he indeed did not mean it. Humph, then why are you so fast? The cute girl continued to probe. And why are you so big? Yang Chun joked half-heartedly. Pervert, daring to tease me. The girl scolded and then struck out with a fierce palm strike, sending an invisible shockwave towards Yang Lingchen. Wow, this little tiger girl has quite a fiery temper. Yang Lingchen smiled calmly, quickly dodging her attack, while also striking back with a palm. In the blink of an eye, after exchanging several moves, Yang Lingchen became increasingly astonished. This tiger girl was indeed a freak with terrifying strength. Yang Lingchen was quite confident in his own combat abilities. He felt he was not inferior to anyone of the same level. However, he never expected that this girl would be able to rival him in strength. Why is this pervert so strong? The cute girl was equally shocked. Since she was born, she had never lost to anyone of the same level. Yet here in this small Tianyuan palace, someone could actually compete with her. No way, this tiger girl is too strong. If this continues, even if I win, it will probably be a Pyrrhic victory. With that thought, Yang Lingchen's figure flashed, avoiding another palm strike from her, and quickly began climbing towards the peak. Pervert. If you have the guts, don't run. Today, I will definitely castrate you. The girl shouted angrily and quickly chased after him. What the hell? Why is this girl like a ticking time bomb? I haven't even done anything to her. Yang Lingchen felt helpless. He did not want to waste time here, especially since they were still in an assessment. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 hours of hard climbing, Yang Lingchen and the cute girl reached the top of Tianfeng one after the other. Congratulations on becoming outer disciples of Tianyuan Palace. The outer elder Wang Xianfeng nodded in satisfaction, pleased with these two young people. Yang Lingchen and the girl registered in turn and received their outer disciple identity tokens. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally learned the girl's name, Feng Xueqing. Smelly rogue, don't let me catch you, or I'll definitely castrate you. Feng Xueqing glared at Yang Lingchen fiercely, her stunning eyes revealing a hint of ferocity. This time, Yang Lingchen wisely chose not to respond. He didn't want to provoke this tiger girl. After a few more hours, people began to climb to the peak one after another. Ultimately, the first 2,000 young men and women passed the assessment and received their Outer Sect identity tokens. Yang Lingchen looked around and did not find Han Ruoxue among the 2,000. He then shifted his gaze to the eliminated group and finally spotted the dejected Han Ruoxue among them. Yang Lingchen withdrew his gaze. Since Han Ruoxue had been eliminated, they would have no future interactions. The eliminated individuals would be sent back to their original cities by the Tianyuan Palace. At this moment, Elder Wang Xianfeng from the Outer Sect approached and said, "Now all new disciples have received their identity tokens, but I have a few things to remind you. First, the identity token is a symbol of your identity in the Tianyuan Palace and cannot be casually lent to others. Second, the identity token not only records your identity information, but also tracks your contribution points in the Tianyuan Palace. Third, you are all new disciples. So you should take a good look at this Tianyuan handbook, which contains the palace rules and various information about the sect." After some understanding, Yang Lingchen learned that in the Tianyuan Palace, to obtain techniques, elixirs, and cultivation resources, contribution points were required for exchange. The source of contribution points is to complete tasks. After all, the sect is not a charity organization and needs disciples to do tasks to contribute. Outer Sect disciples do not have masters. There is an elder teaching cultivation in the Outer Sect Square every day. New disciples can only receive some basic techniques and martial skills. For more advanced techniques and martial skills, they need to complete tasks to earn them. Under the arrangement of the steward, all new disciples were assigned to their respective accommodations, which were quite small, just a tiny room. Chapter 15. Beat up Chen Ming holding the dormitory card. Yang Lingchen searched and finally found his accommodation. It was a narrow room of only 10 square meters, with just a solitary bed and hardly any other items. Bang! At that moment, Yang Lingchen's door was suddenly kicked open forcefully. Following this, a robust and fierce-looking boy swaggered in, brandishing a spiked club, accompanied by a dozen smaller followers, all of whom seemed to be at the 3rd or 4th level of the Mingxian realm. "Kid, obediently hand over your new disciple gift pack. From now on, I'll protect you in this area." The burly boy spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding Yang Lingchen, as if he viewed him merely as an ant to be easily crushed. "Get out." A cold light flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes, and an icy killing intent emanated from him. He had always adhered to a principle of not provoking trouble, but if someone dared to stir trouble with him, he would not show mercy. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. It seems you don't know how many eyes the King of Horses has unless I show you some power." The burly boy swung his spiked club without hesitation, directly aiming it at Yang Lingchen. "Damn it, looking for death." A cold glint flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he moved like a ghost, kicking hard at the burly boy's chest. Bang! Ah! The burly boy was completely defenseless, sent flying by Yang Lingchen's kick, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, making a dull thud. Bang bang bang. Damn it, I want to let you off. Yang Lingchen showed no signs of stopping. Instead, he rushed forward at lightning speed, snatched the spiked club from the boy's hands, and began to swing it frantically. Ah! The screams of the burly boy filled the air as his smaller followers finally snapped out of their daze, their eyes wide with anger. Rushing at Yang Lingchen with their own clubs raised. Yang Lingchen's eyes flashed with ferocity. Unafraid, he swung the spiked club and charged into the crowd, unleashing a storm of attacks. Bang bang bang. Ah! In no time, all the smaller followers were knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. What the hell? Is this guy even human? A new disciple can take down a group of older disciples so easily. I know him. I participated in the assessment with him. At this moment, many Outer Sect disciples had gathered at Yang Lingchen's dormitory door, their jaws dropped in shock. Hand over all your spirit stones, or I'll break your legs. Yang Lingchen's gaze was sharp, his tone chillingly fierce. Kid, don't go too far. Do you know who protects our fierce tiger society? Although the burly boy was beaten to a pulp, he still threatened Yang Lingchen, trying to act tough. Bang bang bang. Still pretending? Yang Lingchen swung the spiked club again, mercilessly turning the burly boy's face into a mess, resembling a pig's head. Stop. I'll give it, okay? The burly boy, now filled with fear, fumbled to pull a few spirit stones from his storage bag. Give it here. You think a few spirit stones can buy me off? Yang Lingchen yanked the storage bag from him roughly. And you all, hand over your storage bags, or I'll break your legs. Yang Lingchen swung the spiked club, his tone reaching a peak of arrogance, like a beast ready to attack at any moment. Under his overwhelming pressure, soon all the smaller followers trembled and handed over their storage bags one by one. Yang Lingchen rummaged through the spirit stones inside, then tossed the empty bags back to them. The Outer Sect disciples watching were all dumbfounded, staring at this new disciple in disbelief. This new disciple is too arrogant. You wait, you little brat. The burly boy spat out a hateful remark before scrambling away in defeat. In the Tianyuan Palace, as long as there were no casualties in disciples' fights, the higher-ups would rarely intervene. It's survival of the fittest. The Outer Sect is like a small world, where only the most outstanding disciples can survive. Back in his dormitory, Yang Lingchen carefully counted the spirit stones he had just acquired, and there were over 200. Is this the legendary spirit stone? Although Yang Lingchen had received Ling Yanyun's memories, it was his first time seeing real spirit stones. Feeling the rich spiritual energy contained within the stones, Yang Lingchen was excited and couldn't wait to begin refining them. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and neatly arranged all the spirit stones in front of him. He fully activated the Haotianju and began to continuously refine the spirit stones in his hands, carefully using his mysterious power to wash through the meridians in his body. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength, instantly drawing in a continuous flow of spiritual energy, like a tide, into his body. As he refined and absorbed the spirit stones one by one, Yang Lingchen quickly reached the threshold of the second layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. The second layer of the Mingxian realm. Finally, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the second layer of the Mingxian realm. Looking at the empty spirit stones in his hands, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Normally, more than 200 spirit stones would not be enough for him to break through a small realm. It was mainly because he had reached the peak of the first layer of the Mingxian realm in the past half-month. And with the aid of these more than 200 spirit stones, he was able to break through in one go. He then found a martial art in his memory for cultivating, and the reason for choosing to cultivate was mainly to make alchemy more convenient in the future. The next morning, Yang Lingchen left his residence and walked towards the task hall. In this world, if one wants to rise quickly, it absolutely cannot be done without substantial resource support, and to obtain rich resources, one must take on tasks. Just as Yang Lingchen walked out for a short distance, a group of people approached him. Among them was the burly young man who had been beaten by Yang Lingchen yesterday. Without saying a word, this group directly surrounded Yang Lingchen, with a young man in white brocade, exuding an extraordinary aura, leading the way. Some outer disciples passing by quickly chose to take a detour, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire, which would be too unprofitable. Kid, are you the one who hit my subordinate? The brocade-clad young man had a proud expression, his eyes full of disdain, clearly not taking Yang Lingchen seriously. So what if I did? Yang Lingchen looked the brocade-clad young man up and down. This person had a steady and restrained aura, with piercing eyes like knives. And his strength should be at the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm. Yang Lingchen had a clear understanding of his own strength. If he faced someone at the 6th layer of the Mingxian realm, he might be able to barely contend, but if he faced someone at the 7th layer, he would undoubtedly be defeated, especially since the other party had a group of helpers. Kneel down, hand over the spirit stones, and slap yourself 100 times, and this matter will be over. The brocade-clad young man had not finished speaking when, bang, Yang Lingchen's figure shot forward like lightning, instantly delivering a powerful punch to the brocade-clad young man's face. You little bastard, you're looking for death, how dare you? Bang, bang, bang. You bastard. Let us see you act tough. At this moment, Yang Lingchen did not care about anything else and quickly took out his Wolf Fang club, unleashing a storm of blows. Yang Lingchen knew very well that the brocade-clad young man was the strongest, and he had to take him down first to have even a slim chance of winning. You little bastard, you're looking for death. At this time, the brocade-clad young man's subordinates finally reacted, each swinging their clubs fiercely towards Yang Lingchen. Surrounded by a group of people at the 5th and 6th layers of the Mingxian realm, Yang Lingchen was no match for them. In an instant, he was hit several times with clubs. However, he did not care about the pain. He would strike anyone he could catch with all his might. Soon, several people at the scene were knocked unconscious by Yang Lingchen's blows. Of course, Yang Lingchen himself was not doing well. He had been hit multiple times and was covered in wounds. Under Yang Lingchen's reckless and desperate fighting style, those attacking him no longer dared to rush forward, as no one wanted to become the next unlucky one to be knocked down. You bastards, I will take you down sooner or later. Yang Lingchen cursed angrily and seized the moment when everyone hesitated to break out of the encirclement, disappearing into the bustling crowd in no time. You're dead. How dare you ambush me? At this moment, the brocade-clad young man slowly got up from the ground, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. Brother Qinming, are you okay? At this time, the burly young man cautiously walked over. Slap, slap, slap. Waist, now tell me, are you okay? Qinming was furious and slapped the burly young man more than 10 times in a row. He was in a rage, and the burly young man had the audacity to ask if he was okay. It was no wonder he was angry. Chapter 16. Ungratefulness in the Outer Gate Task Hall of the Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen walked straight to the task board and took 7 or 8 task sheets in one go, including tasks for hunting second-tier demon beasts, searching for medicinal materials, and some for obtaining demon cores. The Tianyuan Palace is located in the North Wilderness mountain range. After leaving the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen hurriedly headed towards the North Wilderness mountain range. Along the way, he would do his utmost to kill any demon beasts he could defeat and would collect any medicinal materials he encountered. This time out was not just for completing tasks. Training was also one of his important purposes. All the way, Yang Lingchen practiced the phantom technique, and whenever he encountered demon beasts, he would use the newly learned god-slaying sword technique. Since both of these techniques are top-tier existences in the divine realm, the progress of cultivation was quite slow. Although these two martial arts took a long time to cultivate, once he made some progress, he could demonstrate a powerful advantage far beyond that of the same tier. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. With Yang Lingchen's persistent efforts, both the phantom technique and the god-slaying sword technique made significant progress. At this time, as long as Yang Lingchen used his movement technique, he could instantly flash dozens of meters away. This astonishing speed, once unleashed in battle, was immeasurably advantageous. During this time, Yang Lingchen had a very fulfilling life. He engaged in fierce battles with demon beasts during the day to hone himself and found a deserted cave at night to enter the Haotian Jade for cultivation. Help! Is there anyone from Tianyuan Palace? One day, while Yang Lingchen was training in the mountains, he suddenly heard a frantic cry for help from a distance. He quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. At this moment, he saw a beautiful girl, like a flower, frantically fleeing, closely followed by a 10-meter-long armored ground lizard. Yang Lingchen assessed that if he did not step in to help, this girl would surely die. And the demon core of this armored ground lizard was exactly what he had been searching for. As one of the tasks he accepted was to obtain the demon core of the armored ground lizard. Yang Lingchen used his movement technique and instantly appeared in front of the girl, blocking the ferocious armored ground lizard. However, The beautiful girl did not even say a word of thanks upon seeing Yang Lingchen appear. She seized the opportunity and disappeared without a trace. This armored ground lizard was nearly 10 meters long, covered in hard scales, and was now opening its massive mouth, glaring fiercely at this suddenly appearing human. This armored ground lizard is too big. Yang Lingchen felt a chill in his heart under the fierce gaze of the armored ground lizard. However, he did not choose to retreat. Although this magic armored lizard was powerful, it was not entirely unbeatable. Moreover, he had the advantage of agility. If he truly couldn't win, it would not be too late to escape. Roar! Seeing that this tiny human dared to provoke him, the magic armored lizard roared in anger and swept its massive tail toward Yang Lingchen. Boom! Boom! A row of trees was ruthlessly broken by the giant tail of the magic armored lizard. Its tail was like a powerful harvester, leaving destruction in its wake. If hit, one would be either dead or severely injured. Yang Lingchen did not dare to let his guard down and used the phantom body technique, combining it with the god-slaying sword technique to slash fiercely at the magic armored lizard. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword struck the lizard's scales, producing a series of crisp sounds. The magic armored lizard had a sturdy armor, making it difficult for Yang Lingchen's ordinary sword to cause any damage. As the battle continued, Yang Lingchen gradually found the lizard's weaknesses, specifically its joints and eyes. Under Yang Lingchen's relentless attacks, the lizard's limbs and eyes were all incapacitated. The now blind magic armored lizard became increasingly frenzied, wildly sweeping its tail around. Yang Lingchen found a safe place to recover his energy, planning to take its demon core after the lizard exhausted itself. After a while, Yang Lingchen finally restored his energy and spent some time successfully dealing with the magic armored lizard. Just as he was about to collect the lizard's demon core, a voice interrupted him. Stop! This magic armored lizard was discovered by me first, and I was the one who injured it, giving you the chance to kill it. Therefore, this demon core should belong to me. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful girl had appeared behind Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen frowned. He had seen shamelessness before, but never such brazen audacity. He couldn't be bothered to engage with the girl and directly took the demon core. You little brat, hand over the demon core, or I'll make sure you have no place to stand outside the Tianyuan Palace. The girl's voice was icy cold. Slap! Yang Lingchen's figure flashed, and without hesitation, he slapped her across the face. He could no longer tolerate it. He had saved her life, yet instead of gratitude, she attempted to snatch his demon core. Oh! The girl let out a piercing scream as she was knocked back, her right cheek instantly swelling up. You're dead. Do you know who I am? The girl slowly got up, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yang Lingchen. You think I want to just deal with you right here? Yang Lingchen's figure appeared like a ghost, gripping the girl's neck tightly. A strong sense of suffocation hit her, filling her with immense fear. This guy seemed completely unconcerned about her identity. You have some guts, daring to harm my sister, Li Tianxing. A figure appeared in the distance, landing before Yang Lingchen in the blink of an eye, exuding a terrifying aura. Sensing the chilling presence from the other party, Yang Lingchen positioned the girl behind him while secretly remaining alert. The newcomer was a young man dressed in the robes of an inner sect disciple with a strong physique. Brother, save me, the girl managed to say with difficulty. Li Tianxing looked at Yang Lingchen with piercing eyes and said, let go of my sister, or I'll destroy your entire family. Yang Lingchen had originally intended to release the girl, but with Li Tianxing's sudden appearance, he dared not let go. If he did, he would undoubtedly face a furious pursuit. Aren't you going to ask why I harmed your sister? Yang Lingchen spoke up. No need to ask. Just let go of my sister and sever an arm. I can spare your life, Li Tianxing said coldly. I saved your sister's life. Yet she repays kindness with enmity and wants to rob me of my demon core. If you want to save your sister, throw me your storage bag. Yang Lingchen tightened his grip, remaining vigilant against Li Tianxing. Since they were being unreasonable, he felt no need to be polite. The girl began to cough violently, her face turning red as her veins bulged and her eyes widened. Stop! I'll give you the storage bag. If you dare harm my sister, no one in Tianyuan Palace can save you. Li Tianxing threatened, then took off his storage bag and tossed it to Yang Lingchen. Now back off 100 meters, and I'll naturally release your sister, Yang Lingchen said coldly. Li Tianxing glared at Yang Lingchen, slowly stepping back 100 meters. His eyes filled with a desire to tear Yang Lingchen apart. Slap! Slap! The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wretched woman, I'll slap you to death. Yang Lingchen slapped her several more times, turning her face into a swollen mess. He then swiftly used the phantom body technique and vanished into the woods. You're asking for death. Li Tianqing dashed toward the place where Yang Lingchen had disappeared. Moments later, he returned to the same spot, finding that Yang Lingchen had vanished without a trace. Brother, I will definitely kill him. The girl's eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry, Xine. As long as he is still in Tianyuan Palace, we will definitely find him, Li Tianqing said, his gaze extremely cold. A mere Outer Sect disciple dared to beat his sister like this and extort his storage bag. It was an incredible humiliation for him. Chapter 17. Taking advantage of the Fire North Wilderness mountain range. In a very hidden cave, Yang Lingchen summoned the Haotian jade from within him, placing it in the soil, and then entered the space of the Haotian jade. Yang Lingchen took out Li Tianqing's storage bag and poured out more than 2,000 spirit stones, along with many precious herbs. Looking at the more than 2,000 spirit stones, excitement flickered in Yang Lingchen's eyes. With these spirit stones, he was confident he could break through to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Doing good but being repaid with malice left Yang Lingchen feeling extremely frustrated. However, the moment he saw these 2,000 spirit stones, his gloomy mood vanished without a trace. Originally, Yang Lingchen had not planned to do anything to that girl. It was just that the situation had exceeded his expectations. Since he had already offended her thoroughly, he might as well squeeze out another benefit. He sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and took out all the spirit stones. Activating the Haotian technique, he began to continuously absorb the spirit stones in his hand, converting the spiritual energy into mysterious energy and launching an attack toward the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had reached the critical point of breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he took out all the remaining spirit stones. As he refined and absorbed the spirit stones one by one, Yang Lingchen quickly touched the threshold of the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. The third layer of the Mingxian realm. He finally succeeded in breaking through to the third layer of the Mingxian realm. Looking at the more than 2,000 spirit stones that had been consumed, Yang Lingchen felt heartbroken. If others knew that Yang Lingchen had broken through from the first layer to the third layer of the Mingxian realm in just a few days, they would definitely be shocked. Because under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an average person to refine spirit stones at his speed. Generally, cultivators at the Mingxian realm can only refine around 10 low-grade spirit stones in a day. However, Yang Lingchen can refine spirit stones without any limits. All thanks to the god-level cultivation technique, Haotian Ju, that he practices. It seems I need to find a way to earn spirit stones. The only viable method at the moment is alchemy, relying on pills to earn spirit stones, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. After leaving the Haotian Jade space, Yang Lingchen reappeared in the North Wilderness mountain range. At this moment, he had completed all the tasks he accepted, but he did not intend to return immediately, as this place was undoubtedly an excellent trial ground. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Lingchen's god-slaying sword technique and phantom technique became increasingly proficient, reaching a peak level of mastery. One day, while passing through a dense forest, he heard the sound of weapons clashing inside. Out of curiosity, Yang Lingchen cautiously crept towards the forest. He concealed his aura and quietly lay among the thick bushes. Peering through the dense branches, he saw a man and a woman engaged in a life-and-death battle, both swinging their swords fiercely at each other. It was Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen recognized the woman as Feng Xueqing, who had participated in the assessment with him. To Yang Lingchen's surprise, Feng Xueqing's cultivation had already reached the third layer of the Mingxian realm. This talent for cultivation is truly astonishing. The girl moved gracefully, her proud figure swaying with her movements, while her long sword continuously released sword energy towards her opponent. Wow, she's really impressive, Yang Lingchen thought to himself, watching with great interest. Just then, he accidentally caught sight of a Xianling ginseng not far away. Damn, Xianling ginseng. At that moment, Yang Lingchen finally understood the reason behind the battle. The two were actually fighting over this Xianling ginseng. The Xianling ginseng is an extremely rare heavenly spirit herb that can directly enhance a cultivator's realm by one small level when consumed. I must get my hands on this Xianling ginseng, Yang Lingchen silently vowed. Now that he was at the Mingxian realm, if he obtained this Xianling ginseng, he could elevate his cultivation to the next small level. Yang Lingchen concealed his aura and stealthily moved in the direction of the Xianling ginseng. Feng Xueqing, I must have this Xianling ginseng. If you keep pestering me, Don't blame me for being ruthless. The young man revealed a chilling aura in his eyes. Chen Junjie, with your abilities, how dare you compete with me? Who gave you the courage? It's one thing to be ugly, but you still have the nerve to come out and scare people. Feng Xueqing mocked while attacking. Feng Xueqing, you're seeking death. Chen Junjie instantly exploded with rage. He hated it when others mentioned his appearance, and Feng Xueqing had hit his sore spot, which made him furious. With a swing of his sword, Chen Junjie unleashed a dazzling sword energy that slashed toward Feng Xueqing, distorting the surrounding air as if it were affected by the sword. At that moment, Feng Xueqing's figure flickered, swiftly avoiding the attack, while her long sword formed a sword formation that shot rapidly toward Chen Junjie. Faced with Feng Xueqing's sword formation, Chen Junjie couldn't help but frown and hurriedly retreated. Although his cultivation was far superior to hers, he was quite wary of her sword formation. As the battle continued, both sides were bloodthirsty, but due to their similar fighting power, neither could defeat the other in a short time. Just then, they exchanged a blow and each retreated 10 meters. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's figure flashed like lightning and instantly appeared next to the Xianling ginseng. He unhesitatingly plucked the Xianling ginseng and immediately transformed into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Lingchen was already dozens of feet away. Stop right there, you scoundrel! Feng Xueqing angrily shouted, immediately using her movement technique to chase after Yang Lingchen. Kid, you're seeking death. The young man also noticed that Yang Lingchen had taken the Xianling ginseng. Instantly infuriated, Yang Lingchen fled wildly, while Feng Xueqing closely pursued him. As for the young man named Chen Junjie, he had long been left far behind. Although his cultivation was at the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm, in terms of speed, he was no match for Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. You scoundrel, you're dead. How dare you steal my Xianling ginseng? The more Feng Xueqing chased, the more alarmed she became. She was using top-tier movement techniques. How could this kid run faster than her? Little tiger girl, you can't catch up to me. Keep chasing. And be careful not to lose your big buns. Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, then increased his speed again, disappearing deeper into the forest. This is driving me crazy. You scoundrel, one day I will break your third leg. Feng Xueqing said angrily. After running for a while, Yang Lingchen changed direction and began searching for monster beasts in the mountains to hone his physical body. He placed great importance on the cultivation of his physical body. A strong physique not only gave him an absolute advantage in close combat, but also enhanced his defensive capabilities. Sometimes, when his spiritual energy was exhausted, at least his physical cultivation could support his fighting power. 3 more days passed, and during this time, Yang Lingchen killed countless second-tier monster beasts, and his cultivation became more solid. One day, Yang Lingchen found a cave and decided to consume the Xianling ginseng. Just a moment ago, he noticed that the medicinal effect of the Xianling ginseng was gradually fading. If he didn't consume it in time, it might become useless. Chapter 18. Feng Xueqing's Anomaly in the Haotian Jade Space. Yang Lingchen carefully took out the Xianling ginseng, then opened his mouth and swallowed it bite by bite. Instantly, an extremely rich spiritual energy surged through his body. Yang Lingchen immediately sat cross-legged and began to rapidly refine this overwhelming spiritual energy. At this moment, the spiritual energy inside him boiled like scorching hot water, crazily filling his entire body, and the pain almost made him cry out. However, Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth and persevered, frantically urging the spiritual energy within him to fully break through to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. After Yang Lingchen's relentless attempts, he soon touched the solid barrier of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom! The 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Yang Lingchen's mouth. He was quite pleased with the results of his training over the past few days. It is known that for an average person to break through from the 2nd layer to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, it would take at least a year. But he had only taken a little over 10 days. After the breakthrough, Yang Lingchen left the Haotian Jade Space and hurried towards the direction of Tianyuan Palace. You scoundrel! This time I want to see where you run. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a young girl dressed in a luxurious light blue dress, with a sexy and enchanting figure and stunning beauty, blocked Yang Lingchen's path. This girl with breathtaking beauty was none other than Feng Xueqing. Isn't this Miss Xueqing, who possesses beauty, wisdom, cuteness, and kindness all in one? I wonder why you stopped me. Yang Lingchen smiled awkwardly. Hand over the Xianling ginseng, or I will have to castrate you today, miss. Feng Xueqing's gaze was icy to the extreme. Yang Lingchen chuckled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, Miss Xueqing, I couldn't find anything to eat last night. So I used it as a midnight snack. Ah, you bastard, I will completely ruin you." Feng Xueqing's eyes were filled with infinite rage. Suddenly, she swung her battle sword, and a sharp sword aura instantly tore through the air, carrying a chilling murderous intent, and slashed fiercely towards Yang Lingchen. "Little tiger girl, do you think you can ruin me with that little bit of strength?" Yang Lingchen sneered, his movement technique activated instantly, narrowly dodging this powerful strike. At the same time, he swung his battle sword and charged towards his opponent to launch an attack. Facing a genius like Feng Xueqing, Yang Lingchen was very cautious. Since his arrival in this world, Feng Xueqing was the most outstanding genius he had ever seen. If it had been yesterday, Yang Lingchen estimated he could only fight her to a draw. However, today he had successfully broken through to the fourth layer of the Mingxian realm, so he was confident he could defeat her. With the powerful boost of the god-slaying sword technique, Yang Lingchen quickly gained the upper hand, and Feng Xueqing was repeatedly forced to retreat. Of course, at this moment, Yang Lingchen did not use his full strength, as there was no deep hatred between them. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Feng Xueqing's sword technique did not carry much lethal intent. At most, she just wanted to teach him a good lesson. "Little tiger girl, with this little strength, you still want to castrate me?" Yang Lingchen smiled wickedly. "You shameless rogue, I will definitely castrate you," Feng Xueqing angrily rebuked. And instantly several long swords appeared in her hand, hovering in midair to form a powerful sword formation, then swiftly shot towards Yang Lingchen's lower body. "What the heck? Despicable and shameless, you crazy woman. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude." Faced with this terrifying sword formation, Yang Lingchen rolled on the ground in a panic, narrowly avoiding it, while his figure shot towards Feng Xueqing like lightning, delivering a heavy palm strike to her massive chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Feng Xueqing was directly knocked back by Yang Lingchen's palm. "Shameless rogue, you are dead." Feng Xueqing struggled to get up, her eyes almost spitting fire. At this moment, she only wanted to kill this shameless person. Feng Xueqing's face was as cold as frost, and her figure transformed into a dazzling white light, rushing straight to Yang Lingchen's front. "You little brat, are you never going to give up? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I will take your last name." Yang Lingchen was also enraged and used all his strength to swing his sword, deflecting her long sword, then delivered another palm strike. Bang! Yang Lingchen's palm struck Feng Xueqing again. "What the heck?" Yang Lingchen felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. "Ah, shameless rogue, I will definitely kill you." Feng Xueqing was completely furious. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Bang! Seeing this, Yang Lingchen quickly flashed and delivered another heavy slap to Feng Xueqing. "Shameless rogue, despicable and shameless." Feng Xueqing was almost on the verge of collapse. In just a short while, this bastard had taken advantage of her completely. At this moment, Yang Lingchen seized a perfect opportunity and directly snatched the long sword from Feng Xueqing's hand. At the same time, his right hand quickly reached out and grabbed her throat. "Little tiger girl, do you submit? You shameless rogue, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will definitely sell you to a brothel as a male prostitute." Feng Xueqing glared coldly at Yang Lingchen with her stunning eyes. At this moment, she struggled desperately, but Yang Lingchen's right hand was like iron, tightly gripping her throat, gradually making it hard for her to breathe. Veins bulged on her face, and her eyes widened. "Do you believe I will strip you naked and hang you on a tree?" Yang Lingchen put on a fierce expression while slightly loosening his grip. "Cough, do you dare?" Feng Xueqing gasped for breath. Feng Xueqing's strength was very powerful, and she was the type of super genius who could challenge opponents above her level. For a moment, Yang Lingchen didn't know what to do. He couldn't really kill her, could he? "Do you really think I wouldn't dare do anything to you? Do you believe I will rape you before killing you?" Yang Lingchen's lips curled into a wicked smile. "You shameless rogue, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, come at me." Feng Xueqing angrily scolded, looking at Yang Lingchen with disdain. Clap, clap. Yang Lingchen quickly slapped around Feng Xueqing, instantly sealing her acupoints and meridians, causing her to lie on the ground unable to move. "All right, since you are so bold, don't beg for mercy later." Yang Lingchen began to take off his clothes one by one, looking impatient. "Hurry up and take it off. You can keep going. Is it too small?" Feng Xueqing looked at Yang Lingchen with disdain. What the heck? Yang Lingchen was left speechless. This little tiger girl really couldn't be intimidated. He couldn't really strip naked. Could he? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yang Lingchen's mind, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. He then approached Feng Xueqing and gently took off her outer garment. You shameless rogue, what are you trying to do? Seeing Yang Lingchen come over, Feng Xueqing's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Nothing, just giving you a massage. Yang Lingchen wore a mischievous smile. You shameless rogue, you dare? Feng Xueqing scolded, looking at Yang Lingchen's wicked eyes, and at this moment, she really felt a bit panicked. Is this all the courage you have? You dare provoke me? Yang Lingchen grinned mischievously. But I'm not interested in your little girl. I will just scratch your itch. Yang Lingchen calmed his inner excitement, and without saying a word, directly reached into Feng Xueqing's armpit and began to scratch gently. Ha ha, Yang Lingchen, you bastard. Take your hand out. Feng Xueqing burst into mad laughter. Still pretty bold, huh? Not convinced. Yang Lingchen sneered and continued scratching under her armpit. Ha ha, stop aw. At this moment, Feng Xueqing's enchanting and sexy voice echoed throughout the forest. Call me husband to hear it, and I will let you go. Yang Lingchen smiled wickedly. Ha ha, bastard. I will kill you. Ah. Feng Xueqing laughed while cursing. Not calling, huh? Then I can only continue. Yang Lingchen smiled wickedly. He continued scratching. Mainly because her skin was too delicate, he was a bit reluctant to let go. Ha ha, husband, spare me. Being scratched all over. Feng Xueqing finally began to plead for mercy. Scratching all over. Feng Xueqing finally began to plead for mercy. Ha ha. At that moment, Feng Xueqing, who had been lying quietly, suddenly trembled all over. Soon after, a faint blush gradually appeared on her stunning cheeks, making her look incredibly beautiful, like a delicate flower blooming in spring. What the hell is going on? What is that expression? Why does it look like she's enjoying it? Did I scratch her silly? Yang Lingchen was completely baffled. His eyes wide open, filled with confusion. Hey, are you okay? Yang Lingchen asked with a hint of curiosity, then reluctantly released Feng Xueqing's flawless jade-like hand. Yang Lingchen, you're done for. I'll make sure to break your third leg. Feng Xueqing scolded sweetly, her expression gradually calming down. At that moment, her beautiful eyes coldly stared at Yang Lingchen, as if hiding countless sharp blades, seemingly wanting to torture him. Feng Xueqing, we don't seem to have much hatred, right? It's just a matter of me taking one of your Xianling ginseng. I can always return it to you later. I'll take my leave now. Yang Lingchen quickly finished speaking, patted Feng Xueqing a few times to relieve her restraints, then moved his feet and leaped away, instantly disappearing into the dense forest in the distance. Yang Lingchen, you despicable, shameless, lewd rogue, just you wait. Feng Xueqing shouted angrily, her voice filled with rage. Remembering her earlier reaction, her stunning cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her beautiful eyes filled with endless fury. From childhood to adulthood, Feng Xueqing had never been so embarrassed in front of a man. However, she found it strange that the peculiar feeling she had just experienced was actually quite pleasurable. It was the first time in her life that she had such an experience. Inside the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. Brother, have you found that guy? Li Xinyi's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, as if burning with flames. She harbored immense resentment towards Yang Lingchen. No one had ever dared to treat her like this. Xinyi, don't worry. I've already sent someone to investigate, but with tens of thousands of Outer Gate disciples, it's not easy to find him, Li Tianqing said. His eyes carrying a cold aura, his voice low and suppressed. An Outer Gate disciple not only beat up his sister, but also knocked the bamboo pole on his head. How could he swallow this resentment? I want him to wish he were dead. Li Xinyi gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with deep malice, as if she wanted to completely devour Yang Lingchen. Outside the outer gate of Tianyuan Palace. Is that guy back yet? Chun Ming's eyes were sharp as blades, staring directly at the muscular young man in front of him. Not yet, but I've already had someone keep an eye on his residence. We'll notify you as soon as he returns, the muscular young man said in a low voice, filled with respect. Good, this time I must break his limbs. Chun Ming's eyes revealed a chilling coldness. Just thinking about the losses he suffered at Yang Lingchen's hands ignited a raging fury within him, wishing he could immediately tear Yang Lingchen to pieces. In the task hall of Tianyuan Palace. Back in the task hall, Yang Lingchen delivered the completed tasks one by one. At the same time, he used the numerous monster beast corpses in his possession to exchange for a significant amount of contribution points. After careful counting, he managed to earn over 20,000 contribution points. In Tianyuanzong, as long as disciples could hunt monster beasts or gather precious medicinal materials, they could exchange them for contribution points. After all, Many parts of monster beasts are important materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. Yang Lingchen then used these over 20,000 contribution points to exchange for a lot of materials used for refining Mingxian realm pills. Next, it was time for alchemy. As long as he had Mingxian realm pills, Yang Lingchen was confident he could quickly break through to the Tongxian realm. Once back at his residence, Yang Lingchen tidied up and prepared to start alchemy. Bang! You little bastard, today I'm going to break your limbs. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open violently, and Chunming walked in with an extremely cold gaze, his face twisted in a snarl, followed by a dozen or so underlings. Damn it, looking for death. Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed, instantly filled with rage. Without saying a word, he swung his Wolf Fang club and charged at Chunming. Bang, bang, bang. Let us see you act cool. Let us see you disturb me. Let us see you call yourself this young master in front of me. Let us see you look so ugly. Let us see you have a dirty mouth. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily while wildly beating down with the Wolf Fang club. He had been preparing to refine pills, and if Chunming had barged in a moment earlier, it would have ruined a whole batch of pills. In front of absolute strength, Chunming was beaten into a swollen pig's head in just a few breaths. Meanwhile, Chunming's underlings were terrified by Yang Lingchen's brutality. Retreating in fear, they knew very well that Yang Lingchen either didn't make a move, or once he did, he would relentlessly beat someone until they were utterly powerless to resist. You little bastard, you're dead. Offending me, the Tiger Society. You want to find a place to stand in the outer gate of Tianyuan Palace. Chunming glared at Yang Lingchen with malice. Despite his current miserable state, he still stubbornly spat out harsh words. Crack, crack. Damn it, still acting tough. Yang Lingchen swung down with 2 more blows. With 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking, Chunming's feet were instantly smashed. Young people can be arrogant and overbearing, but they shouldn't be brainless about it. Clearly already knocked down, he still insisted on putting on a show. That was just asking for death. Yang Lingchen stretched out his right hand and patted Chunming's face lightly, adopting a tone full of disdain, like he was educating a junior. You. Chunming felt a surge of anger, his heart racing, and he fainted on the spot. Is that it? Damn, I thought you were someone important. Yang Lingchen sneered disdainfully, directly snatching Chunming's storage bag, then kicking him out. Subsequently, Yang Lingchen left his residence. He chose not to continue refining pills there because alchemy requires a very quiet, undisturbed environment. If interrupted at a crucial moment, the loss would be immense. Yang Lingchen found a very secluded place, safely hid the Haotian jade, and then entered the Haotian jade space. He took out the alchemy furnace and carefully sorted the quantities of the materials. Following Ling Yanyun's memories of alchemy, Yang Lingchen activated the alchemical fire, carefully controlling the temperature, and began to put the materials into the furnace one by one. Although he possessed the memories of the alchemy god Ling Yanyun, this was only his second time refining pills, and his technique was still somewhat unpolished. Of course, this unpolished refers to compared to the alchemy god Ling Yanyun. If compared to ordinary alchemists in the Tianwu continent, his technique could already be described as superb. Boom. After about a quarter of an hour, a batch of top-quality Mingxian pills was successfully refined by Yang Lingchen. Haha, top-quality Mingxian pills. Yang Lingchen laughed heartily, feeling very satisfied with the results of this alchemy session. With the Mingxian Dan, his cultivation could be rapidly improved. Soon after, Yang Lingchen immersed himself in alchemy once again. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. After several hours of careful refining, Yang Lingchen successfully produced 20 batches of pills. Among them, 10 batches were high-level Mingxian Dan, which he intended to sell. To avoid attracting attention, he specifically refined them into high-level pills. As for the top-grade pills, he planned to keep them for his own use. After tidying up a bit, Yang Lingchen quietly left the Haotian Jade space and headed toward the Outer Sect trading square. He intended to sell some pills there, while also earning some contribution points and spirit stones. At the Tianyuan Palace, in the Outer Sect Disciple Trading Square, Yang Lingchen found an empty stall, set up a table, and neatly displayed several high-level Mingxian Dan on it. Then, he erected a sign in front of his stall, which read clearly, high-level Mingxian Dan, valued at 1,000 contribution points each, or 30 low-grade spirit stones. The Outer Sect Trading Square is a place specifically for Outer Sect disciples to trade items. Here, many people sell weapons, herbs, or martial arts techniques. Of course, there are generally no particularly precious items in the Outer Sect Trading Square. They are all low-level weapons and beginner-level techniques. After all, no one would be willing to sell truly good items here. As soon as Yang Lingchen carefully took out the high-level Mingxian Dan, the brilliant pill glow quickly attracted many people's attention. After all, although there are usually Mingxian Dan for sale in the Outer Sect trading square, most of them are low-level Mingxian Dan, which are of ordinary quality and effect. It was almost unheard of for someone like Yang Lingchen to directly sell high-level Mingxian Dan. Don't miss out. Yang Lingchen mustered his strength and shouted, "High-level Mingxian Dan. Now on special sale, only 1,000 contribution points or 30 spirit stones each." Under Yang Lingchen's enthusiastic promotion, his stall was soon crowded with people. This was a high-level Mingxian Dan, a rare item that was absolutely hard to come by in the outside world. In no time, the high-level Mingxian Dan in his hands were sold out. Looking at the substantial 100,000 contribution points and over 1,000 spirit stones in his hands, Yang Lingchen's mouth almost smiled from ear to ear. It should be known that the cost of the herbs used for the pills he just sold was only a little over 3,000 contribution points. And in the blink of an eye, he made a profit of over 100,000 contribution points. Anyone would probably be grinning from ear to ear. Many people, frustrated for not being able to grab the Mingxian Dan, stomped their feet in anger, their faces filled with regret and unwillingness. After all, this was high-level Mingxian Dan, which was far superior to low-level Mingxian Dan in terms of efficacy and cultivation enhancement. Seeing the crowd that was reluctant to leave, Yang Lingchen smiled and said, "Fellow disciples, don't be anxious. I will be back tomorrow to sell high-level Mingxian Dan and some other high-level pills. Just be prepared with your contribution points or spirit stones." After saying this, Yang Lingchen left the trading square with satisfaction and walked briskly towards the exchange hall. With 100,000 contribution points, Yang Lingchen felt light on his feet, as if he was floating. It was like a poor person suddenly winning 5 million in a lottery. The joy and excitement were simply indescribable. In the exchange hall, Yang Lingchen unhesitatingly spent 50,000 contribution points to exchange for a high-level Xiantir Qingling sword, and converted the remaining contribution points into various precious herbs needed for alchemy. Yang Lingchen found a secluded and quiet forest, cautiously observed his surroundings, and confirmed that no one was around before entering the Haotian Jade space to prepare for alchemy. Meanwhile, the news of the high-level Mingxian Dan appearing in the Outer Sect trading square spread like wildfire outside the Tianyuan Palace. In no time, many people's attention was focused on the trading square for tomorrow. The emergence of high-level Mingxian Dan was undoubtedly shocking news for numerous Outer Sect disciples, especially for many cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the Mingxian realm. At this level, relying on meditation to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become exceedingly slow. Furthermore, spirit stones were extremely precious and scarce, making pills their best choice for enhancing cultivation. Inside the Haotian Jade space, after several hours of focused alchemy, Yang Lingchen successfully refined all the herbs into pills. Naturally, most of them were high-quality top-grade pills, with only a small portion being high-level pills. Not only that, but he also produced several high-level detoxification pills, healing pills, and recovery pills. After finishing the pills, Yang Lingchen found a quiet spot in the space and began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged and took out dozens of top-grade Mingxian Dan from his storage bag, refining them one by one. The pure spiritual energy contained in the pills was continuously absorbed into his body like a tide. As the pills were continuously absorbed and refined, Yang Lingchen's cultivation progressed rapidly, soon reaching the peak of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this point, he gradually stopped, as he knew that a breakthrough in realm was not merely dependent on the accumulation of pills, but required careful polishing over time. The effect of pills could allow a person's cultivation to rapidly rise from the early stage to the peak. However, a breakthrough in realm required the accumulation of time and continuous honing in actual combat. Some geniuses could break through realm barriers quickly due to their insights into cultivation, while those with poorer talent could only reach the peak of a small realm, unable to break into the next small realm even with the best pills. Yang Lingchen had only recently broken through to the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the next realm immediately. He understood that a rapid breakthrough was not a good thing. Instead, it might lead to an unstable foundation, affecting his future cultivation path. The next morning, at the Outer Sect trading square of the Tianyuan Palace, Yang Lingchen returned to the stall from yesterday. This time, as soon as Yang Lingchen set up his stall, a crowd of people surrounded him like a tide, each impatiently shouting to buy top-grade Mingxian Dan. Wow, the business is so good. Yang Lingchen was secretly surprised. Dear brothers and sisters, due to recent price increases, the cost of pills has risen significantly, so I had to make some minor adjustments to the prices. Yang Lingchen smiled and said slowly, today, in addition to Mingxian Dan, I also have healing pills, detoxification pills, recovery pills, and a type of irresistible Hawan Dan. All pills are 2,000 contribution points each or 40 spirit stones each. You are just raising the price. Some people in the crowd showed dissatisfaction and complained loudly. Sigh. I don't want to raise the price either. However, I also source these from elsewhere. Now that the prices of medicinal herbs have risen, the price of the pills has to increase as well, Yang Lingchen explained helplessly. Give me 2 Mingxian pills. I want 1 detoxification pill. In an instant, everyone began to rush to buy, and Yang Lingchen's price increase did not dampen the enthusiasm for high-level pills. I want a few Hawan pills. A man dressed completely in thick clothing approached and said in a deep voice, Haha, Wu Yifan, why are you covering up so much? Do you really think no one can recognize you? A man could not help but laugh when he saw this person. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. What are you laughing at? What are you all pretending to be virtuous for? Wu Yifan said angrily, taking the Hawan pills and leaving in a huff. Make way. Make way. At this moment, a few arrogant youths shouted as they approached, rudely driving away everyone who was buying pills. Kid, here are 10 spirit stones. I want all your pills. At this time, a boy dressed in a blue brocade robe, with an arrogant expression, walked over, followed by 7 or 8 lackeys, all of whom were at the 7th or 8th level of the Mingxian realm. You seem to be seriously ill. Yang Lingchen sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. You're looking for death, kid. The arrogant boy coldly snorted, furious, and slapped towards Yang Lingchen. Bang! However, Yang Lingchen was already prepared and swung his club directly at the boy's hand. Clap! Ah! The arrogant boy's right hand hit Yang Lingchen's wolf-tooth club, instantly letting out a pitiful scream, his palm turning red and swollen. Disable this kid for me. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. The arrogant boy's face twisted in rage as he shouted. Immediately, the 7 or 8 lackeys behind him revealed fierce expressions and charged at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen was not afraid at all. He drew his Qingling sword and used exquisite sword techniques and agile movements to rush forward. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash. After several sword strikes, all 7 or 8 disciples at the 7th or 8th level of the Mingxian realm were incapacitated, lying on the ground in agony, groaning. Kid, do you know who I am? How dare you touch my people? The arrogant boy glared at Yang Lingchen with a cold gaze, gritting his teeth. Of course I know. Aren't you just my obedient grandson? Yang Lingchen said nonchalantly, a hint of mockery on his lips. You little bastard, just wait. The arrogant boy shot Yang Lingchen a venomous glance and turned to leave. In that moment, Yang Lingchen swung his wolf-tooth club toward the boy. Bang, 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 bang. While swinging the club with force, Yang Lingchen shouted, How dare you insult Grandpa? How dare you pretend to be tough? Now tell me, who asked the little bastard? With Yang Lingchen's superb agility and the element of surprise, the arrogant boy did not have time to react before being hit by Yang Lingchen's flurry of attacks. In no time, the arrogant boy was beaten beyond recognition, his once handsome face now swollen like a pig's head. You little bastard, you will definitely die. The arrogant boy's eyes were filled with endless hatred and killing intent as he stared at Yang Lingchen. Bang! Yang Lingchen directly struck the arrogant boy's front teeth with a club, causing blood to spray everywhere, with teeth scattering on the ground. Then, like kicking a dead dog, he kicked him away. Everyone was shocked. The disciples of Tianyuan Palace watching were all frozen in disbelief. This arrogant boy was actually the brother of Mo Zaheo, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Outer Sect, yet this guy dared to beat him up like this. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and buy pills. If you miss today, I want to come again. Yang Lingchen shouted loudly again. After this time, he indeed did not plan to return, as he had already earned enough contribution points, and selling pills here attracted too much attention, which was against his original intention of being low-key. Seeing Yang Lingchen say this, everyone hurriedly surrounded him again. This was the last chance. No one wanted to miss this rare opportunity. After all, they wouldn't be able to buy such high-level Mingxian pills in the future. Although Yang Lingchen had refined a lot of pills this time, they quickly sold out under the frenzy of purchasing. Chapter 21. Beaten Tianyuan Palace, Yanyun Peak. 2 graceful, stunning, and breathtaking figures stood quietly at the peak. Euro, do you think we can really find such a person? A voice as soft as a dream echoed gently. Sister Yanyun, in this Tianyuan Palace. Finding someone with talent surpassing Xikong Jie is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Lin Yuro said softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. No, I firmly believe we can find him. I believe Elder Tianji's divination is not wrong. That person must be in Tianyuan Palace, and he is a new disciple, Ling Yanyun said, her beautiful eyes showing a determined spirit. Even if we can really find such a person, how can he possibly catch up to Xikong Jie in such a short time with his current low cultivation? Lin Yuro frowned, speaking solemnly. If we don't try, how can we know the result? Do you really want me to marry that hypocritical scoundrel Xikong Jie? Ling Yanyun's expression was filled with helplessness. Sister Yanyun, then let's go check the Outer Sect in the next few days. Perhaps Elder Tianji's divination will really come true, Lin Yuro suggested. At the Outer Sect trading square, Yang Lingchen had just tidied up his things and was about to leave. Brother Lingchen, why are you setting up a stall here? At that moment, a sweet and charming voice suddenly rang out. A graceful figure rushed over, directly hugging Yang Lingchen and leaning against his chest. What the hell? What's going on? Yang Lingchen looked confused, staring blankly at Feng Xueqing. Xueqing, who is he? A young man dressed in a white long robe, with an elegant and handsome appearance, walked over. Frowning slightly. Senior brother Xiao Junyi, this is Yang Lingchen, my fiancé, Feng Xueqing replied sweetly. Xueqing, your taste seems a bit poor, even if you want to reject me. There's no need to choose a waste at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm. Xiao Junyi looked at Yang Lingchen with undisguised disdain in his eyes. This is my personal matter. I don't need senior brother Xiao Junyi to worry about it. Feng Xueqing's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Xueqing, in the future, don't bother with ugly people, otherwise, they might think you like them. Yang Lingchen naturally wrapped his arm around Feng Xueqing's slender waist. Originally, Yang Lingchen did not want to get involved in this mess, but Xiao Junyi's words were too vicious, calling him a waste, which he could not tolerate. Clap. Xueqing, look at who you know. Not only is he ugly, but he is also deaf, Yang Lingchen said, while gently patting Feng Xueqing's perky bottom. Yang Lingchen saw through Feng Xueqing's intentions at a glance. She merely wanted to use Xiao Junyi to teach him a lesson, while also using him to shake off Xiao Junyi's pursuit. For her, it was a clever plan that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Since he had already seen through Feng Xueqing's thoughts, Yang Lingchen certainly wouldn't let himself suffer for nothing. He had to take full advantage of the situation. After all, Feng Xueqing was undoubtedly a rare beauty in the world, especially with her impressive figure that could stand out among many women. Got it. I'll listen to you from now on, Feng Xueqing said with a playful pout. At the same time, a storm of anger surged in her heart. You scoundrel. Just wait. How dare you take advantage of me? You don't know what you're in for. Xiao Junyi's gaze instantly became sharp as he raised his hand to slap Yang Lingchen fiercely. Seeing Xiao Junyi make a move, Feng Xueqing was overjoyed and was about to slip away when Yang Lingchen suddenly grabbed her and pulled her in front of him. Upon seeing this, Xiao Junyi quickly retracted most of his strength. He didn't want to hurt Feng Xueqing. Just as he retracted his strength, Yang Lingchen's wolf fang fist struck hard against Xiao Junyi's palm. Crack. Oh. With a crisp sound of a bone breaking, Xiao Junyi's hand was instantly fractured, and he let out a heartbreaking scream. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Yang Lingchen wouldn't give him any chance to breathe, unleashing a furious assault that left Xiao Junyi crumpled on the ground. Now tell me, who doesn't know what they're in for? Who has the waste? Yang Lingchen stomped heavily on Xiao Junyi's face, speaking coldly. Normally, it would be hard for Yang Lingchen to defeat Xiao Junyi, as he was a powerful expert at the 9th level of the Mingxian realm. He mainly suffered because he was too careless. Plus Yang Lingchen used Feng Xueqing as a shield to catch him off guard. The outer disciples watching at the trading square were all shocked, surprised that this alchemist disciple had such terrifying strength. At that moment, Feng Xueqing also gaped in surprise, frozen in place, secretly thinking, this scoundrel is too brutal. How can he be so cunning and dare to use me as a shield? You little brat, daring to sneak attack me, I won't let this go. Xiao Junyi glared coldly at Yang Lingchen, gritting his teeth. Bang bang. I really don't like your gaze. Let me give you a pair of panda eyes. Yang Lingchen sneered and struck 2 heavy punches at Xiao Junyi's resentful eyes. Instantly, Xiao Junyi's eyes were turned into a pair of panda eyes. Xueqing, let us go? I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yang Lingchen wrapped his arm around Feng Xueqing and walked out of the square. I'll listen to you. Feng Xueqing nodded, not only not resisting, but even leaning closer to Yang Lingchen. In a secluded and quiet place, Yang Lingchen enjoyed holding Feng Xueqing. Compared to the stars, celebrities, and noble women from his past life, Feng Xueqing appeared even more beautiful and charming, with a particularly hot figure. Little girl, you're not really starting to like me, are you? Yang Lingchen said with a slight smile. Is it strange to like you? Feng Xueqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a seductive smile, she leaned closer to Yang Lingchen's lips. Yang Lingchen couldn't resist and instinctively leaned in. Just then, Feng Xueqing's knees suddenly thrust toward Yang Lingchen's lower body. Yang Lingchen never expected Feng Xueqing would do this and quickly shifted to the side. Bang! Oh! Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bang bang bang. At that moment, Feng Xueqing's delicate fists fell like a storm on Yang Lingchen. Oh! Yang Lingchen cried out. But he used one hand to protect his lower body and the other to shield his face, curling up on the ground. Haha, scoundrel, feeling good, huh? My tofu is delicious, right? Feng Xueqing said with a bright smile. Not delicious, Yang Lingchen said with difficulty. Bang bang bang. Do you understand your mistake now? Feng Xueqing asked with a playful laugh. I understand, my lady. I was wrong. Yang Lingchen quickly begged for mercy. Am I beautiful? Feng Xueqing mimicked Yang Lingchen's earlier tone. Beautiful, bubbling with beauty, Yang Lingchen hurriedly replied. Was it pleasant to touch just now? Pleasant. Bang bang bang. How dare you say it wasn't pleasant with such a good figure? Feng Xueqing chided. This time, Yang Lingchen wisely chose to remain silent. Humph. I'll let you off this time. Feng Xueqing turned with a proud smile and left gracefully. At this moment, Yang Lingchen lay on the ground, his body aching all over. What puzzled Yang Lingchen was why Feng Xueqing's cultivation speed was so fast, and her ability to challenge beyond her level was completely not inferior to his. Feng Xueqing, you little vixen, just wait. One day I'll deal with you. Yang Lingchen slowly got up, cautiously checking his lower body. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and shifted his lower body in time. Otherwise, he might have been seriously injured. Although Yang Lingchen avoided a critical hit, his thigh still swelled from Feng Xueqing's strike, and even his sensitive area had lost a layer of skin. Yang Lingchen found a secluded corner, quietly entered the Haotian Jade space, and took out some healing medicine, carefully applying it to the injured area. As for the other bruised spots, he could only use his energy to heal them. The reason he was caught off guard and unable to fight back was mainly due to the sharp pain in his lower body, which temporarily incapacitated him, along with Feng Xueqing's overwhelming strength. Thus, he was caught off guard and had no means to defend himself. Chapter 22. Outer Sect Mysterious Ranking. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Yang Lingchen's serious injuries finally healed completely. On this day, as soon as Yang Lingchen returned to his residence, he noticed a notification from Tianyuan Palace hanging at his door. It clearly stated the specific time for the Outer Sect competition, generous rewards, and the registration details. Originally, Yang Lingchen had little interest in this so-called Outer Sect competition. However, when his gaze landed on the rewards section, his heart suddenly raced. The rewards for the top 10 in the Outer Sect competition were 200,000 contribution points, plus 1,000 spirit stones. The third prize was 500,000 contribution points and 3,000 spirit stones. The second prize was 700,000 contribution points, plus 5,000 spirit stones. And the first prize was a whopping 1 million contribution points and a full 10,000 spirit stones. Among them, the top 3 in the Outer Sect competition would also receive a precious opportunity to join the Inner Sect early. At this moment, there is only 1 month left until the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Disciples who wish to participate in this competition must register 1 month in advance. It seems that I must go to the Xianbang arena to make a name for myself. With only a month left, I must break through to the 6th layer of the Mingxian realm before then, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. The Xianbang arena is a martial arts arena specifically set up by the Tianyuan Palace for the Outer Sect. Here, the more victories one has, the higher their ranking becomes. To participate in the Xianbang battles, one must pay 1,000 contribution points per match. If they win, they can receive 800 contribution points. But the sect takes a 20% cut from that. Despite this, countless people still fight fiercely for the rankings on the Xianbang, as these rankings represent a supreme honor. The main reason Yang Lingchen wanted to participate in the Xianbang battles was to hone his practical combat skills and prepare adequately for the upcoming Outer Sect Grand Competition. This was Yang Lingchen's first time at the Xianbang arena. The moment he stepped in, he felt a peculiar sensation as if he were in an underground boxing ring. The place was bustling with people, and everyone seemed extraordinarily excited and agitated. At the same time, Many were placing bets on who would win or lose in the arena. Yang Lingchen successfully registered with the elder in charge of the Xianbang and received his own ranking card. Currently, his ranking on the Xianbang is 25,000. There are about 70 to 80,000 disciples in the Outer Sect of Tianyuan Palace, but only a little over 20,000 came to compete for the Xianbang. As many disciples with relatively low cultivation levels do not participate. Most of the Outer Sect disciples who come to compete for the Xianbang have already reached above the 6th layer of the Mingxian realm. A disciple like Yang Lingchen, who is only at the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, has rarely been seen before. On the Xianbang, achieving an extended winning streak and a high win rate can effectively improve one's ranking. The Xianbang arena area has been constructed with several arenas specifically for Outer Sect disciples to compete for rankings. The management philosophy of Tianyuan Palace has always been to encourage combat among disciples, as they know that only through continuous battles can one grow into an unparalleled powerhouse. Before long, it was Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. Ha, who is this kid? He only has the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. Is he here to make us laugh? No way. The 4th layer of the Mingxian realm dares to come here to join the fun? Kid, hurry up and roll off, or you'll end up half paralyzed. The moment Yang Lingchen stepped onto the arena, a wave of mocking laughter erupted, and many people immediately began to jeer at him mercilessly. Bet on Yang Lingchen to win, 20 to 1. Bet on Chang Wei to win, 1 to 20. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. I want to bet on Chang Wei, 5,000 contribution points. I also bet on Chang Wei to win, 1,000 contribution points. I'm betting on Chang Wei, 10,000 contribution points. In an instant, almost everyone in the crowd bet on Chang Wei to win. The young man in charge of the betting was now feeling a bit anxious, sweat beads forming on his forehead. He had no confidence that Yang Lingchen could win, especially since Chang Wei had just defeated a 7th layer Mingxian realm disciple. Yang Lingchen, however, confidently declared, I bet on myself to win, 100,000 contribution points. He immediately used his identity token to transfer the contribution points without hesitation. All right, Yang Lingchen, from today on, you are my brother Ouyang Ming. Go for it. I believe in you. Ouyang Ming said with a broad smile. The anxiety that had been weighing on him vanished, and he was now beaming. Just moments ago, he had collected over 2 million contribution points betting on Chang Wei to win, and if Chang Wei won, he would have to pay out over 100,000 contribution points. Now that Yang Lingchen suddenly bet 100,000 contribution points on himself, it was like a windfall for him. At least he no longer had to worry about losing. Begin. With the elder's command, Chang Wei let out a fierce roar and charged at Yang Lingchen like a ferocious beast. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes as he suddenly moved, swinging his staff with a dazzling arc that struck Chang Wei hard. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Chang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying backward by the force of the blow, and even lost consciousness mid-air. Hiss! Everyone was shocked. The scene fell into dead silence. This was too exaggerated. Chang Wei, at the peak of the 7th layer of the Mingxian realm, was knocked out by Yang Lingchen, who was only at the 4th layer, with a single hit. Soon, angry curses erupted from the crowd, as they accused Chang Wei of throwing the match, while Chang Wei was already unconscious and unresponsive. At this moment, Ouyang Ming looked frustrated, slumping in his seat like a deflated balloon, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what a huge loss. 100,000 contribution points at 20 to 1 meant he would lose 2 million contribution points. Even though he could afford to lose 1 million, it still hurt to lose that much. 2 million contribution points. Transfer them over. Yang Lingchen said calmly with a slight smile. Brother, you are too ruthless. Ouyang Ming grumbled as he transferred 2 million contribution points over. Don't blame me for not warning you. You better not set my odds too high, or you'll suffer a terrible loss. Yang Lingchen kindly reminded him. After all, he had just won 2 million contribution points, and one shouldn't be too ruthless or greedy. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Ming quickly pulled Yang Lingchen aside and whispered, Brother, why don't you let me in on your true strength? Invincible below the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm, Yang Lingchen replied with a confident smile, then stepped back onto the arena. Wow! A trace of an imperceptible smile appeared on Ouyang Ming's face. He seemed to sense a huge business opportunity. Before long, it was Yang Lingchen's turn again, this time. His opponent was a young man in the early stages of the 8th layer of the Mingxian realm. Come on, place your bets. Betting on the eagle to win is 5 to 1. Betting on Yang Lingchen is 1 to 5. Ouyang Ming shouted loudly. This time he adjusted the odds significantly. lowering the odds for both Yang Lingchen and the eagle. I bet on the eagle, 10,000 contribution points. Damn it. I'm all in. This is my last asset. 50 contribution points, all on the eagle. I refuse to believe I can lose this time. The crowd was mostly betting on the eagle to win, as the eagle was a powerful presence at the early stages of the 8th layer of the Mingxian realm, not comparable to Chongwei. Ouyang Ming smiled broadly as he watched everyone rush to buy the vulture. The elder in charge of the arena announced the start of the battle. Kid, hurry up and get down. The Xianbang arena is not a place for someone like you. The vulture said with a sinister grin. Whoosh. Yang Lingchen's figure vanished like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already above the vulture's head. Bang 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 bang. In less than a few breaths, the vulture was knocked unconscious by Yang Lingchen. Is this guy really at the 4th level of the Mingxian realm? This is too exaggerated, right? Damn. That's all my savings gone. In an instant, the crowd was shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The happiest person at that moment was undoubtedly Ouyang Ming, as he had just won nearly 2 million contribution points. Chapter 23. Ling Yanyun. In the subsequent battles, Yang Lingchen continued his winning streak, unknowingly achieving an astonishing record of 50 consecutive victories. His continuous wins attracted a lot of attention, and at the same time, his ranking on the Xianbang successfully rose to the top 100. Sister Yanyun, this Yang Lingchen is indeed impressive. Look at his strength. He should be able to rank in the top 100 among the outer disciples, said a girl dressed in a pink gauze dress. Euro, you still underestimate him too much. In these 50 consecutive wins, no one has lasted more than 2 rounds against him. Therefore, his true combat ability is far beyond what we currently see, Ling Yanyun replied softly. Then Sister Yanyun, do you think he is the one we are looking for? Lin Yuro asked quietly. He is exactly the one I brought from Hanyang City. If nothing goes wrong, he should be the one Elder Tiangong predicted. Ling Yanyun said with a hint of certainty in her eyes. Sister Yanyun, are you so optimistic about him because he is handsome? Lin Yuro teased. Are you daydreaming again? You little girl? Ling Yanyun said. What's wrong with liking handsome men? Men can like beautiful women. Can't women like handsome men? Does Sister Yanyun prefer those burly men? Lin Yuro replied with a grin. What's wrong with burly men? They provide a sense of security. Ling Yanyun retorted. You don't know this, but I heard from Sister Luanshan that the stronger a man looks, the less capable he is in that regard, and that burly men usually have small. Lin Yuro leaned close to Ling Yanyun's ear and whispered. You little girl, you are becoming more and more outrageous, Ling Yanyun said, lightly pinching Lin Yuro's waist. At that moment, it was Yang Lingchen's turn to go on stage again. His opponent was a strong fighter at the 9th level of the Mingxian realm, Xiao Junyi, who had been ambushed by Yang Lingchen earlier when Yang cleverly used Feng Xueqing as a shield. You little bastard, today I will cripple your limbs, Xiao Junyi said, his eyes filled with infinite rage, as if he wanted to burn Yang Lingchen to ashes. Who are you calling a little bastard? Yang Lingchen smiled lightly, looking relaxed. I'm calling you a little bastard, Xiao Junyi blurted out without thinking. Oh, did everyone hear that? The little bastard is cursing me, Yang Lingchen laughed, his face full of mockery. Haha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. You're seeking death. Xiao Junyi, furious, drew his sword and rushed towards Yang Lingchen like the wind. Wait. Yang Lingchen quickly called out to stop him. You little brat. Now you want to beg for mercy, don't you think it's too late? Xiao Junyi's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. The elder hasn't called for the start yet. You're so eager. Are you provoking the elder? Do you know this is a great disrespect? Yang Lingchen's expression turned cold as he spoke sternly. Elder Lu, I absolutely did not mean to provoke you. Xiao Junyi hurriedly turned to the elder in charge of the arena. It's all right, you two can start. Elder Lu waved his hand calmly. Whoosh. As soon as Elder Lu's voice fell, before Xiao Junyi could turn back, Yang Lingchen's figure had transformed into a white light, wielding a stick and smashing down heavily towards Xiao Junyi. Bang 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 bang. Under Yang Lingchen's torrential onslaught, Xiao Junyi was hit hundreds of times in just a few breaths and was knocked out on the spot. Crack 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 crack. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen decisively broke Xiao Junyi's limbs. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Allah, you little bastard, despicable and shameless. The intense pain brought Xiao Junyi back to consciousness, screaming at the top of his lungs. Kid, this is called all's fair in war. For someone like you to fight without thinking, what is the difference between this and seeking death outside the sect? Yang Lingchen walked up and gently patted Xiao Junyi's face, his tone full of mockery. Damn, this guy is too despicable. TCH, what do you know? Yang Lingchen is using his brain. If you're so careless in the arena, Who can you blame? The crowd that bet on Xiao Junyi and those who bet on Yang Lingchen began to argue fiercely. Sister Yanyun, this guy is too despicable. But I really like that bad boy vibe he has, Ling Yanyun said, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Yang Lingchen. Seeing Yang Lingchen successfully take down Xiao Junyi, Ling Yanyun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and her earlier melancholy mood vanished like smoke. After defeating Xiao Junyi, Yang Lingchen chose not to continue challenging. After several days of continuous battles, he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, so there was no need to continue fighting. Yang Lingchen left the Xianbang arena and walked outside. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp, piercing gaze locked onto him. A look that sent chills down his spine. He saw a young man dressed in the robes of an inner disciple, with an extraordinary demeanor, glaring at Yang Lingchen, accompanied by a graceful and curvaceous girl beside him. Kid, I finally found you. Today, you will die for sure. Li Tianqing's voice was cold as ice, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Damn it, how unlucky can I be? Without saying a word, Yang Lingchen quickly turned and ran. The entrance to the Xianbang arena was now blocked by a crowd, and with no other choice, he could only run back. Now, Yang Lingchen could only hope that Li Tianqing would consider the elder's presence. Otherwise, today would truly be a big trouble. Humph, you think you can run? Li Tianqing snorted coldly, his figure instantly chasing after Yang Lingchen like a ghost. Soon, Yang Lingchen was once again blocked by Li Tianqing. At this moment, many outer disciples gathered to watch, but when they saw the inner disciple's robes on Li Tianqing, they all retreated several meters in fear. In Tianyu Palace, the status of outer disciples compared to inner disciples was worlds apart. Even if an inner disciple killed an outer disciple, they would only be confined for a month or two at most. Brother, don't kill him. Just cripple his dantian. I want to keep him tied up by my side as a pet dog, Li Sini said with a venomous look in her eyes, gritting her teeth. Damn old hag. How long has it been since you saw a man? Why are you looking at me so desperately? With your cheap looks, even if you stripped naked, I still wouldn't be interested. Yang Lingchen said with a smirk, showing no mercy. The crowd was stunned. This was the younger sister of the Inner Sect disciple Li Tianqing. Yang Lingchen's audacity was outrageous. Oomph, you don't know how to die. Li Tianqing, furious, swung his hand and struck Yang Lingchen hard. Yang Lingchen also fought back without showing weakness, striking back with her palm. Bang! Yang Lingchen was sent flying by the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which arched beautifully through the air. Li Tianqing pressed the attack, delivering another palm strike, and Yang Lingchen had completely lost her ability to fight back. Just as Li Tianqing's palm was about to hit Yang Lingchen's chest, a stunning figure flashed by and instantly pulled Yang Lingchen aside. Boom! Li Tianqing's palm struck the ground, sending dust flying everywhere, blocking out the sun. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Li Tianqing said coldly, eyeing Ling Yanyun with caution. You're an inner sect disciple. Yet you come to bully an outer sect disciple. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Yanyun's voice was cold, like the flow of a chilly spring. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Li Tianqing warily stared at Ling Yanyun, feeling a deep sense of dread towards this suddenly appeared woman, as he realized he couldn't see through her cultivation level at all. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally saw clearly that the one who saved her was an incredibly beautiful young girl. She was dressed in snow-white clothing, looking around 18 years old. She had captivating eyes, cherry lips, and elegant brows resembling a crescent moon. Her long, white neck made her appear especially graceful and noble, evoking a strong desire to conquer in anyone who looked at her. At this time, Elder Lu from the Xianbang arena approached, his face solemn, and said in a low voice, Li Tianqing, private fights are prohibited in the Xianbang Hall. Even if you are an inner sect disciple, you cannot violate this rule. Elder Lu had high hopes for Yang Lingchen's talent. He believed this young man was definitely one of the most outstanding young disciples in the Outer Sect, and he didn't want to see such a talent suffer a tragic fate here. Kid, today I'll give Elder Lu face and let you live a few more days. You better clean your neck and wait, Li Tianqing said with a dark expression. The Xianbang Hall indeed had rules against private fights, and even as an inner sect disciple, he couldn't break them. Chapter 24. The first holy sun is mine, Li Tianqing. Aren't you just relying on the fact that you've practiced for a few more years to be so arrogant here? If you're still a man, let us go to the life and death arena 2 months later. Do you dare? Yang Lingchen's eyes openly showed a hint of provocation. For now, he could only resort to this tactic, as it was his only way out. After all, Li Tianqing's cultivation had already surpassed the realm of Mingxian, far beyond what he could contend with at the moment. Just then, Lin Yurua leaned close to Ling Yanyun's ear and whispered, Sister Yanyun, I don't think he dares to accept Yang Lingchen's challenge. Although Lin Yurua whispered to Ling Yanyun, her voice was not small, and everyone present heard her clearly. I don't think he dares either. He looks quite cowardly. He probably won't accept Yang Lingchen's challenge, Lin Yurua said. Ling Yanyun smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Sister Yanyun, I've heard that timid men are also small in that aspect. I wonder if that is true? Lin Yurua said with a light laugh. Ahem, maybe. Ling Yanyun coughed lightly, her face instantly turning crimson. Many Outer Sect disciples present showed speechless expressions. It seemed they could no longer be timid in the future, otherwise. If they really became small, that would be terrible. All right, you little brat, I accept your challenge, otherwise others might really think I'm afraid of an Outer Sect disciple. You can live 2 more months, Li Tianqing said coldly, glaring at Yang Lingchen, before taking Li Sini out of the Xianbang Hall. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yang Lingchen said respectfully, bowing. Your talent is not bad. I hope you can create a miracle 2 months later, Elder Lu said before turning to leave, as he still had to preside over the battles in the Xianbang. Yang Lingchen, aren't you going to thank us too? Lin Yurua said playfully. Yang Lingchen clasped his hands together and bowed again, saying, Thank you both beautiful ladies for saving my life. I will never forget it. He was truly grateful to these 2 incredibly beautiful women. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the strength of these 2 girls was unfathomable, far more terrifying than Li Tianqing. Is just one thank you enough? Lin Yurua teased. How about I treat the 2 beautiful ladies to a meal? Yang Lingchen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Isn't it said that when a hero saves a beauty, the beauty usually offers herself? Why is it that when we 2 beauties saved you, you only treat us to a meal? Lin Yurua laughed and joked. Ahem. Then how about I offer myself? Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, but secretly thought that if the 2 beauties were willing, he wouldn't mind offering himself. You wish. Come on, treat us to a meal. But you have to cook it yourself, Lin Yurua said. No problem. Let us go to the outskirts of the North Wilderness mountain range and hunt a few prey. I'll make the best barbecue for you 2 beauties, Yang Lingchen said cheerfully. Are you sure you can cook? And that it will be edible? Lin Yurua asked with wide, watery eyes, full of skepticism. Of course it will be edible. I graduated from New Oriental, Yang Lingchen replied. I haven't asked for your names yet. I'm Lin Yurua, and this beautiful lady is Ling Yanyun. You must thank Sister Yanyun properly. She was the one who saved you just now, Lin Yurua introduced quickly. Thank you, Miss Ling, for saving me, Yang Lingchen said sincerely. You're welcome. Actually, my saving you is because I need your help with something, Ling Yanyun said in a cool voice. No problem. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Let us go get something to eat and chat while we eat, Yang Lingchen said. The Tianyuan Palace is located in the North Wilderness mountain range. The 3 of them exited the mountain gate of the Tianyuan Palace and walked towards a scenic hill. This area is pleasant and beautiful, attracting many young male and female disciples. The process of cultivation is dull and boring, so many disciples occasionally come out to relax and do something beneficial for the body and mind. Just then, a series of intermittent female voices came from ahead. Damn! As soon as Yang Lingchen heard it, he immediately understood what was happening. The 2 girls also seemed to understand the reason, their faces turning bright red, looking exceptionally cute and charming. After walking a bit further, the 3 finally found a secluded spot. Yang Lingchen skillfully set up a campfire and hunted a few wild chickens and rabbits. Soon, he cleaned the prey and began to roast it expertly. Yang Lingchen, you have just reached the peak of the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm. How can your strength be so strong? Lin Yuru asked curiously. Both girls were filled with curiosity about Yang Lingchen's combat power. Although they had seen many super geniuses, most could only challenge 1 or 2 minor realms. Someone like Yang Lingchen, who could challenge several minor realms, was only found in the Tianyuan Palace, and even then, only Sikong Jie could do so. But he could only challenge 3 minor realms at most. Because I am a genius, Yang Lingchen replied confidently with a faint smile. Then how did you offend Li Tianqing? He is a practitioner of the Tongxian realm and has a much higher cultivation than you. Lin Yuru continued to ask. The situation is like this. As soon as he mentioned Li Sini, Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth in hatred and then recounted in detail how he had saved Li Sini that day. How could there be such an ungrateful woman? If I encounter her again, I will definitely tear her mouth apart. Lin Yuru said angrily. Miss Ling, you just mentioned having something for me to help with. What is it? Yang Lingchen asked. From today onwards, you will pretend to be my man, Ling Yanyun. I need you to become the #1 holy son of the sect within a year. Can you do that? Ling Yanyun said with a hint of coldness. Her beautiful eyes fixed directly on Yang Lingchen. In that moment, Yang Lingchen felt the temperature around him drop to freezing point. And he had a strong feeling that if he dared to say he couldn't do it, the other party might not hesitate to kill him. At that moment, Lin Yuru suddenly fell silent, looking at Yang Lingchen with anticipation. Miss Ling, pretending to be your man is not a problem. But becoming the #1 holy son in a year? Are you joking? Yang Lingchen frowned and said, the Tianyuan Palace has 4 holy sons, and each one has strength at least at the peak of the 9th layer of the Wenxia realm. Yang Lingchen was only at the 4th layer of the Mingxian realm, and after that comes the Tongxian realm, and only then the Wenxia realm. He really had no confidence in breaking through to the peak of the 9th layer of the Wenxia realm within a year. Do I look good? Ling Yanyun suddenly pulled off the shawl on her shoulder, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. He had to admit that Ling Yanyun's figure was extremely impressive, and her skin was as white as jade. Yang Lingchen was momentarily mesmerized. Suddenly, a long sword was pressed against Yang Lingchen's neck. Miss Ling, calm down. You took it off yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Lingchen said with a trembling voice. You have also taken advantage of me. So can you do it? Ling Yanyun said coldly. Yes, definitely. Yang Lingchen quickly replied, fearing that if he didn't agree, Ling Yanyun might really slice his neck with her sword. In 1 month, you must take first place in the Outer Sect competition. At that time, I will publicly announce our relationship, Ling Yanyun said coldly. Why choose me? Yang Lingchen asked. At that moment, he was very curious about why Ling Yanyun had chosen him. For now, you don't have the qualifications to know, Ling Yanyun said coldly. I have a request, Yang Lingchen said. Speak, Ling Yanyun replied coldly. If I become the #1 holy son, you must become my woman, Yang Lingchen said, bracing himself. He couldn't just let himself be used for nothing. Ling Yanyun's beautiful eyes fixed tightly on Yang Lingchen, and after a moment, she said, fine. You said it. I will definitely become the #1 holy son. Yang Lingchen said with a confident smile. Chapter 25, Outer Sect Competition Tianyuan Palace, Yanyun Peak. Sister Yanyun, do you really have such high hopes for Yang Lingchen? Lin Yuru asked. Yang Lingchen is extraordinarily talented, especially his ability to challenge realms, which is truly astonishing, Ling Yanyun said slowly. Indeed, not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his ability to challenge realms is indeed incredible. I just wonder if he is equally impressive in other aspects, Lin Yuru said with a playful blink of her eyes. Perverted girl, can you stop filling your head with nonsense? Ling Yanyun said helplessly. In the Haotian Jade space, Yang Lingchen was frantically operating the Haotian art, fully committed to breaking through to the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. At this moment, he was surrounded by an extremely rich aura of spiritual energy, which surged into his body like a tidal wave. At the same time, his hands were making extremely mysterious hand seals, each movement appearing profound and mystical. Soon, he reached the threshold of the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. Boom! Under Yang Lingchen's almost frenzied assault, he instantly broke through the threshold of the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. Meanwhile, the continuous influx of spiritual energy kept pouring into his body without pause. Yang Lingchen showed no signs of stopping. He quickly took out countless pills to begin refining them. After refining hundreds of pills, Yang Lingchen successfully raised his cultivation to the peak of the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm. Even after breaking through to the peak of the 5th layer of the Mingxian realm, Yang Lingchen did not stop moving forward. With plenty of contribution points and pills, he no longer needed to worry about resources. Next, he remained in the Haotian Jade space, diligently practicing various martial skills and life-saving techniques. Among them, he focused on the god-slaying sword technique and the soul martial technique, soul devour slash, especially the latter, which was currently Yang Lingchen's strongest trump card. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days passed. During this time, Yang Lingchen made another breakthrough, successfully reaching the peak of the 6th layer of the Mingxian realm. At the same time, the god-slaying sword technique and the phantom body technique also received further enhancements. One day, Yang Lingchen finally decided to go out because there was only 1 day left until the Outer Sect competition. He adjusted his condition to the best and then left the Haotian Jade. At the same time, he visited the exchange hall, spending 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a profound grade weapon, the Tontian staff. Yang Lingchen himself didn't know why, but he particularly liked using a staff. To him, the feeling of swinging a staff to hit someone was something that other weapons could not replace. The next morning, at the Outer Sect competition square of the Tianyuan Palace. The competition square was already crowded with people, bustling with activity, as today was the annual Outer Sect competition of the Tianyuan Palace. The Outer Sect competition is considered one of the most anticipated events of the Tianyuan Palace, simply because the number of Outer Sect disciples accounts for 70% of the total number of disciples in the palace. In the Outer Sect Square, 100 huge arenas were neatly arranged, allowing 100 arenas to hold competitions simultaneously. The Outer Sect competition adopted a challenge system, and this time, there were a total of 20,000 registered participants. Because Yang Lingchen was a new disciple, his ranking happened to be the last. New disciples generally do not participate in the competition, as it is almost akin to seeking humiliation, since most new disciples are at the first layer of the Mingxian realm. According to the challenge rules, each match can only challenge up to 100 people, which means Yang Lingchen would need to achieve at least 200 consecutive victories to successfully enter the top 10 of the Outer Sect, and the difficulty can be imagined. The rewards for this grand competition are quite generous, and many disciples with strong abilities have begun to flex their muscles and eagerly anticipate their turn. Disciples with slightly weaker abilities also want to seize this rare opportunity to achieve a good ranking and stand out. The Outer Sect competition has attracted many Inner Sect disciples to join in the excitement. The competition is in full swing, and soon it will be Yang Lingchen's turn to take the stage. However, not many spectators on Yang Lingchen's platform have high hopes for him. After all, the participants in this grand competition have at least reached the 6th level of the Mingxian realm, while Yang Lingchen's cultivation can be said to be at the bottom. However, what surprised everyone was that Yang Lingchen managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories with overwhelming force, and each match was won with a single strike. Since each match was a challenge against someone 100 ranks higher, Yang Lingchen's ranking quickly rose to 19,000. After 10 consecutive wins, Yang Lingchen had no intention of stepping down. With his strong performance, his winning streak kept climbing. During this wave of victories, no one could withstand Yang Lingchen's single strike. To speed things up, as soon as the referee called for the start, he would immediately charge into battle without hesitation. As Yang Lingchen's winning streak continued, his platform became crowded beyond capacity. Everyone was speculating about what his limit might be. Some guessed 50 consecutive wins, others 70, but they were destined to be proven wrong. 40 consecutive wins, 60 consecutive wins, 80 consecutive wins. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and Yang Lingchen's winning streak reached 80. His dominance also caught the close attention of many high-ranking Outer Sect members. Before this, no new disciple had ever achieved 10 consecutive wins, yet Yang Lingchen had achieved 80. And the streak was still ongoing. At this point, the discussion shifted from how many consecutive wins Yang Lingchen could achieve to who could withstand his strike. Meanwhile, on a nearby platform, a stunning girl with an incredible figure and beautiful face, Feng Xueqing, also achieved 80 consecutive wins. If Yang Lingchen saw her, he would certainly recognize her. After another hour, Yang Lingchen's winning streak reached 160. At the same time, Feng Xueqing also reached 160 consecutive wins. In this moment, both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing completely shocked the Outer Sect of Tianyuan Palace. Countless Outer Sect disciples rushed out, causing the attention on other platforms to plummet. During this time, Feng Xueqing and Yang Lingchen stole all the attention of the Outer Sect competition. "Brother, you have to help me get revenge. That little bastard broke my leg," Chun Ming said coldly, glaring at Yang Lingchen with hatred. "Humph, let him be arrogant for a while. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later," said a handsome young man, who was none other than Qin Jun, the top disciple of the Outer Sect. At this time, Yang Lingchen also noticed a platform not far away, where there were even more people than on his side. A keen observer would notice that most of the spectators around Yang Lingchen were female Outer Sect disciples, while those surrounding Feng Xueqing were mostly male. This was solely due to Feng Xueqing's alluring figure and breathtaking beauty. The competition continued, and both Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing's winning streaks persisted. 170 consecutive wins, 180 consecutive wins, 190 consecutive wins, 200 consecutive wins. Boom. Now, the entire Outer Sect erupted in excitement as the top 10 of the Outer Sect competition was born. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing, as new disciples, achieved 200 consecutive wins. At this moment, they became the idols of all Outer Sect disciples in the Tianyuan Palace. Chapter 26. Brutally beating Qin Jun at this moment. The Outer Sect's Grand Elder, Yuanyang, walked steadily onto the high platform. His sharp gaze swept around like a sword, and instantly, the scene fell silent, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the top 10 of the Outer Sect competition. Next will be the ranking battles among the top 10, Yuan Yang announced loudly, his voice resonating clearly in everyone's ears. According to the rules of the ranking battles, each participant will face off against the other 9, and the final ranking will be determined based on the number of victories. The one with the highest number of victories will be the overall champion of the competition. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally noticed Feng Xueqing. You little vixen. If I don't make you submit today, I won't share your surname, Yang Lingchen thought to himself. At the same time, he felt several malicious gazes directed at him, but he didn't pay much attention to them. Among the current top 10 disciples of the Outer Sect, Yang Lingchen felt no pressure except from Feng Xueqing. Yang Lingchen knew that he had offended many people in the Outer Sect, but that no longer mattered, as he was determined to secure first place in this Outer Sect competition. As long as he achieved first place, he would be able to become an Inner Sect disciple. Now, the ranking battles officially began, with Yang Lingchen facing off against Mo Zihua in the first match. Yuan Yang announced. Upon hearing his name, Yang Lingchen stepped onto the platform without hesitation. Kid, you're quite arrogant for injuring my younger brother, Mo Zihua said coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on Yang Lingchen. I've injured many people. I don't know which one is your brother. Yang Lingchen replied with a sneer, dismissively. You're really arrogant. Today, I'll break your limbs and make you understand the serious consequences of being so cocky. As soon as Mo Zihua finished speaking, he charged towards Yang Lingchen like a great rock spreading its wings, his violent momentum shocking everyone present. Faced with Mo Zihua's ferocious attack, Yang Lingchen's eyes narrowed, and the staff in his hand swung out like a dragon emerging from the sea. This strike carried a powerful aura that made people's hearts tremble, and like lightning, it struck fiercely at Mo Zihua's wrist holding the sword. Crack! Mo Zihua let out a heart-wrenching scream, his wrist instantly shattered by the staff, with bone fragments exposed. Yang Lingchen initially planned to finish him off with one strike. But since the opponent was so arrogant and wanted to cripple him, he couldn't be too polite. Without mercy, Yang Lingchen swung the staff again. Mo Zihua, enduring the excruciating pain, tried to dodge with his movement technique, and at this moment, he finally deeply realized Yang Lingchen's terror. However, in terms of movement, how could he possibly compare to Yang Lingchen? Bang, 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 crack, 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 crack. Yang Lingchen relentlessly swung at Mo Zihua's limbs. On the platform, Mo Zihua screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his shrill cries alarming everyone present. Even disciples fighting on other platforms were drawn to his screams, turning to watch. Feeling better now? You may not have much skill, but your ability to show off is indeed the best in the world. Yang Lingchen glanced at Mo Zihua and then expressionlessly walked off the platform. In the outer sect of Tianyuan Palace, as long as it wasn't murder or crippling someone's dantian, the higher-ups generally would not intervene. In this cruel cultivation world, it is a matter of survival of the fittest, where only the most outstanding disciples are prioritized for cultivation by the Tianyuan Palace. Seeing the brutal Yang Lingchen, those who were previously defeated by him secretly felt relieved, as they were merely knocked off the stage and did not suffer any serious injuries. Just then, an incredibly piercing scream echoed, lasting for several minutes before it finally stopped. Yang Lingchen glanced over and saw Feng Xueqing swinging a stick, madly striking at her opponent's limbs. At that moment, Feng Xueqing brought down her last blow, aimed directly at the opponent's groin. Bang! A clear sound of something shattering echoed. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but tighten his legs, recalling how he almost got hit there last time, feeling a wave of fear. So brutal, this little demon girl. As the ranking battles continued, Yang Lingchen surged forward, quickly achieving 7 consecutive wins. At the same time, the little demon girl Feng Xueqing also secured her 7th consecutive win. Soon, Yang Lingchen's 8th match began. And this time his opponent was the recognized number 1 Outer Sect disciple, Chen Jun. You brat, are you the one who hurt my brother? Chen Jun's eyes were fierce, filled with rage. Who the hell are you? What's your brother to me? Yang Lingchen replied, looking confused. I've defeated so many people. How would I know who your brother is? You think you're invincible just because you've beaten some useless trash. Chen Jun's expression instantly turned icy. As the acknowledged number 1 in the Outer Sect, he was being openly disrespected. No one had dared to speak to him like this in the years he had been in the Outer Sect. "You stupid dog, are you going to fight or not? If not, hurry up and roll back to eat shit," Yang Lingchen said expressionlessly, coldly. "Seeking death," Chen Jun shouted angrily, swinging his sword, sending a sharp sword energy towards Yang Lingchen fiercely. Facing Chen Jun's fierce sword energy, Yang Lingchen's figure flickered and easily dodged it, simultaneously swinging the heaven-connecting staff at his opponent. The staff, imbued with tremendous energy, struck Chen Jun, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. Although Chen Jun retreated 7 or 8 steps, he was not injured. At this moment, he looked at Yang Lingchen with a grave expression, as Yang Lingchen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Originally, Chen Jun had estimated Yang Lingchen's strength to be around the peak of the Mingxian realm, but from that last strike, the combat power displayed had far surpassed the scope of the Mingxian realm. Yang Lingchen had no time to waste with him and launched a relentless barrage of attacks like a storm. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Jun swung his sword, struggling to defend. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Jun let out a miserable howl, facing Yang Lingchen's violent onslaught. He could only block a few moves before Yang Lingchen knocked the weapon from his hands. Crack, 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 crack. Following that, Yang Lingchen's heaven-connecting staff rained down on Chen Jun's limbs like a storm. Then, with a kick, Yang Lingchen sent Chen Jun flying, and for a moment, the venue fell into a dead silence. Chen Jun was the number 1 in the Outer Sect. In the hearts of countless Outer Sect disciples, Chen Jun was a godlike existence. Unexpectedly, he was so easily crippled by Yang Lingchen. At this point, Yang Lingchen had achieved 8 consecutive wins, and next he would face Feng Xueqing. Feng Xueqing also came in with an 8-win streak. Since Chen Jun had been incapacitated by Yang Lingchen, he chose to concede directly against Feng Xueqing. "You pervert. I advise you to concede quickly, or don't blame me for kicking you to pieces," Feng Xueqing said. "Cute yet fierce. Little tiger girl, you don't have the ability to do that," Yang Lingchen replied with a charming smile, his eyes lingering on Feng Xueqing's alluring figure, appreciating it freely. Chapter 27, Number 1 in the Outer Sect. "You pervert. It seems I was too gentle with you last time," Feng Xueqing said with a clear voice, like a yellow oriole leaving the valley. "Little tiger girl, it seems the last time I scratched you didn't satisfy you," Yang Lingchen said with a smirk, his eyes filled with teasing. "You pervert, shut up." Feng Xueqing glared at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly burning with fire. "Little tiger girl, I'm saying this. One day, I will take you down." Yang Lingchen thought of how he had almost been defeated last time, feeling a surge of anger. It was the first time in his life he had been beaten into a pig's head by a woman, so he secretly vowed to conquer this tiger girl. Only by conquering Feng Xueqing could Yang Lingchen perhaps feel a bit more at ease. After all, it would be his own woman giving him a beating. Which wouldn't he be so hard to accept? "You won't have a chance, because soon I will kick your third leg to pieces." "Haha," Feng Xueqing laughed, her smile carrying a hint of cunning. "Since you're so confident, how about we make a bet?" Yang Lingchen said, revealing a somewhat lethal smile, his eyes full of provocation. "What kind of bet?" Feng Xueqing asked, her exquisite face filled with curiosity. "If you lose, you'll be my little wife," Yang Lingchen replied, his smile laced with a hint of pride. "You pervert, what if you lose?" Feng Xueqing playfully challenged. "Then I will be your husband," Yang Lingchen said indifferently, as if victory was assured. "All right, I accept," Feng Xueqing said without hesitation. "Are you sure you won't back out?" Yang Lingchen asked doubtfully, looking at Feng Xueqing in disbelief, wondering if such a good deal really existed. "Why would I back out?" Feng Xueqing smiled, her smile as bright and captivating as flowers blooming in spring. "I want to know why you agreed," Yang Lingchen asked curiously, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Because you're handsome and quite pleasing to the eye, and I just happen to need someone to swat flies." Feng Xueqing thought she was incredibly clever. Regardless of winning or losing, she would get a fly swatter. And whenever there were annoying flies, she could just let Yang Lingchen handle it. Yang Lingchen pondered for a moment and said, "All right, it's a deal." At that moment, Yang Lingchen understood Feng Xueqing's intentions. She wanted to use him as a shield. However, he was more than willing to be that shield, as Feng Xueqing was the most enticing girl he had ever seen. Not only was she youthful and busty, but she also exuded an otherworldly aura, as if she did not belong to this mundane world. The championship battle begins now. Just then, the voice of the Outer Sect elder rang out, booming throughout the venue. With the elder's voice fading, Feng Xueqing rushed towards Yang Lingchen like a gust of wind, striking him with a palm at lightning speed. Yang Lingchen did not use a weapon either and engaged in a palm technique battle with Feng Xueqing. Although both were at the 6th level of the Mingxian realm, their combat power had far surpassed that of an ordinary 2nd-level Tongxian realm fighter. Meanwhile, above the clouds outside the Tianyuan Palace. How could he be here? A stunning figure floated amidst the clouds, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yang Lingchen in the arena, filled with confusion and curiosity. The championship battle continued, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had exchanged over 100 moves. Yang Lingchen felt increasingly alarmed. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered anyone in the same realm who could match him. Of course, Yang Lingchen still had his trump cards, such as the god-slaying sword technique and the soul-cutting slash, but he had no intention of using them. At this moment, Feng Xueqing was even more shocked than he was, thinking to herself, how can this scoundrel be so strong? Even in that place, there weren't many who could contend with me in the same realm. Just then, Feng Xueqing feigned an attack and delivered a fierce kick towards Yang Lingchen's groin. Damn, that despicable woman. Yang Lingchen hurriedly dodged the kick and reached out with one hand towards Feng Xueqing's chest. Seeing this, Feng Xueqing quickly countered with a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, several hundred more moves passed, and Yang Lingchen gradually began to gain the upper hand. However, at this point, Yang Lingchen dared not use his full strength. After all, she was the woman he would have in the future, and he couldn't afford to hurt her. As the battle continued, their fighting styles slowly began to change. Feng Xueqing was probably getting tired and was no longer as ferocious as before, as if this was no longer a duel, but rather a simple sparring match. The two began to dance together gracefully. Feng Xueqing's white attire billowed in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, her long black hair swaying, adding to her ethereal beauty. Her fair skin shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a celestial being. Yang Lingchen's looks were also quite remarkable. Dressed in white brocade, he appeared even more elegant and carefree. His thick long hair tied up high, exuding a heroic aura, with a slight smile on his face and features that seemed sculpted. Their palm techniques struck out continuously, resembling a pair of celestial beings dancing. The scene was incredibly beautiful. In the blink of an eye, after several hundred exchanges, Feng Xueqing was finally exhausted and was knocked out by Yang Lingchen. At this moment, Yang Lingchen also ceased his attacks, leaping forward to catch Feng Xueqing and hold her in his arms. They stopped fighting and embraced tightly, neither saying a word. The spectators below the arena were stunned. What are they doing? After a long while, Feng Xueqing playfully scolded, "Scoundrel, how long do you plan to hold me?" Yang Lingchen gazed at her with melancholy eyes, deeply and affectionately, as if he wanted to engrave her image in his heart forever. "I want to hold you until the end of time, until the stars collapse." "Scoundrel, you don't think you can win me over with such a klitsch, do you?" Feng Xueqing smirked, her eyes brimming with teasing. "Ahem, well, little tiger girl, according to our agreement, you should be my woman now. Is it okay if I hold you a little longer?" Yang Lingchen said awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "So, do you like me?" Feng Xueqing blinked, her lively eyes filled with expectation. "I do," Yang Lingchen answered without hesitation. "What do you like about me?" Feng Xueqing asked curiously, looking like an innocent little girl. "You're beautiful, voluptuous, cute, have a strong personality, and great talent. All of these are what I like," Yang Lingchen replied with a smile, sincerity shining in his eyes. "Scoundrel, big pervert," Feng Xueqing playfully scolded, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. "What do you think of me?" Yang Lingchen smiled and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Besides being handsome and talented, it seems you don't have many other merits," Feng Xueqing said after thinking for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of playful teasing. "Do you like me?" Yang Lingchen asked seriously, his eyes full of tension. "I do. Those 2 points are exactly what I like. Both are indispensable because I'm also a visual person." Feng Xueqing laughed, her smile as radiant as the sun. Just then, the Grand Elder, Yuanyang, approached, and Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing hurriedly separated. Yuanyang then announced the final results of the competition. Yang Lingchen had won first place, Feng Xueqing second, and Chenjun third. The top 3 of this competition would all receive the opportunity to enter the Inner Sect early. Congratulations on becoming Inner Sect disciples of Tianyuan Palace. Now follow me to register in the Inner Sect, Yuanyang said with a smile, clearly pleased. Finally entering the Inner Sect, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Because in Tianyuan Palace, once one enters the Inner Sect, it truly means becoming a disciple of Tianyuan Palace. Under Yi Yuanyang's lead, the two crossed several peaks and arrived at the assessment hall of Tianyuan Palace. The assessment hall is where disciples are evaluated for promotion. But since Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing were first and second in the competition, they were directly exempted from the assessment and could register immediately. The inner sect of Tianyuan Palace has 7 peak masters: Tianyuan Peak, Tianxin Peak, Tianji Peak, Tianxian Peak, Tianden Peak, Tianjin Peak, and Tianqi Peak, with Tianyuan Peak being the main peak where the palace master resides. Chapter 28. Lingchen becomes a disciple. At the main hall of Tianyuan Palace, a cold yet melodious voice slowly resonated, as if it were a celestial sound from the heavens, carrying an undeniable authority. Yuruo, I will personally take in the first disciple from this Outer Sect competition. Go and bring him to me. This was a woman who seemed to have walked out of a fairyland, dressed in a luxurious white gown that billowed like a celestial maiden. Although her face was partially veiled, making it impossible to see her full appearance, her pair of stunning eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, deep and enchanting, captivating anyone who looked into them. Yes, master. Lin Yanyun bowed respectfully and then slowly retreated, her figure light and graceful, like a flower swaying in the wind. At this moment, Lin Yanyun was incredibly shocked, wondering why her master would choose to accept Yang Lingchen as a disciple. She couldn't fathom what was so special about this young man, who had just emerged in the competition, that would prompt her usually aloof master to personally speak up. Meanwhile, at the instant Yang Lingchen claimed victory, explosive news spread like a bomb, instantly shocking the entire Tianyuan Palace. Just moments ago, the #1 beauty of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yanyun, publicly announced that Yang Lingchen, the first in the Outer Sect competition, was her man. As soon as the news broke, it stirred up a storm in Tianyuan Palace. Almost all inner sect disciples and core disciples began inquiring about Yang Lingchen's background. Everyone was curious about what kind of man had captured Ling Yanyun's favor. As the #1 beauty of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yanyun not only possessed extraordinary beauty but also had extraordinary talent in cultivation, having reached the 9th level of the Wushu realm at the age of 17. Her every smile and frown could captivate hearts, like a blooming flower in spring. Of course, a woman as outstanding as Ling Yanyun would not lack suitors. From inner sect to core disciples, even rumors suggested that the Saint Sun Sikong was also infatuated with Ling Yanyun. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was completely unaware of these matters, as he was busy registering his identity information in the assessment hall. Based on personal choice, Feng Xueqing chose the main peak of Tianyuan Peak, which is the mountain where the master of Tianyuan Palace resides. Yang Lingchen chose Tiandan Peak, as it is the only peak focused on alchemy and also has the fewest number of people. Yang Lingchen chose Tiandan Peak because there are more opportunities to come into contact with precious medicinal materials, which greatly aids in his cultivation and future development. You rogue, you better work hard on your cultivation. If someone bothers me, you have to stand up like a man, Feng Xueqing said, her voice crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of playful reproach. Who dares to bother you? I'll break their limbs, Yang Lingchen replied very seriously, his eyes revealing determination and courage. Feng Xueqing is indeed a girl he likes quite a bit, embodying almost all the advantages. She has a great figure, her graceful curves evoke imagination, she has beauty. Her exquisite features seem like a masterpiece carefully crafted by heaven. She has talent, displaying astonishing potential in her cultivation. Moreover, Feng Xueqing is not only beautiful but also very cute. Her playful demeanor makes people want to cherish her, and most importantly, she has an ethereal aura that doesn't belong to this world, as if she were a spirit coming from a fairyland. That's what you said. If someone bothers me, I'll tell them Yang Lingchen is my man, Feng Xueqing said with a mischievous smile. Her smile is radiant as the spring sun. You won't get me into a lot of trouble, will you? Yang Lingchen felt like he had fallen into a pit, showing a helpless smile on his face. You can't say that. I'm as beautiful as a flower, and there are always flies buzzing around me wherever I go, Feng Xueqing said, blinking her beautiful eyes with a hint of pride. All right, if someone dares to bother you, just report my name. I'm not afraid of trouble, Yang Lingchen said, his tone filled with confidence and responsibility. He knew that a beautiful woman would surely have suitors around her. As a man, if he couldn't deal with the flies around the beautiful woman, then he had no right to claim her. Just then, a stunning figure appeared in the assessment hall. It was Lin Yanyun, a disciple of the palace master. Lin Yanyun, what are you doing here? Yang Lingchen was surprised to see Lin Yuru, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Yang Lingchen, come with me to Tianyuan Peak. The palace master wants to see you, Lin Yuru said in a delicate voice. Her tone crisp and melodious like a clear spring flowing through the mountains. The palace master wants to see me? That can't be right. I don't seem to have done anything wrong. Yang Lingchen asked in confusion, his face filled with doubt. You haven't done anything wrong. The palace master wants to accept you as a disciple. Hurry up and go, Lin Yuru said, her tone carrying a hint of urgency. The palace master wants to accept me as a disciple? Yang Lingchen frowned, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and come with me, Lin Yuru urged, her expression showing some impatience. All right, can I bring Xueqing along? She also chose Tianyuan Peak, Yang Lingchen said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Fine, you can come with me, Lin Yuru replied, and then she walked straight ahead, her figure light and graceful. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing followed behind her. You rogue. How could the palace master accept you as a disciple? Feng Xueqing asked softly, curiosity in her voice. I really don't know, Yang Lingchen replied, equally puzzled. Yang Lingchen, have you met the palace master before? Lin Yuru asked curiously, her eyes filled with inquiry. I don't know. I'll find out when I meet the palace master, Yang Lingchen said, also perplexed. They passed through several mountain peaks and finally arrived at a massive mountain. This was a majestic peak, its towering heights reaching into the clouds. The summit piercing the sky as if connected to heaven. The three of them boarded a flying beast and soon flew to the peak. After arranging for Feng Xueqing, Lin Yuru brought Yang Lingchen to the palace master's great hall. Looking at the vast and imposing hall before him, Yang Lingchen was utterly shocked. Such an architecture would be nearly impossible to replicate on Earth. Entering the palace master's hall, he saw a woman sitting gracefully in the center, dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding elegance, and wearing a snow veil. Although she wore a veil, her pair of stunning eyes seemed to possess a magical power. Just a glance would make one involuntarily fall into them. Master, I brought Yang Lingchen, Lin Yuru said, bowing respectfully. You may leave. The voice of Dongfang Yunbing was elegant and beautiful, as if carrying an irresistible charm. Yes, master, Lin Yuru bowed and exited. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to the palace master. Yang Lingchen bowed deeply, his attitude respectful and sincere. Yang Lingchen, from today onwards, you shall be the closed-door disciple of this palace. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Yunbing's melodious voice came, carrying an air of authority that was undeniable. No objections, disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to the master. Yang Lingchen didn't know why, but in front of this stunning woman, he felt no resistance at all and knelt down directly to perform the disciple's bow. Come here. Let me have a good look at you, Dongfang Yunbing said softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze across the lake, creating ripples. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Dongfang Yunbing, trembling as he walked over. I want to eat you. Lift your head up. Come a bit closer. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was extremely sweet at this moment, as if it had a magical power that was impossible to resist. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen walked over shakily. The pressure emanating from this woman was terrifying, as if he were being crushed under a great mountain, making every step incredibly difficult. Dongfang Yunbing extended a flawless jade hand, gently hooking Yang Lingchen's chin with her finger, her voice slightly flirtatious as she said, You are indeed quite handsome. This hand was extraordinarily beautiful, more flawless than the first snow, more lustrous than divine jade, as if a fairy's soft hand had reached out from a dream. Yang Lingchen never expected that a hand could be so breathtakingly beautiful, but it seemed a bit familiar. He couldn't recall where he had seen it before. If the master forces me, should I resist? He thought, forget it. She's so powerful, it's better not to resist. Come on. Yang Lingchen was already prepared. He didn't dare to move, just letting her hook his chin. This is the Tianyuan sword classic. Take it to cultivate. If you don't master it in a month, this palace will impose a punishment. Dongfang Yunbing's expression turned cold, her voice as if it could freeze the surrounding air. What the heck is going on? Yang Lingchen thought, feeling that he had already prepared himself. Thank you, master. He quickly bowed, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Yuru, Dongfang Yunbing's voice called out again. Master. Lin Yuru quickly walked in again. Arrange for Chun'er to stay at the Ziyun Pavilion, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Yes, master, Lin Yuru replied. While feeling particularly shocked inside, Her master had actually granted the Ziyun Pavilion to Yang Lingchen. Don't let the news of me taking Chun air as my disciple spread for now. You all may leave. Dongfang Yunbing said, her voice carrying an unassailable command. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen and Lin Yuru bowed and exited. Chapter 29. 8th level of the Mingxian realm. Junior brother Lingchen, do you know our master? Lin Yuru asked curiously. Her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. It was her first time seeing the master show such interest in a new disciple, especially since she had only taken one disciple over the years. No, I really have never seen the master. Yang Lingchen pondered for a moment and replied firmly. He too was filled with curiosity about why Dongfang Yunbing chose him as her disciple, unable to comprehend it. Junior brother Lingchen, the master is really good to you, even bestowing you the Ziyun Pavilion. Lin Yuru said enviously, a hint of desire in her gaze. Is the Ziyun Pavilion very special? Yang Lingchen asked with curiosity, a tinge of confusion in his eyes. Although the Ziyun Pavilion is not an independent peak, it is the most special place on the Tianyuan main peak. It is quiet, with dense spiritual energy, making it very suitable for cultivation, Lin Yuru explained, her voice sweet and pleasant, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. That's great. I like quiet places. Yang Lingchen's face showed an expression of anticipation, and he began to yearn for the Ziyun Pavilion. By the way, junior brother Lingchen, you might face quite a bit of trouble next. Lin Yuru smiled charmingly, her smile seemingly carrying a hint of mystery. Trouble? What trouble? Yang Lingchen asked curiously, his brows slightly furrowed. Sister Yanyun has already announced that you are her man, Lin Yuru said with a gloating smile, her laughter echoing in the air. Let her announce it. What's the trouble in that? Yang Lingchen replied nonchalantly, his expression appearing very calm. Do you know who Sister Yanyun is? Lin Yuru asked, her gaze turning serious. Actually, I don't really know. Does she have some special identity? Yang Lingchen inquired, growing more puzzled. Sister Yanyun is the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan Palace and one of the 4 holy sons, so her admirers can be found throughout the Tianyuan Palace, Lin Yuru explained, her voice slightly raised, as if emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. Her admirers won't come looking for trouble with me, will they? Yang Lingchen asked, a hint of worry rising in his heart. What do you think? Lin Yuru rolled her eyes at Yang Lingchen, her expression suggesting he think for himself. After traversing several picturesque mountain paths, the two finally arrived at the Ziyun Pavilion. It was a courtyard backed by a cliff, surrounded by pleasant scenery, shaded by green trees, blooming flowers, and birds joyfully singing on the branches. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was extremely dense, forming a light mist, and most importantly, it was very quiet, as if isolated from the world, making it perfect for seclusion and cultivation. After settling Yang Lingchen in, Lin Yuru left the Ziyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen was very satisfied with this elegant and tranquil pavilion. He no longer had to worry about being disturbed during his cultivation. The rewards for this Outer Sect competition were quite generous, not only offering 1 million contribution points, but also 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. He already had over 4 million contribution points and about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With this status, even many core disciples couldn't compare to him. Yang Lingchen entered the Haotian Jade space and took out a large number of spirit stones, beginning to refine them. At this moment, he sat cross-legged among a pile of spirit stones. As he activated the Haotian art, the spirit stones around him transformed into wisps of white spiritual energy, which danced around him like lively little snakes, enveloping him in the process. After several hours, Yang Lingchen finally touched the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Break for me, Yang Lingchen shouted, his voice seemingly breaking through the clouds. Boom. 7th level of the Mingxian realm. At that moment, a loud sound erupted from within Yang Lingchen, like a thunderclap. He finally broke through that barrier and successfully advanced to the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. After the breakthrough, Yang Lingchen did not stop and took out countless pills to devour. With the support of the supreme Mingxian pill, it wasn't long before his cultivation began to skyrocket again. Early stage of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Mid-stage of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. Peak of the 7th level of the Mingxian realm. At this point, Yang Lingchen once again touched the bottleneck of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. He continued to refine the remaining spirit stones around him, striving for a single push to break into the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. He was still very eager for power, as the day of his duel with Li Tianxing was approaching, and he did not want to die in the arena. Moreover, Yang Lingchen would have to face countless challenges ahead, Without sufficient strength, he would only get slapped in the face. Several more hours passed. With Yang Lingchen's persistence, he finally broke through to the 8th level of the Mingxian realm and used pills to push himself to the peak of the 8th level of the Mingxian realm. After the breakthrough, Yang Lingchen took out the Tianyuan Sword Classic and began to comprehend it. He dared not forget his master's instructions. If he did not master it within a month, who knew what punishment he would face? Just thinking of Dongfang Yunbing's terrifying pressure made Yang Lingchen's heart tremble. 2 more days passed. Under Yang Lingchen's continual comprehension, he finally cultivated the Tianyuan Sword Classic to minor success. The Tianyuan Sword Classic was the most profound martial skill of Tianyuan Palace, and apart from Dongfang Yunbing and the Grand Elder, no one else had cultivated it yet. Yang Lingchen exited the Haotian Jade space, planning to visit the Inner Sect Exchange Hall of Tianyuan Palace. After this round of cultivation, he had exhausted all the spirit stones in his possession, and most of the pills were also nearly used up. After changing into a set of Inner Sect disciple robes and tidying himself up, Yang Lingchen left the Ziyun Pavilion. Inner Sect Exchange Hall. This was a grand hall with an ancient atmosphere, its old walls covered in traces of time, clearly existing for countless years. The items available for exchange here were countless times more advanced than those in the Outer Sect Exchange Hall. Yang Lingchen took out his identity token, spent 3 million contribution points, in exchange for a pile of alchemical materials and some spirit stones before exiting the exchange hall. Little bastard. Let's see who can protect you today. Li Tianqing and Li Sini approached with cold eyes, blocking Yang Lingchen's path. Their gazes were filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if they wanted to swallow Yang Lingchen whole. Li Tianqing, are you so eager to die? Yang Lingchen smirked, a hint of disdain and mockery in his smile. He was not afraid of Li Tianqing now. Little bastard, if you have the guts, come to the life and death arena with me right now. Li Tianqing said coldly, his voice carrying a chill. Lead the way, Yang Lingchen replied with a cold laugh, his tone filled with fearlessness. Since Li Tianqing wanted to seek death early, Yang Lingchen had no reason to refuse him. Just wait and see how you die. After Li Tianqing finished speaking, he turned and walked away. At this moment, Yang Lingchen followed closely behind him, heading towards the Inner Sect Life and Death Arena. Tianyuan, Inner Sect Life and Death Platform. Yang Lingchen, are you sure you want to accept Li Tianqing's life and death battle? The elder in charge of the arena frowned, his gaze filled with concern. I'm sure, Yang Lingchen replied firmly, his eyes showing no sign of retreat. Do you know the gap in cultivation between you two? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once you're on the life and death platform, life and death are determined by fate. If you regret it now, it's not too late. The elder kindly advised, his voice full of care. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Yang Lingchen respectfully bowed to the elder, his attitude resolute. Since you won't listen to my advice, go ahead and sign the life and death contract. The elder said, shaking his head helplessly. He had heard of Yang Lingchen, knowing he was the champion of this year's Outer Sect competition and only 15 years old, considered a genius among youths. Chapter 30. Killing Li Tianqing Swish. Yang Lingchen and Li Tianqing each signed the life and death contract without hesitation. At this moment, many inner disciples gathered around, curiously watching, and several recognized Yang Lingchen. After all, he was the champion of the Outer Sect competition, and many inner disciples had watched from below the stage that day. So this kid is Yang Lingchen? He doesn't look special at all. How could the Saintess of Yanyun take a liking to him? Maybe the Saintess likes this kind of pretty boy? That's true. Apart from being a bit handsome, he doesn't seem to be anything special. For a time, the inner disciples watching began to discuss among themselves, filled with confusion and disbelief. You little bastard, no one can save you today. Li Tianqing looked at Yang Lingchen coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You'd better advise your brother, or you'll be the one crying later. Yang Lingchen glanced at Li Sini, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Looking for death. Li Tianqing's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and at that moment, his long sword slashed toward Yang Lingchen. As a third-level expert of the Xian realm, Li Tianqing's sword carried a purple sword aura, swift as lightning, aiming to cleave Yang Lingchen in two. Facing such a genius, Yang Lingchen did not dare to be careless. The Qingling sword was drawn instantly, shining with cold light as he executed the first move of the Tianyuan Sword Classic, meeting Li Tianqing's sword aura head-on. In an instant, the two fought 7 or 8 rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, at this moment, Yang Lingchen was not using his full strength, but rather utilizing Li Tianqing to practice the Tianyuan Sword Classic. If Li Tianxing knew that Yang Lingchen was using him for training, he would probably be infuriated. As the two continued to battle through dozens of rounds, Li Tianxing gradually became more alarmed. He was already feeling somewhat panicked. In these rounds, he had used all his strength and every trick in his arsenal, while Yang Lingchen appeared to be quite relaxed, handling everything with ease. Meanwhile, in the clouds above, a stunning figure was watching the life and death battle in the Inner Sect. This little brat has some guts, daring to practice his sword against his opponent in a life and death battle. Dongfang Yunbing's lips curled into a charming smile, filled with admiration and curiosity. At this moment, the elder in charge of the arena looked at Yang Lingchen in disbelief. As an elder, he had seen countless geniuses in his life, but he had never seen such an extraordinary young man. Another 100 rounds passed, and as Yang Lingchen grew more skilled with the Tianyuan sword classic, his moves became increasingly exquisite, and Li Tianxing gradually fell into a passive position. Swish! Yang Lingchen cut a gash across Li Tianxing's chest, blood instantly staining his clothes. Swish! Li Tianxing's left ankle was slashed by Yang Lingchen's Qingling sword, blood gushing uncontrollably, and his complexion turned pale. Swish, 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 swish. After several strikes, Li Tianxing's limbs and meridians were completely severed by Yang Lingchen, holding his long sword. The tip touching the ground, Yang Lingchen stood on the platform, his angular face incredibly handsome, his features chiseled like a sculpture. Though he appeared carefree, the glint of determination in his eyes made anyone dare not underestimate him. "Brother!" Li Sini cried, tears streaming down her face, wanting to rush onto the stage but was stopped by the elder. "Kneel down, slap yourself 100 times, and shout that you are a worthless person. Then I will let Li Tianxing go," Yang Lingchen said with a cold smile, looking at Li Sini with no sympathy in his eyes. "Yang Lingchen, I advise you to let my brother go. He is a disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak." Li Sini glared at Yang Lingchen with resentful eyes, her voice filled with anger. Swish, swish. Li Tianxing let out a mournful cry again, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. "Stop, I will kneel," Li Sini shouted and then knelt down. Her brother was her only family and the best person in her life. She didn't want to see him die on the platform because of her. At this moment, Li Sini deeply regretted her earlier decision, wondering why she had acted so ungratefully. Smack! "I am a worthless person. Smack! I am a worthless person." Li Sini slapped her face repeatedly, the sound crisp and loud. "Sini, stop!" Li Tianxing roared, his voice filled with pain and helplessness. After 100 slaps, Li Sini's face had swollen up, looking unrecognizable. Swish! Yang Lingchen swung his sword, instantly cutting across Li Tianxing's neck. "Brother!" Li Sini went mad, rushing onto the platform, holding her brother's neck, blood flowing endlessly, tears pouring down like a flood. "Sini, you must take care of yourself from now on. Don't seek revenge." Li Tianxing said his last words with great difficulty, then closed his eyes completely, his body going limp. "Yang Lingchen, I will kill you." Li Sini went berserk, charging at Yang Lingchen, her eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. Bang! Yang Lingchen did not hesitate and kicked her away, showing no mercy to an enemy, regardless of whether she was a beauty or not. "I have already knelt. Why did you still have to kill my brother?" Li Sini glared at Yang Lingchen with resentment, her voice shrill and desperate. "Sorry, when it comes to enemies, I have no integrity to speak of. You can only blame yourself. I originally wanted to save you, but you repaid kindness with enmity, even trying to steal my demon pill and wanting to kill me," Yang Lingchen said, turning to leave the scene, his figure resolute and determined. If it weren't for Tianyuan, he would have truly wanted to kill this woman at that moment. "Yang Lingchen, I will make you wish you were dead. I will." Li Sini gritted her teeth, coldly staring at Yang Lingchen's back, her eyes filled with deep resentment, as if she wanted to imprint his figure in her heart. After returning to Ziyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen immediately began to refine pills. In the following days, Yang Lingchen lived quite comfortably. During the day, he prepared wild game for barbecues and drank tea. And at night, he immersed himself in crazy cultivation in Haotian jade. Originally, many inner disciples and core disciples wanted to teach Yang Lingchen a lesson, but unfortunately, Yang Lingchen remained indoors in Ziyun Pavilion, so these followers of Ling Yan Cloud had no way to deal with him for the time being. Clang! Yang Lingchen has such audacity to dare to kill my disciple. An old man with a fierce gaze said coldly. This person was Chen Ling, the Grand Elder of Tianxian Peak. His face was dark and terrifying, as if it could drip water. "Master, junior brother Li was killed on the arena. So we can't directly take revenge, a core disciple said, looking somewhat troubled. Keep an eye on him for me. Once he leaves Tianyuan Palace, kill him for me. Chen Yinling's tone was extremely cold, like a voice coming from hell. Yes, master, Wang Yuan replied respectfully, lowering his head, not daring to meet Chen Yinling's gaze. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was barbecuing and drinking his specially brewed red wine in Siyun Pavilion. At this time, Lin Yurua and Ling Yanyun appeared outside Yang Lingchen's small courtyard. Sister Yurua, Sister Yanyun, you're here. Please sit down and try my newly brewed red wine. Yang Lingchen greeted them warmly, arranging a few chairs with a radiant smile on his face. Junior brother Chen, you really know how to enjoy life. Lin Yurua said as she sat down boldly and began to eat without any grace, as if she hadn't eaten for days. So delicious. Is it really that good? Ling Yanyun asked curiously, her gaze falling on the barbecue. Sister Yanyun, you should try it too, and this red wine, you definitely haven't tasted anything like it. Yang Lingchen urged, pouring a glass of red wine for each of the two women, the wine sparkling charmingly under the sunlight. Ling Yanyun took a gentle sip, and a hint of surprise filled her eyes. I didn't expect you to brew wine. Sister Yanyun, take your time, red wine should be savored. Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his expression as warm as spring. From now on, I'll leave the meals for me and Yanyun to you. You don't mind, right? Lin Yurua said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sister Yurua, don't say meals. Even if you hand yourselves over to me, it's no problem. Yang Lingchen replied with a mischievous smile, his eyes filled with teasing. You brat, if you want us to hand ourselves over to you, that is fine. But I'm afraid you won't be able to handle both of us, Lin Yurua said, her cheeks flushed from drinking a lot of red wine, looking exceptionally alluring. Her words filled with ambiguity. Stupid girl, if you want to hand over yourself, do it yourself. Don't drag me into it, Ling Yanyun said, playfully pinching Lin Yurua's waist, her face slightly blushing. Ahem, sisters, try this freshly roasted wild rabbit. Yang Lingchen quickly changed the subject, not daring to continue, as he found Lin Yurua to be quite fierce in her dealings, despite her seemingly gentle appearance. Chapter 31. Ancient Ruins in the Blink of an Eye. 10 days passed quickly. During this long period, Yang Lingchen remained in a state of frenzied cultivation, showing no signs of slackening. His strength successfully broke through to the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm as he wished. On this day, Yang Lingchen was concentrating on cultivating the Tianyuan sword classic. Suddenly, a stunning figure appeared without warning in Siyun Pavilion. She wore a pure white fitted long dress that perfectly highlighted her enchanting and alluring figure. Her cold, beautiful eyes carried a kind of majesty that looked down on all beings, like a noble ice lotus, untouched by the slightest hint of the mundane world. Disciple Yang Lingchen pays respects to master, Yang Lingchen said respectfully, quickly bowing upon seeing the visitor. Not bad. In just a short span of more than 10 days, you have cultivated the Tianyuan sword classic to the great perfection stage. You truly are the male disciple I have high hopes for, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. It is all thanks to Master S guidance that the disciple has made such rapid progress, Yang Lingchen said without hesitation, flattering her. Dongfang Yunbing, with her celestial demeanor, gracefully walked to a long bench and elegantly lay down, saying softly, Chinner, I'm a bit tired. Shall I give you a massage? Yang Lingchen asked, his heart racing, already mentally preparing for what might come. Dongfang Yunbing responded softly, then closed her beautiful eyes, lying quietly on the bench. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's heart was racing wildly. He slowly walked behind Dongfang Yunbing, then gently placed his trembling hands on her smooth and tender shoulders. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt as if he was about to suffocate. This is a woman renowned throughout the entire North Xian region. Her slightest will could determine the life and death of countless people. Dongfang Yunbing's figure was extremely soft and seductive. Even her shoulders were mesmerizingly beautiful, almost suffocating. Yang Lingchen carefully began to knead her shoulders and arms. Her exquisite and smooth skin made him reluctant to let go. You are very nervous, Dongfang Yunbing said softly, her eyes still closed. A little, Yang Lingchen took a deep breath, trying to calm his nervousness. Am I that scary? Dongfang Yunbing's voice suddenly became a bit softer. Because Master is truly as beautiful as a celestial being. That's why the disciple is a bit nervous, Yang Lingchen said in a low voice. And how do I compare to Ling Yanyun and Feng Xueqing? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a smile. Ahem, of course, Master is the most beautiful. Yang Lingchen coughed lightly and hurriedly replied. Your technique is not bad. Where did you learn it? Dongfang Yunbing continued. At the Dihao Club, Yang Lingchen answered honestly. What kind of place is the Dihao Club? Dongfang Yunbing asked curiously. It's a place that specializes in providing massage services, Yang Lingchen explained softly. MMM. Dongfang Yunbing said no more and quietly enjoyed Yang Lingchen's massage. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Not bad. I'll come often from now on. Dongfang Yunbing said, and then her figure instantly disappeared from Ziyun Pavilion. Damn, I'm not a master. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those 2 hours were truly torturous. Giving a massage to such a stunning beauty would be hard for anyone to withstand. Moreover, the other party was the most powerful ruler in this area. Another 7 days passed quietly. During these 7 days, his cultivation made another breakthrough, reaching the peak of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm. After breaking through to the peak of the 9th layer of the Mingxian realm, Yang Lingchen made plans in his heart, preparing to go out for some training and to complete several tasks. Leaving Ziyun Pavilion, Yang Lingchen made his way to the mission hall in the inner gate of Tianyuan Palace. At that moment, his attention was caught by a mission poster at the entrance of the hall, and with curiosity, he quickly walked over. It turned out that the 4 major sects had discovered a newly unearthed ancient ruin deep within the Beihuang mountain range. Due to the extreme age of this ruin, only martial artists below the Wushu realm were qualified to enter. Therefore, the higher-ups of Tianyuan Palace posted this announcement, hoping that adventurous young disciples would go explore. Yang Lingchen carefully examined the specific location of the ruins, then turned around and left Tianyuan Palace without hesitation. However, unbeknownst to Yang Lingchen, at the very moment he left Tianyuan Palace, a figure flashed and quietly followed behind him. This person was Wang Yuan, a disciple ranked in the top 10 of the Inner Sect. After Yang Lingchen exited Tianyuan Palace, he activated the Phantom Technique and switched to full-speed travel mode. However, because Yang Lingchen was using his movement technique the whole time, Wang Yuan ended up losing track of him. At this moment, Wang Yuan was extremely shocked. He was one of the top 10 disciples in the Inner Sect and never expected to lose sight of someone at the Mingxian realm. Nevertheless, he did not panic, as he knew Yang Lingchen was heading to the ancient ruins. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yang Lingchen's full-speed travel, he finally reached the depths of the North Wilderness mountain range. At this moment, he was very close to the ancient ruins. Yang Lingchen also discovered many people nearby, including disciples from Tianyuan Palace as well as some from other sections. The North Wilderness mountain range is a vast mountain range, with the 4 major forces of southern state located around it. Thus, the excavation of these ancient ruins attracted young disciples from the other 3 major sects to come and explore. Yang Lingchen followed the path towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. At the entrance, he noticed several powerful middle-aged individuals who, judging by their attire, were likely elders from the 4 major sections. The excavation of the ancient ruins would inevitably lead to conflicts between sections. Therefore, each sect would send some powerful elders to oversee their disciples in order to protect their interests. Yang Lingchen arrived at the side of Tianyuan Palace's faction. At this moment, a middle-aged man around 40 years old stepped forward. He was Sun Tianqing, an elder from Tianyuan Palace. Everyone listen up. Once the ruins open, you must be cautious of the other sect's disciples. Do not let your guard down and lose your life, Sun Tianqing warned solemnly. We understand. Many disciples responded in unison. Just then, the true form of the ancient ruins began to gradually reveal itself. All right, the ruins have begun. Everyone, go in, Sun Tianqing said. As the ancient ruins opened, disciples from the 4 major sects rushed in one after another. The 4 major sects of southern state are Tianyuan Palace, Dean Sect, Luocha Palace, and Jingguang Pavilion, among which Jingguang Pavilion is the strongest, while the other 3 sects are relatively equal in strength. Yang Lingchen also entered the mysterious ancient ruins with the crowd. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen sensed a cold gleam and quickly turned his head, but saw nothing. At that moment, Yang Lingchen became secretly vigilant. He just had a strong feeling of being closely watched by a fierce bird of prey. Once everyone had entered the ruins, the entrance behind them suddenly closed without warning. At that moment, the thousands of people present fell into a panic. They hurriedly searched for an exit, only to be disappointed to find that the entrance they had just come through seemed to have never existed. After a long time, as everyone continued to be unable to find an exit, many began to explore the wide ruins, reasoning that since they couldn't leave for the time being, they might as well search thoroughly inside, hoping to find some valuable treasures. Chapter 32. The Sword of Immortals and Demons. Once Yang Lingchen confirmed that the exit had disappeared, he immediately strode deeper into the secret realm without hesitation. Since he had already stepped into these ancient ruins, he definitely could not return empty-handed and waste this rare opportunity. From the grand scale of the ancient ruins, Yang Lingchen could clearly deduce that this was likely the resting place of an ancient powerhouse. Moreover, Yang Lingchen unexpectedly discovered a terrifying secret. This ruin was actually laid out with a powerful killing formation. This killing formation had a chilling name, the Killing Formation. To break this formation, it was necessary for everyone to kill each other until half of them were dead, at which point the exit of the ruins would reappear. However, this formation was relatively simple for Yang Lingchen. After all, Ling Yanyun was a top master of formations in the divine realm, and Yang Lingchen had inherited his memories. A mere killing formation was incredibly easy for him. Before long, Yang Lingchen arrived at a palace filled with a mysterious aura. At that moment, a young man approached from a distance, wearing the robes of an Outer Sect disciple from Tianyuan Palace. This person was Wang Yuan, one of the top 10 disciples of Tianyuan Palace. For some reason, at that moment, Yang Lingchen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and as the person got closer, the feeling of unease grew stronger. Although Wang Yuan wore a calm smile, the deep unease in Yang Lingchen's heart did not dissipate. Thus, he secretly heightened his vigilance, quietly gripping several explosive poison pills in his hand. Just as Wang Yuan was about to get close, Yang Lingchen instantly shot out the explosive poison pills and then swiftly vanished from his original spot. Boom, boom. At the moment Yang Lingchen shot the explosive poison pills, Wang Yuan also quickly sensed the danger and rapidly summoned his energy to protect himself, then retreated at high speed. However, even so, Wang Yuan was still hit by the explosive poison pills, causing his robes to tear. Although he did not suffer serious injuries, he looked extremely wretched. Kid, you got lucky this time, but in this ancient ruin, I don't believe I can't catch you. Wang Yuan glared at the spot where Yang Lingchen had disappeared. His eyes filled with cold fury as if they could spit fire. At this moment, Yang Lingchen entered a space filled with profound mysteries. This was a space rich in spiritual energy, and Yang Lingchen walked straight through this strange space. Before long, he heard a noisy conversation coming from a distance. Cautiously, Yang Lingchen approached. He saw that a large hall in the distance was surrounded by people, and in the center of the hall stood a sword emanating a chilling light. Many people wanted to draw this extraordinary sword, but before they could get close, they were knocked back by the fierce light emitted by the sword. Heaven-level magic weapon. Yang Lingchen took a closer look and discovered that the sword was an extremely rare heaven-level magic weapon. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement. This was a heaven-level magic weapon. Its power was far beyond that of ordinary spiritual weapons. Weapons are classified into ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and Tao weapons, each further divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The power of magic weapons greatly exceeds that of spiritual weapons because magic weapons can recognize their master and can increase in power as the owner's cultivation improves, even having the chance to advance to the level of a Tao weapon or divine weapon. In the hall, countless people had tried, but no one could pull out the sword. Yang Lingchen, however, was in no rush, as he could confidently conclude that, aside from himself, no one in the entire ruins could pull out this extraordinary sword. Everyone, come one by one to draw the sword. Whoever can pull out this treasure sword will be heavily rewarded by this young lady. A stunningly beautiful girl with an alluring figure spoke loudly. Yang Lingchen could tell that this group of people likely came from the strongest force in the south, the Jinyuan Pavilion. Right now, Yang Lingchen's biggest dilemma was how to find an opportunity to pull out this sword. If he could successfully refine this sword, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. I'm going for it. Yang Lingchen silently vowed in his heart, quietly removing the robe of Tianyuan Palace from his body, and then slowly walked over. As one disciple after another from Jinyuan Pavilion tried, no one could get close to this extraordinary treasure sword. After about half a quarter of an hour, it was finally Yang Lingchen's turn. What is your name? I haven't seen you before. The beautiful girl said with a cold voice, her gaze scrutinizing him. Oh no, I hope I won't be recognized. I'm a new disciple, Yang Lingchen replied softly, feeling anxious in his heart. You go try it. The beautiful girl said coldly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, Yang Lingchen responded, and then slowly walked towards the extraordinary treasure sword. At this moment, everyone was very shocked because this new disciple surprisingly was not repelled by the sword. Yang Lingchen casually glanced around and found that he was surrounded tightly. Escaping was not an easy task. His mind raced, but he couldn't think of any perfect plan. It seemed he could only pull out the treasure sword and force his way out. He saw Yang Lingchen slowly grip the hilt of the extraordinary sword. At that moment, he noticed two ancient characters on the hilt, Immortal and Demon. It turned out that this sword was called the Immortal Demon Sword. Yang Lingchen pulled hard, but the Immortal Demon Sword remained unmoved. Seeing this, the beautiful girl felt a wave of disappointment. She could keenly sense that this was not an ordinary sword. Just then, Yang Lingchen silently recited a command in his heart, then pulled hard, and instantly pulled out the Immortal Demon Sword. Clang! Buzz! The Immortal Demon Sword was unsheathed, emitting a buzzing sound, and suddenly, cold light burst forth, the sword radiating endless killing intent, forcing the surrounding disciples of Jianyuan Pavilion to retreat continuously. Bring it here. The beautiful girl stared at the Immortal Demon Sword with longing, saying impatiently, "Yes." Yang Lingchen respectfully responded, then slowly walked towards the beautiful girl with the Immortal Demon Sword. Damn, whether I can get this Immortal Demon Sword depends on this move. Yang Lingchen thought to himself. Just as he was about to approach the girl, Yang Lingchen suddenly sprang into action, swinging the Immortal Demon Sword towards her. The beautiful girl's strength was the strongest among this group of people. Yang Lingchen estimated that she was at the peak of the 9th level of the Xian realm, far beyond what he could contend with. So he could only choose to sneak attack. If he could kill her in one blow, that would be best. If he couldn't, he would just run away. Bang! However, in the face of the absolute power gap, Yang Lingchen's full-force strike was easily avoided by the beautiful girl. Yang Lingchen decisively threw out dozens of explosive poison pills, while his figure instantly shot away into the distance. Boom, boom. The explosive poison pills instantly killed over a dozen disciples from Jianyuan Pavilion. Kid, you're asking for death. The beautiful girl's expression turned cold, her figure shooting towards Yang Lingchen like lightning. Damn, how is this woman so fast? Yang Lingchen turned around and was instantly frightened out of his wits, seeing the beautiful girl's figure like a ghost tightly trailing behind him. At that moment, Yang Lingchen hurriedly increased his speed, frantically fleeing through the ruins, diving into any gap he saw. Even so, Yang Lingchen still failed to shake off the beautiful girl behind him. Damn, what should I do now? Yang Lingchen was secretly anxious. His strength was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Ming Xian realm, while the other party was at the peak of the Tong Xian realm. The gap was simply too great. You can't escape. I will tear you to pieces. The beautiful girl's voice was as cold as a piercing wind. Damn it. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need for you to chase me so relentlessly. Yang Lingchen cursed while desperately fleeing. Chapter 33. The Celestial Red Demon Flood Dragon. Just then, Yang Lingchen suddenly spotted a small gap in the distance. He didn't have time to think and instinctively dove in. At the moment he squeezed through, the beautiful girl's movements were also extremely fast. She hesitated not to follow him in. Boom. With a deafening roar, the gap completely closed. Yang Lingchen didn't care about anything else and ran for his life. Soon, he had to stop because he was blocked by a deep water pool. Cough. Beautiful lady, let us talk this over. I'll return the sword to you. Can you let me go? Yang Lingchen said with an awkward expression. At this moment, he truly wanted to use the sword to exchange for his life. After all, fighting was definitely not an option, so it was better to simply plead for mercy. Tell me, how do you want to die? The beautiful girl's voice was extremely cold. At this moment, she could only think about killing this annoying kid in front of her. Can I really choose how to die? Yang Lingchen asked weakly, a hint of hope in his eyes. I'll show mercy and give you a choice. Go ahead. The beautiful girl said impassively, her tone devoid of any emotion. I want to die happily. Yang Lingchen's eyes suddenly burned with intensity as he stared closely at the beautiful girl. Since the other party clearly didn't intend to let him go, he absolutely wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. You're asking for it. The beautiful girl's gaze instantly turned frosty, and her long sword swung mercilessly towards Yang Lingchen. Although he knew he couldn't win, Yang Lingchen would never choose to surrender. He quickly dodged to the side. The beautiful girl's sword struck hard into the water pool behind Yang Lingchen. Roar! Suddenly, an enormous figure shot up from the water pool with an incredibly terrifying aura. Damn, this is bad. The Celestial Red Demon Flood Dragon. Faced with this suddenly appearing giant, Yang Lingchen was also frightened pale, devoid of color. You lowly human. How dare you disturb my healing? You deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. The celestial red demon flood dragon roared in anger, speaking human words. At this moment, the beautiful girl was also frightened by the celestial red demon flood dragon, her face losing color as she retreated repeatedly. Lord Dragon God. It's all this woman's doing. You can kill her. I'll take my leave first, Yang Lingchen said, then fled away at his fastest speed. The beautiful girl was not slow either, her figure also shooting towards the exit. Roar. A massive figure suddenly appeared at the exit like lightning, blocking it completely. You lowly humans, where do you think you're going? The celestial red demon flood dragon mocked as it roared, then its huge tail swept towards the two. Beautiful girl. How about we team up to kill this beast first? It's clearly heavily injured, and we still have a chance. Yang Lingchen shouted loudly while desperately dodging. How do I know you won't suddenly run away? The stunning girl said coldly, her voice filled with doubt. She didn't believe Yang Lingchen's nonsense. If this guy suddenly slipped away, she would be doomed. At that moment, the stunning girl was forced into a narrow corner by the demon serpent, and it looked like she was about to perish. Just at this critical moment, Yang Lingchen swung the immortal demon sword without hesitation and struck fiercely at the demon serpent's tail. Rest assured, I guarantee with my character that I will definitely not run away, Yang Lingchen quickly replied. Hiss. Roar. The tail of the crimson sky demon was actually slashed by the immortal demon sword, bleeding profusely, and the wound was horrifying. You insignificant human. How could you possess the immortal demon sword? The crimson sky demon showed a look of fear, its voice trembling slightly. You little brat. This beast is afraid of the sword in your hand. Give me the sword, and I'll kill it. The stunning girl said hurriedly, her eyes filled with desire. Catch. Yang Lingchen readily tossed the long sword to the stunning girl. Compared to the immortal demon sword, his life was more important. After receiving the immortal demon sword, the stunning girl immediately charged at the crimson sky demon without hesitation. The crimson sky demon seemed extremely afraid of the immortal demon sword. Ordinary spirit weapons did nothing to it, but the immortal demon sword could inflict massive damage every time. However, even with the immortal demon sword, the stunning girl was still at an absolute disadvantage. Yang Lingchen, wielding the Qingling sword, assisted from the side. But the Qingling sword struck the demon serpent's body like scratching an itch, having no effect. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had already been struck dizzy by the tail of the crimson sky demon, his vision filled with stars. If it weren't for his robust physique, he might have died long ago. The stunning girl was also in a bad situation, her injuries not lighter than Yang Lingchen's, and she looked extremely disheveled. Bang! The stunning girl was swept by the tail of the crimson sky demon and flew towards Yang Lingchen. Without thinking, Yang Lingchen caught her and snatched the immortal demon sword, charging forward. At this point, the stunning girl had already been knocked unconscious, and Yang Lingchen could only rely on himself. Beast, I'm going all out. Yang Lingchen gripped the immortal demon sword, his eyes bloodshot, and charged recklessly at the crimson sky demon. Roar. Just then, the crimson sky demon suddenly opened its massive mouth and lunged at Yang Lingchen, trying to swallow him whole. What the hell? How can this beast's mouth be so big? Yang Lingchen suddenly felt darkness before his eyes as he was swallowed by the crimson sky demon. Inside the demon's mouth, Yang Lingchen did not give up hope of survival. He narrowly avoided the sharp teeth, but was ultimately swallowed whole. Following the demon serpent's throat, he entered a massive stomach pouch. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was enveloped in corrosive gastric fluid, feeling like he was suffocating, his body slowly being digested. He could clearly feel his clothes rotting rapidly. He quickly activated the Haotian formula and exerted all his strength to resist the corrosion while channeling all his power, swinging the immortal demon sword. Roar! The crimson sky demon writhed in pain, rolling on the ground. Yang Lingchen was also shaken around by the demon's rolling. But he didn't stop. Instead, he crazily stabbed around in the demon's stomach, as this was his only chance to survive. 2 hours passed in a flash. Under Yang Lingchen's relentless attacks, the crimson sky demon was in such agony that it rolled wildly, and soon it completely lost its breath. After another hour, Yang Lingchen finally pierced through the crimson sky demon's belly with great difficulty and painfully crawled out. At this moment, Yang Lingchen was covered in the demon's blood, and his clothes were completely corroded. His eyes revealed a hint of blood-red light, and at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of lustful fire rush to his heart. Without thinking, Yang Lingchen jumped into a nearby pool, hoping to extinguish the fire within him. Yang Lingchen let out a tragic scream. Soon, he completely lost his sanity. At this moment, all he wanted to do was. Just then, the stunning girl slowly opened her eyes, shook her head, trying to wake herself up. When she turned to look at Yang Lingchen, she saw him with a fiery gaze, like a hungry tiger, staring intensely at her and slowly approaching. Hey, you little brat. What do you want to do? The stunning girl struggled to get up and desperately tried to escape. At this moment, she understood the situation. This guy must have been poisoned by the serpent. She knew that serpents were inherently lustful, and those who were poisoned had no cure. However, in her heavily injured state, she was no match for Yang Lingchen. Bang! Before the stunning girl could take a few steps, Yang Lingchen grabbed her. Kid, if you dare to do anything to me, no one in the entire South State can protect you. The stunning girl shouted angrily, her voice filled with rage and fear. However, what responded to her was ruthlessness. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 34, Meeting Xueqing again. In the blink of an eye, a day passed swiftly. At this moment, the stunning girl's injuries had miraculously healed completely, and she was in a state of cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Lingchen finally woke up. Oh my god, what the hell have I done? Yang Lingchen felt his head buzzing, staring blankly at the girl sitting cross-legged, completely stunned. Suddenly, the stunning girl opened her eyes wide. Filled with anger, and without hesitation, she struck Yang Lingchen, sending him flying. Damn! Yang Lingchen's body was directly blasted into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Without thinking, he turned and fled into the distance. Just now, he could clearly feel the intense killing intent emanating from the girl. If he didn't escape now, he would undoubtedly die. You bastard, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Once out of this space, Yang Lingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he also realized that he must have been poisoned by the serpent, although he wanted to make amends to the stunning girl. Seeing her terrifying killing intent made him immediately abandon that thought. It was more important to save his own life first. I've actually broken through to the Xian realm? At that moment, Yang Lingchen was surprised to find that his cultivation had unknowingly broken through to the Xian realm. He was incredibly shocked. Unable to come back to his senses for a long time, Yang Lingchen tried to calm his emotions and continued to scavenge in the ancient ruins. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as Yang Lingchen passed through a valley, he suddenly heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from within. Yang Lingchen immediately crept over cautiously. From a distance, a stunning young girl was seen being cornered by a man, with nowhere to retreat. Feng Xueqing, as long as you agree to be my woman, I will let you go, a cold voice rang out. Wang Xianfeng, with your pathetic appearance, I feel nauseous just looking at you. Feng Xueqing replied coldly, her tone full of disdain. Wang Xuanfeng's strength was clearly much higher than Feng Xueqing's. The reason he hadn't taken her down yet was mainly because he was afraid of accidentally hurting her. At this moment, Yang Lingchen finally saw the girl's face and was instantly enraged. How dare you bully my woman? Without a second thought, Yang Lingchen charged forward with the immortal demon sword like an arrow released from a bow. Just as Feng Xueqing was about to give in, Yang Lingchen's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, wildly attacking with the immortal demon sword. However, even with Yang Lingchen's sudden ambush, he couldn't gain the upper hand. After all, Wang Xianfeng was a powerful practitioner at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Where did this brat come from? Daring to ruin my plans, Wang Xianfeng said darkly. Screw you, I'm your father, Yang Lingchen shouted, swinging his immortal demon sword furiously at Wang Xianfeng. His eyes filled with rage. At this moment, Feng Xueqing also regained her composure and joined the fight with her long sword. With Feng Xueqing's involvement, Yang Lingchen clearly felt a lot more at ease. Looking for death, Wang Xuanfeng's momentum suddenly surged, pressing Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing back repeatedly, nearly making them lose their footing. Just then, Yang Lingchen swiftly threw out a dozen explosive poison pills and embraced Feng Xueqing, disappearing into the valley in a few leaps. Boom! You little bastard, you're looking for death, daring to ruin my plans. Wang Xuanfeng's face turned extremely cold as he gritted his teeth and shouted, watching Yang Lingchen's disappearing figure. You pervert! Thank goodness you came, or you would never see me again, Feng Xueqing said, tightly hugging Yang Lingchen, her voice tinged with relief. From now on, you are not allowed to go out alone for training. Wherever you go, come find me at Xian Pavilion, Yang Lingchen said, gently rubbing Feng Xueqing's nose with a hint of affection. You pervert, don't rub my nose. It's so beautiful, what if you ruin it? Feng Xueqing pouted, her pretty face filled with mock anger. Looking at the innocent and adorable Feng Xueqing in his arms, Yang Lingchen felt an immense sense of happiness. He had to admit that Feng Xueqing possessed countless qualities that many men desired. Xueqing, you're truly beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at Feng Xueqing deeply. His eyes filled with love. What are you trying to do, you pervert? Feng Xueqing blinked her watery eyes, her heart full of anticipation. Before she could react, Yang Lingchen leaned in and kissed her directly. Instantly, Feng Xueqing's mind went blank, wanting to struggle, but her whole body felt weak. The simple and rough collision of lips, an innocent first kiss. Under Yang Lingchen's assault, Feng Xueqing gradually began to enjoy the feeling. 10 minutes later, Yang Lingchen reluctantly released Feng Xueqing. You pervert, my lips are swollen from your kiss. Feng Xueqing pouted, a slight blush appearing on her face. Haha, so cute. Seeing Feng Xueqing's slightly swollen lips, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but laugh. You pervert, if one day I go to a faraway place, will you come find me? Feng Xueqing leaned against Yang Lingchen, murmuring, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. I won't let you leave. You've already been stamped by me. In this life, you can only be my woman, Yang Lingchen said with a firm tone. I mean, if one day I suddenly leave, will you do everything to bring me back? Feng Xueqing looked at Yang Lingchen seriously, her eyes full of expectation. I swear, no matter where you go, even if you leave the Tianwu continent, I will bring you back, Yang Lingchen said resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. You said it. If you don't keep your word, I curse you to be impotent for life, Feng Xueqing said playfully, a mischievous smile on her face. So harsh. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Lingchen noticed many people running towards a distant building. So, he and Feng Xueqing also headed towards that building. It was a vast ancient architectural complex, filled with countless palaces of all sizes. At this moment, a gigantic palace appeared ahead, surrounded by a dense crowd. The people were divided into 4 groups, representatives from the 4 major sects, and the stunning girl was among the group from the Sword Yuan Pavilion. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing quietly approached the disciple area of Tianyuan Palace, not wanting to attract the beautiful girl's attention. At this point, Yang Lingchen realized why so many people were gathered here, outside the palace. There was a massive defensive array. To enter this group of palaces, one had to break this defensive array first. Yang Lingchen carefully observed the ancient defensive array, not missing any details, and soon discovered its secrets. Everyone, we've been stationed here for several days, and no one can break the array. This isn't a solution. A disciple from the Rakshasa Palace said with a frown. I think we should let others try. There are thousands of people here, surely someone can break the array, said the stunning girl, her voice clear and pleasant. What Miss Yin said makes sense. Let others give it a try, Wang Xianfeng from Tianyuan Palace said. Looking at the beautiful girl. Chapter 35. 5th level of Transcendence Realm. I wonder if anyone here is skilled in formations? If anyone can break this array, I will allow them to be the first to enter the main hall, Miss Yin said, her lips opening delicately. As her words fell, many disciples who thought they were good at formations lined up, filled with anticipation to try and break the array. However, the difficulty of the array far exceeded everyone's imagination. All the disciples skilled in formations returned empty-handed, no matter how hard they tried. Xueqing, stay close to me. I'll take you to break the array, Yang Lingchen whispered to Feng Xueqing. You can break formations? A hint of curiosity appeared in Feng Xueqing's beautiful eyes as she asked in confusion. Your man knows a lot of things, Yang Lingchen said confidently, smiling as he pulled Feng Xueqing to the front of the main hall. At that moment, Yin spotted Yang Lingchen, her eyes instantly turning cold. You pervert. Today you're dead. Stop. I can break the array, Yang Lingchen quickly called out. I don't care if you can break the array. I just want to kill you. Yin completely ignored him and swung her sword fiercely at Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen reacted quickly, making a hand gesture with his left hand, instantly pulling Feng Xueqing into the array. Come on, come fight me. Yang Lingchen provocatively looked at Yin from within the array. Clang, clang, clang. Yin was instantly enraged by Yang Lingchen, frantically attacking the array, wanting to pull him out. Sorry, everyone. I originally wanted to break the array and bring you in, but you can only blame her, Yang Lingchen said with a smile. After saying that, he took Feng Xueqing and walked deeper into the hall. Yin, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Yes, Yin. Because of your personal vendetta, everyone has been unable to enter. What do you propose we do? Suddenly, The people from the other three major sects began to criticize Yang Lingchen, each one adding their voice to the accusations. Slap, slap. Yang Lingchen's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed out in an instant, moving as fast as a ghost. The few who had just spoken were immediately beaten to a pulp by Yang Lingchen, their faces swollen and bruised. Is there anyone else who wants this young lady to give them an explanation? Yang Lingchen said coldly, her eyes filled with frost. You're asking about the Void Realm. How is that possible? How could anyone enter the Void Realm? The crowd looked at Yang Lingchen in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Is it not possible for me to break through after entering? Do you have any objections? Yang Lingchen said coldly, her tone filled with an oppressive force. And no objections. Yang Lingchen, accompanied by Feng Xueqing, was sweeping through the various halls like a whirlwind. Xueqing, take this heavenly grade armor artifact. Xueqing, here are several boxes of mid-grade spirit stones. Hurry and collect them. Along the way, the two did not miss any valuable items. Crazily sweeping up various spirit stones, artifacts, and top-tier techniques. However, Feng Xueqing seemed to not care much for these things, only accepting the armor that Yang Lingchen gave her. At that moment, Yang Lingchen discovered a side hall, which was isolated by a large formation. Relying on his superb skills and formations, he easily broke the formation and led Feng Xueqing inside. Upon entering the side hall, Yang Lingchen realized it was actually a cave dwelling. The two carefully advanced through the cave, being extremely cautious with every step, as no one knew if there were any dangerous traps inside. At that moment, Yang Lingchen sensed the spiritual energy within the cave, which was becoming increasingly dense. He quickly pulled Feng Xueqing along and hurried towards the source of the spiritual energy. Before long, they reached the end of the cave, where the spiritual energy had become incredibly rich. Yang Lingchen felt as if he were soaking in a spiritual pool, enveloped by the thick spiritual energy. Wow, 10,000-year Xian milk. It was only then that Yang Lingchen discovered the dripping liquid above his head was actually the incredibly precious 10,000-year Xian milk. Moreover, there was a small pool beside them filled with Xian milk. We're so lucky, hurry and collect it. Feng Xueqing exclaimed excitedly. Yang Lingchen quickly took out containers from the Haotian jade space and filled several barrels with Xian milk. Xueqing, this is too much, we can't finish collecting it all. Let us just soak in the Xian milk and cultivate. We'll refine as much as we can. Yang Lingchen couldn't wait to take off his clothes and jumped into the Xian milk pool, then sat cross-legged in the pool. You pervert, why are you naked? Feng Xueqing's cheeks flushed as she playfully chided him. I have no clothes left, just this one. If it gets dirty, how will I go out later? Yang Lingchen found an excuse. Xueqing, you should take off your clothes too. Hurry and come in to cultivate, he said, looking expectantly at her. I'm not taking them off. You move over a bit. Feng Xueqing didn't waste time and directly sat down in the pool. Although she was still wearing clothes, she could still feel the wonderful effects of the Xian milk. As the two continued to refine the Xian milk, the spiritual energy in the cave surrounded them, forming a brilliant glow. Yang Lingchen frantically activated the Haotian Ju, fully refining the Xian milk. Feng Xueqing's speed in refining the Xian milk seemed to be nearly as fast as his. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Second layer of the Tongxian realm. Third layer of the Tongxian realm. Fourth layer of the Tongxian realm. Boom, boom, boom. Peak of the fifth layer of the Tongxian realm. In these 2 days, Yang Lingchen successfully broke through to the peak of the fifth layer of the Tongxian realm. Feng Xueqing also surprisingly broke through to the peak of the fifth layer of the Tongxian realm. At this moment, the Xian milk and spiritual energy in the cave had been completely refined by the two. Xueqing, you're truly a genius. At that moment, Yang Lingchen genuinely admired Feng Xueqing's talent, unable to help but praise her. You're not bad either. Feng Xueqing playfully retorted, her face beaming with happiness. With both our talents being so good, why not have a child together? Yang Lingchen said with a wicked smile. I'm still so young. I don't want to have kids. Why haven't they come out yet? They wouldn't have died inside, would they? The people from the Luocha Palace said anxiously. Humph, we'll just wait here. They think that entering means the treasures are theirs. What a delusion, said the cold leader disciple of the Dean's sect. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen stared coldly at the main hall, her gaze filled with anger and anticipation. Look, they're coming out, a disciple exclaimed. At that moment, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing walked out hand in hand, chatting and laughing. You all are so polite, welcoming us like this. How can we accept? Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his face full of pride. Just as Yang Lingchen stepped out, Nangong Yin, Wang Xianfeng, and the leaders of the other two major sects all lunged towards Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing. To them, Yang Lingchen was now a moving treasure. Whoever could capture them would equal seizing a mountain of riches. Humph! Yang Lingchen snorted coldly, gripping the immortal demon sword in his right hand and the Tongtian staff in his left. At that moment, a disciple from the Dean's sect, rushing in, was struck by Yang Lingchen's staff, his brain splattering out, dead on the spot. Hiss! Everyone present was astonished. This was a peak Tongxian realm expert. He was killed by Yang Lingchen with a single blow. How terrifying! Nangong Yin was also stunned, as Yang Lingchen's strength was now clearly no weaker than hers. Just not long ago, this guy had been completely dominated by her, and in just a few days, he had become her equal. Boom! At that moment, Yang Lingchen swung his staff again. Instantly, the leader disciple from the Luocha Palace was struck dead by Yang Lingchen's staff, his body collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Wang Xianfeng let out a shrill scream. Feng Xueqing was seen swinging the staff, mercilessly striking Wang Xianfeng, each hit packed with force. In no time, Wang Xianfeng had his 5 limbs broken, a gruesome sight. The disciples from the Tianyuan sect stood frozen in place, terrified by the scene before them. Meanwhile, disciples from the other major sects rushed over one after another. Yang Lingchen, not one to hold back, unleashed the god-slaying sword technique in combination with the immortal demon sword, creating a whirlwind of sword energy, the sound of killing reverberating through the air. Chapter 36. You all are the boss. In no time, dozens of corpses lay sprawled across the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Nangong Yin was also subdued by Yang Lingchen on the spot, her cultivation sealed with a clever technique. If it weren't for the fact that Nangong Yin had been forced by him before, he would have killed her without hesitation given his usual temperament. With Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing's incredible combat strength, they could be said to be invincible within this mysterious and unpredictable ancient ruin. Under Yang Lingchen's overwhelming suppression, no one dared to rashly charge forward, as that would undoubtedly be equivalent to seeking death. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, who had previously been chasing Yang Lingchen, had now hidden far away and no longer had the intention to kill him. He knew very well how powerful Yang Lingchen had become, and if he recklessly charged in again, he would only be heading for death. Kid, let our young lady go, or no one in the entire southern state can save you, shouted a disciple of the Jinyuan Pavilion, his voice fierce but lacking confidence. Brother Yang, you should just let her go. Otherwise, it will lead to huge trouble, said a disciple from the inner sect of Tianyuan Palace, looking worried. What kind of identity does this girl have? Is she really that terrifying? Yang Lingchen asked curiously, frowning slightly. Nangong Yin is the most beloved daughter of the head of Jinyuan Pavilion, the inner sect disciple whispered, lowering his voice. What? The daughter of the head of Jinyuan Pavilion? Yang Lingchen was taken aback, his mouth agape, and a wave of unease surged in his heart. At that moment, he felt that he might have gotten himself into serious trouble. After all, the head of Jinyuan Pavilion was the strongest in southern state. Even in the entire northern Xian region, he was a well-known figure. Yes, Brother Yang, why not just let her go? You can afford to kill people from other sects. But if you do anything to her, even the palace lord won't be able to protect you, the disciple from Tianyuan Palace said anxiously. Ahem, Miss Nangong. How about I let you go? You're magnanimous, right? Just treat it as if a pig bumped into you, okay? Yang Lingchen coughed lightly and said awkwardly. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had to consider carefully. After all, this girl's identity was too frightening. If he did anything to her, not only would he be finished, but he would also likely implicate his family, and even the entire Tianyuan Palace could be affected. Shut up. Nangong Yan's face turned red with anger, her chest heaving violently. Is this kid even speaking human language? Am I someone who can be treated like that? I'll shut up. Yang Lingchen hurriedly released Nangong Yan's cultivation. Kid, come with me. Nangong Yan glared at Yang Lingchen and then walked away towards the distance. Yang Lingchen had no choice but to follow, feeling a bit dazed and anxious. He felt that the situation was getting a bit out of control. The two arrived at a secluded corner. Nangong Yan coldly stared at Yang Lingchen and said, Your name is Yang Lingchen, right? Uh-huh. Yang Lingchen nodded, feeling uneasy. I will give you 2 choices, Nangong Yan said coldly, her expression serious. Please, Miss Nangong, go ahead, Yang Lingchen said, frowning as he speculated on what conditions she would present. The first choice is to cut off what you shouldn't have, Nangong Yan said. her tone extremely cold, a hint of severity flashing in her eyes. And the second choice? Yang Lingchen asked directly, not joking around. If she wanted to cut that off. What was the point of living? The second choice is to go to Jianyuan Pavilion with me and be a live-in son-in-law, Nangong said in a cold voice. Her expression still indifferent. Yang Lingchen showed a surprised expression and said, a live-in son-in-law? What kind of expression is that? Don't you have to take responsibility for what you've done? Nangong shot him a cold glance, her eyes filled with accusation. If I go to Jianyuan Pavilion as a live-in son-in-law, are you sure there won't be domestic violence? Yang Lingchen asked, a hint of worry in his eyes. Humph. As long as you obey and serve me well every day, I won't mistreat you. Nangong snorted coldly, her expression proud. Then there's nothing to discuss. Even if you tell your father about me violating you, I still want to go be a live-in son-in-law, Yang Lingchen said decisively, and turned to leave. Stop. Nangong shouted loudly. What else does Miss Nangong want? Yang Lingchen asked, stopping in his tracks. Are you really that irresponsible for what you've done? Are you even a man? Nangong scolded, her voice filled with anger and disappointment. Yang Lingchen stared at Nangong with piercing eyes, and then walked straight over to her. What do you want to do? Nangong looked at Yang Lingchen warily, ready to defend herself, feeling a bit nervous. But Yang Lingchen kept walking towards her. At that moment, Nangong struck out with her palm. However, with her strength, she couldn't possibly block Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen raised his left hand and easily blocked her attack, then pulled her into his embrace. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from his hold. Yang Lingchen, what are you trying to do? Nangong words were cut off as Yang Lingchen kissed her lips. Under Yang Lingchen's passionate kiss, Nangong, who had never interacted with the opposite sex, quickly succumbed to the moment. At the same time, Yang Lingchen's hands were not idle. After a long while, they finally separated. From today on, you are my woman, Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen felt guilty towards Nangong. Although he had been poisoned at the time, he had indeed violated her and had toyed with her for quite some time. At this moment, Nangong was very obedient, quietly leaning against Yang Lingchen's embrace, her face radiating happiness and shyness. Yang Lingchen, you don't have to be a live-in son-in-law, but you must reach the Intertwines realm within a year and personally go to Jianyuan Pavilion to propose. Can you do it? Nangong looked at him with wide eyes, filled with hope. Of course I can, Yang Lingchen replied, his tone firm. Then swear it, Nangong said playfully, her expression serious. I swear that I will reach the Intertwines realm within a year and personally go to Jianyuan Pavilion to propose, Yang Lingchen vowed, his expression solemn. He was confident in his talents. Breaking through to the Intertwines realm within a year wasn't difficult for him at all. Humph. I guess you are still a man. Nangong's pretty face finally softened a bit, her mouth curving slightly upward. Let us go back, or they will worry, Yang Lingchen said, gently patting Nangong's shoulder. You're worried about that little beauty, aren't you? Ahem. I'm telling you, I'm not a little one. You all are big. I'm the smallest. No, I'm not small either, Yang Lingchen hurriedly said, looking flustered. When Yang Lingchen and Nangong reappeared, everyone was stunned. What is going on? Everyone looked bewildered, their eyes wide open. They had left with swords drawn, and now they returned hand in hand, all lovey-dovey. Yang Lingchen hadn't wanted to be so high-profile, especially since Feng Xueqing was still around. But Nangong wouldn't let go of him. And he couldn't just forcefully shake her off, could he? You rogue, what is going on with you? Feng Xueqing crossed her arms, looking at Yang Lingchen with a disapproving gaze. Ahem, Xueqing, let us talk over there, Yang Lingchen said, pulling Feng Xueqing aside, looking a bit nervous. Go ahead. What is going on between you and her? Feng Xueqing asked, her expression serious. The thing is, Yang Lingchen then recounted everything that had happened between him and Nangong without any concealment. You really violated her? Feng Xueqing blinked in surprise. I didn't mean to. I was poisoned by that demonic creature, Yang Lingchen quickly added, looking helpless. No wonder she wants to kill you. So what is your situation now? Feng Xueqing asked curiously, her gaze sweeping over Yang Lingchen. She asked me to take responsibility. Yang Lingchen secretly glanced at Feng Xueqing and said cautiously, you little rascal, you're just too lucky. You can actually get such a bargain. Feng Xueqing teased, a hint of reproach on her face. Aren't you angry? Yang Lingchen asked curiously, feeling a bit anxious. What do you think? If you hadn't forced yourself on her, would this have happened? Feng Xueqing glared at Yang Lingchen and said irritably, I already said. I did it in a poisoned state. Yang Lingchen spoke up, trying to defend himself. Humph. I couldn't care less about your matters, but when she sees me, she has to call me sister. Feng Xueqing huffed coldly, her expression proud. Chapter 37 Return to the Tianyuan Palace. You little girl. Who are you making call you sister? At some point, Ning Yanyun walked over with a displeased expression, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Of course, it's you calling me sister. You understand the principle of first come, first served, right? Feng Xueqing replied with a light laugh, her face beaming with confidence. You, this undeveloped little girl, want to be a sister? Ning Yanyun laughed disdainfully, sizing up Feng Xueqing from head to toe. I'm not undeveloped. Are you bigger than me? Feng Xueqing puffed out her impressive chest and looked at Ning Yanyun with disdain, her eyes full of provocation. You shameless. Ning Yanyun was left speechless by the retort. Although her figure was not bad either, compared to Feng Xueqing, there was indeed a considerable gap, and for a moment she didn't know how to counter. What about you? If you're not bigger than me, just call me sister honestly. Feng Xueqing laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips. You're all sisters. And I'm the brother, okay. Yang Lingchen hurriedly mediated, a hint of helplessness on his face. Shut up. The two girls shouted in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a huge rumbling sound came from the distant palace, the noise deafening, as if it would shatter the entire world. Immediately after, all the palaces began to shake, as if a violent earthquake was occurring. Not good. This ruin is going to collapse, run. Yang Lingchen's face changed dramatically as he quickly grabbed the two girls and rushed toward the exit they had come from. At that moment, the entire ruined space shook, and the ground began to crack open with huge fissures, resembling a gaping maw ready to swallow everyone. Countless people, caught off guard, fell directly into the cracks, letting out heart-rending screams. Yang Lingchen led the two girls in a mad dash, his feet barely touching the ground, and soon they arrived at the entrance. He took out several spirit stones, quickly gesturing in the air with both hands, chanting words. Open! Yang Lingchen shouted, his voice full of power. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the previously vanished exit suddenly appeared, a beam of light shining out from it. Yang Lingchen grabbed one girl with each hand and rushed madly toward the outside. The others near the exit also quickly rushed out, each wishing they had an extra leg, eager to fly out. Not long after Yang Lingchen exited, the ruin's exit began to collapse. At this moment, only half the people had gotten out, and many were still desperately trying to escape. Boom! With a huge rumble, the exit of the ancient ruin completely collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Yang Lingchen secretly rejoiced that they had run fast, otherwise, they would end up like those people, forever buried in this ruin. Miss, are you okay? A voice from an elder of the Sword Yuan Pavilion sounded, filled with concern and surprise. Yang Lingchen, I'm leaving, don't forget what you promised me. Ning Yanyun said, her eyes filled with reluctance and expectation. Rest assured, within a year, I will definitely come to find you. Yang Lingchen promised solemnly, his gaze firm. I believe you will come. Ning Yanyun said, then walked toward the Sword Yuan Pavilion's residence, her steps light. At that moment, the elders of the Outer Sect and the Rakshasa Palace approached Yang Lingchen, their expressions gloomy and their eyes filled with murderous intent. Kid, you dare to kill a disciple of my Rakshasa Palace? Rakshasa Palace elder Luo Tianxiang said coldly, his voice dripping with endless anger. Luo Tianxiang, are you going to interfere in the disputes between disciples? At this time, the inner door elder of the Tianyuan Palace, Sun Tianqing, walked over, his face serious. Sun Tianqing, do you know who this kid killed? At this time, the elder of the Outer Sect, Huang Zhongjuan, stepped forward with a cold expression, his gaze like a knife. Huang Zhongjuan, in this ancient ruin, it's naturally a matter of life and death if someone dies. It can only be blamed on their insufficient strength. You understand this principle, right? Sun Tianqing said coldly, fearlessly meeting his gaze. This kid killed the son of our sect master. Are you sure you want to protect him? Huang Zhongjuan said, his eyes cold, his tone filled with threats. At this moment, Sun Tianqing frowned. This matter was getting serious. Sun Tianqing, do you know who this kid killed in our Rakshasa Palace? Luo Tianxiang said with a venomous gaze, staring intently at Yang Lingchen. At this time, Sun Tianqing's eyelids twitched, asking, who? He killed the illegitimate son of our Rakshasa Palace master, Luo Haoran. Luo Tianxiang said coldly, his teeth grinding. At this moment, Sun Tianqing felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. This kid is just too unlucky. And Yang Lingchen was also puzzled at this moment. I'm just too unlucky. I randomly killed 2 useless people, and their identities turn out to be so high. Who would dare to kill in the future? I cannot hand him over to you. This matter I will report to the palace master, and how the palace master handles it is none of my concern. Sun Tianqing said, his attitude resolute. Sun Tianqing, I advise you to hand him over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Tianxiang said coldly, exuding a powerful aura. If you have the ability, then be rude to me and show me. Sun Tianqing snorted coldly, also releasing a powerful aura. Everyone, let us calm down. This is just a conflict between juniors. There is no need to ruin the harmony. At this time, an elder from the Sword Yuan Pavilion approached, trying to ease the atmosphere. Elder Huangfu is right. This matter, I will leave to our Tianyuan Palace Master to decide. And how to handle Yang Lingchen is the Palace Master's business. Sun Tianqing said, having killed the Sect Master's son, no one can save this kid. Huang Zhongjuan snorted coldly and turned to leave the scene. Kid, you will die a terrible death. Luo Tianxian glared at Yang Lingchen and also swished his sleeve and left. Elder son, Feng Xueqing also crippled senior brother Wang Xianfeng, causing senior brother Wang not to escape the ruin. An inner disciple spoke up, his voice trembling with fear. Feng Xueqing crippled Wang Xianfeng? Who is Feng Xueqing? Sun Tianqing frowned. Who is this Feng Xueqing who even crippled Wang Xianfeng? Elder son, senior brother Wang Xianfeng harassed me, so I accidentally crippled him. Feng Xueqing said pitifully, her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Xianfeng was crippled by you? How is that possible? Sun Tianqing looked at Feng Xueqing in disbelief. After all, Wang Xianfeng was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm, and Feng Xueqing was only at the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm. At that time, senior brother Wang Xianfeng was already infatuated and was therefore crippled by the disciple. Feng Xueqing said weakly, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. Sun Tianqing looked at Feng Xueqing with a puzzled expression, not believing her words. No matter how infatuated Wang Xianfeng was, he shouldn't be severely injured by a girl at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. You also have Yang Lingchen. Do you 2 little brats know you've caused a big mess? Come back with me to see the palace master. Sun Tianqing said in a deep voice, his expression very serious. He found it unbelievable that Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing had such combat power. After all, these 2 little ones were only at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. Even a top genius couldn't be that exaggerated. They returned smoothly to the Tianyuan Palace. Meanwhile, the news of Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing displaying great prowess in the ancient ruins spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Palace. In the Palace Master's Hall, the high-ranking members of the Tianyuan Palace had mostly gathered here. Greetings, Palace Master. Elder son bowed respectfully. Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing also bowed, looking nervous. Elder son, what brings you here in such a hurry? Dongfang Yunbing asked coldly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Palace Master, a big incident has happened. This brat killed the son of the Outer Sect Master and the illegitimate son of the Rakshasa Palace Master. Sun Tianqing pointed at Yang Lingchen and said urgently. So what if he killed them? It's not a big deal. Dongfang Yunbing replied indifferently, her expression unchanging. Palace Master, but those are the sons of the Outer Sect Master and the Rakshasa Palace Master. Elder Wang Batian spoke up, his face full of worry. If I say it's a small matter, then it's a small matter. Do you have any objections? Dongfang Yunbing's eyes narrowed, and the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. A powerful pressure radiating from her. And no objections, Elder Wang Batian said softly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Moreover, this girl crippled Wang Xianfeng, leading to his death in the ancient ruins. Sun Tianqing continued, glancing at Feng Xueqing. What? What did you say, Sun Tianqing? Wang Batian turned around with wide eyes. According to the disciples on site, Wang was crippled by Feng Xueqing while trying to snatch treasures from her, which led to his death in the ancient ruins. Sun Tianqing stated calmly, how could my son possibly die? This girl is only at the 5th level of the Transcendence realm. How could she be his opponent? Wang Batian said excitedly, his emotions getting a bit out of control. I don't know, Sun Tianqing replied, shaking his head. Little girl, tell me, what method did you use to harm my grandson? Wang Batian said coldly, staring intently at Feng Xueqing. What method could I use? Your grandson is a waste. If I wanted to crush him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Feng Xueqing replied coldly, meeting his gaze without fear. You wretched girl, seeking death. Wang Batian's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly struck out a palm towards Feng Xueqing. Chapter 38. Crippled Li Sini suddenly. An extremely cold and terrifying aura swept through the entire grand hall like a surging tide. Dongfang Yunbing's willow-like brows slightly furrowed, and her jade-like slender hand instantly emitted a dazzling white light, which rushed out and crashed into Wang Batian. Bang! With a loud noise, Wang Batian's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, leaving a shocking bloodline in the air. Wang Batian, you have such great courage to dare to act in front of me. Dongfang Yunbing's eyes seemed to contain the gaze of death, fixing on Wang Batian. Instantly, Wang Batian felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cave, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he quickly bowed, saying, "Palace Master, please forgive me. I acted rashly and made a grave mistake. Please punish me. The situation is already very clear. Wang Xuanfeng's death is entirely his own fault. This matter ends here. Everyone, leave." Dongfang Yunbing's voice carried a hint of coldness, like the frost and snow of winter. "Yes, Palace Master." The elders present trembled as they bowed, and then retreated one after another. In a mysterious cave within the Wenyangong, a tall, extraordinarily handsome young man slowly walked out. "Brother Dongfang, you have emerged from seclusion?" Li Sini hurriedly approached, her face full of joy. Where are Xianfeng and Tianqing?" Dongfang Jia asked, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "Brother Wang and my brother were killed," Li Sini said softly, her voice filled with sadness and anger. "What happened? Who dared to kill my people?" Dongfang Jia's eyes flashed with a sharp light, like lightning cutting through the night sky. "It was Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing," Li Sini said, her eyes full of resentment. "Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing, how come I've never heard of them?" Dongfang Jia frowned, a hint of confusion on his face. "They are new disciples who just entered the inner gate after the Outer Sect competition." Li Sini quickly detailed Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing's backgrounds. "Such audacity to kill my people. Take me to find them." Dongfang Jia's gaze became extremely cold, as if frost could form. "Yes, Brother Dongfang," Li Sini replied, hurriedly leading the way. After leaving the palace master's hall, Yang Lingchen finally let out a long breath. "Perverted scoundrel, take me back," Feng Xueqing said softly, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. "Wouldn't you like to come sit at my place?" Yang Lingchen smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a teasing manner. "I want to go back and enter seclusion. After getting so many 10,000-year-old and spirit stones, I need to break through to the asking void realm before coming out," Feng Xueqing said, her eyes filled with determination and expectation. "Then after I take you back, I'll also enter seclusion. I can't fall behind you," Yang Lingchen smiled and said, silently resolving to not let his cultivation lag behind Feng Xueqing. The two walked towards Feng Xueqing's residence, chatting and laughing. Just then, a man and a woman approached from ahead. The man was handsome and elegant, exuding a proud aura, with a presence that felt as oppressive as a bottomless abyss. This person was Dongfang Jia, the envoy who was responsible for recruiting new disciples in Hanyang City. With just a glance, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense the terrifying strength of the other party, as if he were facing an insurmountable mountain. When he saw the young girl's face, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but frown slightly. This girl was none other than Li Sini, the sister of Li Tianqing. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be Yang Lingchen. You really surprised me," Dongfang Jia said arrogantly, his eyes filled with disdain, as if Yang Lingchen were nothing more than an ant in his view. "Brother Dongfang, may I ask why you are blocking my path?" Yang Lingchen suppressed his unease and asked, "Did you kill Li Tianqing and Wang Xianfeng?" Dongfang Jia fixed his icy gaze on Yang Lingchen, his eyes seeming capable of piercing through him. "I did kill them," Yang Lingchen replied calmly, while secretly preparing himself, every muscle in his body tensing up. "You dare to kill my people, you reckless fool." Dongfang Jia's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a palm strike towards Yang Lingchen. Although it was just a simple palm strike, Yang Lingchen could clearly feel the terrifying aura contained within it, as if it could destroy everything. Without thinking much, Yang Lingchen quickly protected Feng Xueqing behind him and also struck out with a palm to meet the attack. The huge disparity in strength was instantly revealed, as Yang Lingchen was knocked back by the powerful force, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, creating a mist of blood in the air. "You dare to hurt my man. You are asking for death." In an instant, Feng Xueqing's aura suddenly surged, as if some powerful restraint on her body had been lifted, and a terrifying aura spread out instantly. Feng Xueqing struck out with a palm in a flash, and wherever the palm wind passed, The surrounding air seemed to be stirred up by this immense power, forming visible ripples. Bang! Ah! Dongfang Jie was knocked back by this sudden palm strike, his body tracing an arc in the air. However, before his body landed, Feng Xueqing's figure rushed over again like a ghost. Slap, slap, slap. My man, is someone like you even qualified to hit? Feng Xueqing fiercely slapped Dongfang Jie's face dozens of times at lightning speed, only stopping when he was knocked unconscious. Looking at the terrifying Feng Xueqing, Yang Lingchen was dumbfounded, filled with shock. When did this little tiger girl become so powerful? This strength is too terrifying. Slap. You filthy thing, what are you looking at? Unconvinced, Feng Xueqing coldly shouted, and with another heavy slap, she sent Li Sini flying. Ah! Yang Lingchen, Feng Xueqing. You have such audacity to injure senior brother Dongfang. Do you know who he is? Li Sini's eyes were venomous, glaring at Yang Lingchen like a vicious snake. Slap, slap, slap. Yang Lingchen was too lazy to waste words with her and directly slapped her dozens of times, the sound crisp and loud. Ah! In less than a while, Li Sini was slapped into a pig's head, her face swollen and red. Stop! At this moment, the Inner Sect law elder, Ling Yanyun, hurried over. However, Yang Lingchen did not stop and directly struck Li Sini at her dantian. For this malicious woman, Yang Lingchen did not want to give her any chance to fight back. He had to completely cripple her. Ah, Yang Lingchen, you will not have a good death. Senior brother Dongfang will not let you go. Li Sini shouted resentfully, her voice filled with despair and anger. In that moment, Li Sini was completely desperate. She knew she had been crippled by Yang Lingchen, but her heart was filled with unwillingness because she had not yet avenged her brother. Li Sini, whether I live or die is none of your business. Anyway, you have been crippled. I will spare you a worthless life, so you can live in this world like an ant. Yang Lingchen said with a cold smile, his eyes full of disdain. Looking at Dongfang Jie and Li Sini, who had been beaten into a mess, Ling Yanyun shouted angrily. Yang Lingchen, you have such audacity to openly commit violence and cripple someone else's cultivation. Elder Ling, it's this filthy woman. She dared to beat my holy son into this state. Why not take her down? Dongfang Jie slowly regained consciousness, standing up with a pig-like face, looking extremely disheveled. You are Dongfang Jie? Ling Yanyun looked at Dongfang Jie in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Dongfang Jie, who was untouchable in Tianyu Palace, would end up in such a miserable state. What shocked him even more was that the assailant was a seemingly weak little girl. Someone, take them both down. Ling Yanyun shouted loudly. Dongfang Jie was the palace master's nephew and also the holy son of Tianyu Palace. This matter had to be taken seriously. And you little bastard, you're dead for daring to cripple my holy son's woman. At that moment, Dongfang Jie's eyes seemed to spew fire, wishing he could tear Yang Lingchen into pieces. Li Sini was the spirit-void physique he had painstakingly found. She was an excellent dual cultivation partner. Before he could enjoy her, she had been crippled by Yang Lingchen. Slap, slap. Feng Xueqing slapped Dongfang Jie several more times, coldly saying, Do you believe I will kill you right now? You filthy woman, you are dead. No one can save you. Dongfang Jie said with a cold gaze, filled with hatred. Slap, slap, slap. Looking for death. Feng Xueqing slapped again fiercely. Allah! Dongfang Jie let out another pathetic scream. Stop! Quickly take them down. Ling Yanyun shouted loudly. At this moment, a team of law enforcement officers quickly surrounded Yang Lingchen. Li Sini's eyes were filled with venom as she sneered. Ha! Yang Lingchen, even if you cripple me, you will not have a good ending because senior brother Dongfang is the palace master's nephew. In that moment, Li Sini's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. Although she had been crippled, she firmly believed that Yang Lingchen's fate would be even more miserable than hers. Just then, a clear voice sounded, and Lin Yuro hurried over. Elder Ling, the palace master wants you to take them to the main hall, Lin Yuro said. The palace master wants to see them? Ling Yanyun frowned, secretly thinking, it seems the palace master still cares about her nephew. Yang Lingchen, soon your fate will be worse than mine. Li Sini said resentfully, her voice filled with curses. What a foolish woman. Yang Lingchen sneered, his face full of disdain. Chapter 39. Xueqing's Identity Tianfeng World, Feng Clan. Master, just now, the young lady activated the Phoenix power, and we have detected the location of the young lady's small world. An elderly woman with silver hair said respectfully. Where is Xueqing now? A middle-aged man in phoenix robes asked anxiously. The young lady has gone to the lower realm. The elderly woman cautiously replied. This child is becoming more and more outrageous. The middle-aged man frowned, showing displeasure. Grandma, this time I need you to make a trip personally and make sure to bring this child back. The middle-aged man said heavily, his eyes filled with worry. Yes, master. The elderly woman replied. Tianyu Palace, Palace Master's Hall. Arriving back at the Palace Master's Hall, Yang Lingchen kept his head down. At this moment, he felt a bit flustered. He wasn't sure if his master would punish him for the trouble he had caused recently. Greetings, Palace Master. Everyone bowed in respect. Elder Ling, what is going on this time? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a calm expression and a cold voice. Replying to the Palace Master. I am not too clear on the specifics either. When I arrived, I saw that Yang Lingchen had just crippled Li Xini's Dantian, and Feng Xueqing was beating Dongfang Jie. Elder Ling Chenzi reported what he knew. Feng Xueqing beat Dongfang Jie? Dongfang Yunbing's brows furrowed slightly, showing a look of confusion. After all, her nephew's cultivation was much higher than Feng Xueqing's. Aunt, this filthy woman must have used some kind of demonic technique for my nephew to end up like this. Dongfang Jie quickly explained. Feng Xueqing, why did you attack Dongfang Jie? Dongfang Yunbing asked. This kid dared to hit my man. Not killing him is already quite good. Feng Xueqing said coldly, her voice chilling. Dongfang Jie, why did you hit Yang Lingchen? Upon hearing that Yang Lingchen had been beaten, Dongfang Yunbing's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. The nephew heard that he killed Wang Xianfeng and Li Tianxing, so he took action to teach him a lesson. Dongfang Jie was frightened by Dongfang Yunbing's sharp gaze and trembled all over, quickly bowing and saying, Chener, are you okay? Dongfang Yunbing's voice instantly softened, filled with concern. What the hell, what's going on? As soon as Dongfang Yunbing finished speaking, the law elder Ling Chenzi broke out in a cold sweat. After so many years, it was the first time Ling Chenzi had seen the palace master speak in such a gentle tone. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything to Yang Lingchen just now. I'm fine. Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. That's good to hear. Dongfang Yunbing continued. I have some understanding of the matter between Li Xini and Yang Lingchen. This matter will be dropped. You can all leave now. Yes, Palace Master. Ling Chenzi bowed and retreated. At this moment, Dongfang Jie stood there in a daze, realizing that his aunt, who usually doted on him the most, was actually this brat's master. Meanwhile, Li Xini looked utterly desperate and unwilling. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yang Lingchen. I won't accept this. I must take revenge. Suddenly, Li Xini spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yang Lingchen did not look at this woman again. No matter how resentful her gaze was, what could it do? With her Dantian injured by the Haotianju, no one in the Tianwu continent could save her. You rogue, since I helped you vent your anger today, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Feng Xueqing laughed playfully, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Of course, I am ready to pledge myself to you, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. I don't want that. Feng Xueqing pouted, I'm hungry. Come to my place. I'll make you something delicious. Yang Lingchen smiled slightly and took Feng Xueqing toward the Ziyun Pavilion. In the Ziyun Pavilion, Feng Xueqing took a sip of red wine and said sweetly, You rogue, why are your dishes so delicious? If you like it, I'll cook for you for a lifetime. I know many cuisines. Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. You said it. You can't go back on your word, Feng Xueqing teased, her lips curling into a sweet smile. By the way, Xueqing, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Yang Lingchen asked curiously. Would you believe me if I said I came from another world? Feng Xueqing blinked her sparkling eyes and said, I believe you because you have an aura that doesn't belong to this world, Yang Lingchen replied thoughtfully. Actually, I come from a very distant place called the Tianfeng world, Feng Xueqing said seriously. Yang Lingchen frowned and asked, Tianfeng world? How did you come to the Tianwu continent? I accidentally discovered the Tianwu continent, so I sealed my cultivation to experience the feeling of growing from weak to strong again, Feng Xueqing explained slowly. Are you serious? You're not joking? Yang Lingchen asked earnestly, his gaze fixed on Feng Xueqing. Of course it's true, Feng Xueqing said firmly. Then what was your cultivation before the seal? Yang Lingchen pressed. In short, it exceeded the rules of the Tianwu continent. If I lift my seal now, the laws of the Tianwu continent will be thrown into chaos. Feng Xueqing said seriously. You're so powerful, will you be abusive in the future? Yang Lingchen asked with concern, a frown on his face. That's hard to say. If you serve me well, I won't be abusive, Feng Xueqing replied with a smile. Xueqing, why don't you just live here from now on? I have many rooms. Yang Lingchen said expectantly. You don't want to take advantage of me, do you? Feng Xueqing asked playfully, a hint of caution in her eyes. How could that be? Do you not trust my character? Yang Lingchen patted his chest, and said earnestly, "You have character?" Feng Xueqing scoffed, "You're a pervert. You little brat. How dare you say that about your husband? Just wait and see how I deal with you," Yang Lingchen said, playfully scratching Feng Xueqing. And the two began to playfully tussle, creating a warm scene. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing were inseparable, and their feelings for each other continued to grow. That night, as Yang Lingchen was preparing to cultivate, he heard a knock on the door from Feng Xueqing. He quickly opened the door to find Feng Xueqing standing at the entrance in a transparent nightgown. The nightgown was as thin as gauze, perfectly outlining her enchanting figure, and her fiery curves were fully on display, with a thin layer of snow-white gauze covering her proud bust, creating a visually striking sense of allure. This explosive scene almost made Yang Lingchen bleed from his nose. "You rogue, can I sleep with you tonight?" Feng Xueqing said, blinking her big, watery eyes and speaking softly. "Of course, absolutely," Yang Lingchen replied excitedly, nearly jumping up, secretly thinking, "Is my beautiful life about to begin? I like the feeling of you holding me, but you can only hold me and can't do anything else. Can you do that?" Feng Xueqing sweetly said, a hint of shyness on her face. "Dressing like this, only letting me hold you to sleep and not allowing anything else. Isn't that torture? This isn't how you play." "No problem," Yang Lingchen said with difficulty. Though he felt reluctant, he could only agree for now. "Just holding is fine. We'll take it step by step. Patience is key." This principle Xiao Ruoqing understood. "Rogue, you seem very unwilling." Feng Xueqing pouted, her lips slightly protruding. "How could that be? I'm more than happy. Come in quickly," Yang Lingchen said, pulling Feng Xueqing inside. "Xueqing, how about you take off your clothes and sleep? It would be beneficial for your development," Yang Lingchen said with a wicked smile. "You rogue, what are you trying to do? I warn you. You can only hold me and can't be reckless, or you'll face the consequences," Feng Xueqing said, her beautiful eyes wide open. "Don't worry, Xueqing, my character is famously upright," Yang Lingchen quickly assured her, looking serious. Soon, they lay down on the bed, and Feng Xueqing fell asleep after a while. However, Yang Lingchen found it impossible to sleep. With a beauty in his arms and unable to move, how could he sleep? In the deep of night, "You rogue, what is this?" Feng Xueqing mumbled sleepily. "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to put away my weapon," Yang Lingchen said, shifting his body. "All right, let's sleep." Chapter 40. Feng Xueqing leaves after a torturous night. It finally passed. The next morning, Yang Lingchen emerged with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, his steps unsteady, looking completely listless and spiritless. "You rogue, didn't you sleep well last night?" Feng Xueqing's gentle voice rang out. "Not at all. I slept very soundly last night," Yang Lingchen denied without hesitation. "Me too. I slept really comfortably last night. From now on, I'll sleep here." Feng Xueqing smiled lightly, her smile blooming like spring flowers, radiant and charming. Again, Yang Lingchen wore a distressed expression. Feeling like crying without tears. Is she trying to kill me? We hugged, we kissed. Yang Lingchen felt wronged, and now she won't let me do anything else. Isn't that asking for my life? He complained with a frown. "So, Xueqing, when can we take our relationship to the next level?" Yang Lingchen asked with a flattering smile. "Isn't our relationship close enough?" Feng Xueqing raised an eyebrow and pouted, looking quite adorable as she spoke. "Ahem, what I meant was, when will we have a child?" Yang Lingchen smiled awkwardly. "Humph, you pervert. I'm still so young, and you're already thinking about that kind of thing. Your thoughts are too filthy," Feng Xueqing playfully scolded, her angry expression having its own unique charm. "Oh my gosh, dear readers, am I filthy? Am I really filthy?" Yang Lingchen repeatedly questioned himself in his heart. Feeling utterly helpless, time flew by, and another 7 days passed. With the aid of the 10,000-year profound milk, Yang Lingchen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Progressing at an astonishing rate, he successfully broke through from the 5th layer of the Tongxian realm to the 1st layer of the Wenxu realm. At this point, all the pills and the 10,000-year profound milk he had consumed were completely used up. Fortunately, he still had over 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, all acquired through perilous adventures in ancient ruins. Yang Lingchen estimated that his current strength should be able to compete with a 9th layer Wenxu realm expert. Recently, his god-slaying sword technique and phantom body technique had also seen significant improvements, and his soul martial skill, soul-devouring slash, had reached the pinnacle of minor completion. That night, "Pervert, don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. I'm not awake yet." Feng Xueqing, still half asleep, kicked Yang Lingchen off. "Damn it, Can't you let me live? Yang Lingchen couldn't help but shout. He spent another night that was both joyful and torturous. After freshening up, Yang Lingchen and Feng Xueqing stepped out of the room. Suddenly, Feng Xueqing's brows furrowed tightly, and her face instantly turned pale as paper. Xueqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Lingchen's heart tightened, gently holding Feng Xueqing in his arms, filled with concern. Pervert, if one day I suddenly leave, will you still remember me? Feng Xueqing's beautiful eyes, like clear water, gradually became moist, her voice trembling slightly. Xueqing, what's wrong? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? A sense of foreboding rose in Yang Lingchen's heart, and his expression became tense. You answer me. If I really leave, will you still remember me? Feng Xueqing looked at Yang Lingchen earnestly, asking again. Her eyes filled with expectation and unease. Xueqing, I won't allow you to leave me. No one can separate us, even if you escape to the ends of the earth. I will find you. Yang Lingchen's gaze was incredibly firm, his tone resolute. Pervert, remember your promise. Feng Xueqing continued. You must remember. I am from the Feng clan of the Tianfeng world, the youngest daughter of the clan leader. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely find it. Feng Xueqing's expression was serious, her eyes conveying trust and hope. Xueqing, tell me, are you really going to leave? Yang Lingchen felt as if he had lost his soul. Tightly holding Feng Xueqing in his arms, his voice filled with fear and helplessness. Feng Xueqing nodded helplessly. My family has already sensed my presence. They should find me here soon. At this moment, her beautiful eyes became completely moist, tears flowing down like a burst dam. Xueqing, you don't want to leave, do you? Yang Lingchen's eyes gradually became moist, feeling small and helpless. Of course I don't want to leave, but if I don't go, it will implicate the entire Tianwu continent. Feng Xueqing gazed at Yang Lingchen, her tears blurring her vision. Pervert, you will definitely find me again, right? Xueqing, I will definitely find you again. Although I am still very weak now, I believe that as long as I am given time, I will gain your parents' approval. Yang Lingchen's tone was incredibly determined, as if he had made an unchangeable vow. Brother Chun, remember what you said. I will wait for you in the Tianfeng world. Feng Xueqing's eyes were filled with reluctance, instructing him deeply, my family is coming. You can't get too close to me, or you will be in danger. Suddenly, the entire Tianwu continent began to shake violently, the sky darkening with thick clouds, thunder and lightning flashing as if the apocalypse was upon them. In that instant, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the void, and two figures instantly burst out from the spatial rift. One was an old woman with snow-white hair and smooth skin, followed by a handsome young man with an arrogant demeanor. Suddenly, the two figures appeared in the Ziyun pavilion like lightning. Kid, let go of Sister Xueqing, or I will annihilate your entire clan. The young man's eyes were filled with a chilling, killing intent, making one shiver. Humph! Yang Lingchen let out a muffled grunt. Although the other party merely glanced at him, it felt like a heavy blow, and a trickle of blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Chen Zixuan. That bastard. One day, I will kill you. Feng Xueqing's eyes widened in anger, directly standing in front of Yang Lingchen, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. Sister Xueqing. Who is this kid? Chen Zixuan looked at Yang Lingchen with a hint of malice in his eyes. Who he is none of your business. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Xueqing shot a cold glare at Chen Zixuan, then turned to Yang Lingchen with concern, asking, are you okay? It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Yang Lingchen replied with a calm smile, trying to appear nonchalant. Qinger, it's time to go home with your grandma. The old woman had a kind smile, but her tone was not open to discussion. Grandma, can I stay a few more days? Feng Xueqing's eyes were filled with pleading, looking pitiful. I can't help you. Your father specifically instructed that if they find you, they must take you back immediately. The old woman continued. Qinger, your relationship with this kid isn't simple, right? He's a friend I met here, Feng Xueqing replied, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. It's best if he's just a friend. If your father finds out, the consequences will be unimaginable, the old woman warned, her gaze carrying a hint of caution. Grandma, can you give me a little time? I want to say goodbye to him. Feng Xueqing's eyes held a hint of pleading, her voice quivering. I can only give you an hour. After an hour, you must leave with me, the old woman stated. Feng Xueqing nodded. Thank you, Grandma. Kid, you'd better behave. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about Sister Xueqing, I will make sure you suffer. Chen Zixuan's eyes flashed with cold light, his tone filled with threat. Let's go first. Give Qing some time to say goodbye. the old woman said. Yes, Grandma, Chun Zixuan nodded, not daring to act recklessly in front of the old woman. Damn it, I will annihilate your entire clan. Yang Lingchen's heart surged with overwhelming killing intent, firmly imprinting the other party's appearance deep in his heart. Pervert, I will wait for you to find me until the day my life ends. At this moment, Feng Xueqing could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and she collapsed into Yang Lingchen's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry. No one in this world can stop us from being together. When we meet again, if anyone dares to obstruct me, I will annihilate their entire clan. A hint of disdain for everything shone in Yang Lingchen's eyes. That determined gaze seemed capable of piercing through all obstacles. He believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to bring Feng Xueqing back. I believe you. Feng Xueqing nodded with a smile, though tears continued to stream down her face. At this moment, Yang Lingchen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Since his arrival in this world, Feng Xueqing was the first girl he liked, and she was also the one he liked the most. Yet he had no ability to keep her. This pain was something no one could understand. In that moment, Yang Lingchen longed for power more than ever. He knew that only by possessing enough strength could he keep his love and protect the person he cherished. Then give me something. What if I miss you? Feng Xueqing blinked her watery eyes, looking at Yang Lingchen with full expectation. Xueqing, come with me. Yang Lingchen took Feng Xueqing's hand and led her to a bronze mirror. Then he retrieved a brush and ink. They sat before the bronze mirror, and Yang Lingchen began to sketch their portraits. This was undoubtedly the most focused moment of Yang Lingchen's life. Every stroke was meticulously crafted, and his eyes were filled with deep affection and concentration. Before long, a beautiful Chinese-style sketch was completed. The two in the drawing were lifelike and vivid, with Yang Lingchen dressed in a Han Dynasty groom's robe, looking elegant, while Feng Xueqing wore a Han Dynasty wedding dress, beautiful as a fairy. You rogue, you made me look so beautiful, and you're so handsome too. But I've never seen such a beautiful outfit. Feng Xueqing's voice was soft and filled with joy. This is a special wedding dress of a great nation. Do you like it? Yang Lingchen said with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. I like it. Feng Xueqing smiled sweetly, warm like the sun in spring. Then next time we meet, I will personally make you one. Yang Lingchen said, his tone filled with promise. You better not lie to me, or you'll be in trouble. Feng Xueqing playfully scolded, her face radiating a happy smile. Quickly put this painting away. If you miss me, take it out to look at. Yang Lingchen reminded, his gaze filled with reluctance. Okay. Feng Xueqing carefully tucked the drawing away, afraid of damaging it, her movements gentle and sincere. Feng Xueqing tilted her head and said softly, Rogue, I want you to kiss me again. Yang Lingchen looked deeply at Feng Xueqing and slowly lowered his head. This kiss was something they both cherished immensely. Feng Xueqing was unusually passionate, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into this kiss. After a long while, Yang Lingchen reluctantly released Feng Xueqing. Qinger, we should go. Just then, the old woman reappeared in Xian Pavilion, her voice breaking the moment of tranquility. Feng Xueqing nodded and followed the old woman into the depths of the void. This time, she did not look back, fearing that if she did, she would be unable to leave, which would only burden the man she loved. Yang Lingchen said nothing, quietly watching Feng Xueqing's silhouette until she disappeared at the edge of the sky. After the old woman left, the world rules of Tianwu continent returned to normal, and everything that had just happened seemed as if nothing had occurred. However, the higher-ups of Tianwu Palace were acutely aware of the situation. The terrifying pressure that had just swept through had rendered everyone in Tianwu Palace immobile, and it was only after the old woman left that the pressure was lifted. Chapter 41. Deceiving Ling Yanyun. Yang Lingchen stood dazed in place, motionless, his eyes fixed on the direction where Feng Xueqing had disappeared. In that moment, it felt as if his soul had been drawn out. He did not want to say anything. For the first time in his life, he deeply felt his own insignificance and powerlessness. Just a glance from her was nearly unbearable. The impact of this event on Yang Lingchen was profound. Establishing a goal for his life, to bring Feng Xueqing back, for this was a solemn promise a man made to the woman he loved. Chen, are you okay? At some point, Dongfang Yunbing's graceful figure quietly appeared in Siyun Pavilion. Just moments ago, the sky had suddenly torn apart, followed by the appearance of two terrifying figures that sent chills down her spine. The overwhelming pressure had nearly taken her breath away. Although Dongfang Yunbing had been immobilized by the terrifying pressure, She had witnessed the scene of those horrifying figures landing in Siyun Pavilion. At that moment, she was extremely worried about Yang Lingchen, so when the pressure dissipated, she hurriedly rushed to Siyun Pavilion. Master, Xueqing is gone. Yang Lingchen's voice was hoarse, as if each word carried endless pain and sorrow. Feng Xueqing? Where did she go? Dongfang Yunbing knew that Feng Xueqing lived in Siyun Pavilion and had been quite angry about it. However, upon realizing that Feng Xueqing had still maintained her virginity, her mood eased a little. The terrifying pressure earlier had been released by the person who came to take her away. Yang Lingchen's voice was low and suppressed, as if filled with deep helplessness. No wonder. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing finally realized why Feng Xueqing could easily beat Dongfang Jie into a pig's head. Do you love her very much? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was calm, like a lake without ripples. Yang Lingchen nodded vigorously, his gaze filled with determination and persistence. Then you should pull yourself together. As long as you persistently work hard in your cultivation, there will come a day when you can bring her back. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was gentle and warm, filled with encouragement and expectation. Thank you, Master. I will definitely pull myself together, Yang Lingchen said firmly. In 2 months, the sect competition of the North Xian domain will take place. This is a stage for the younger generation of the entire North Xian domain to showcase their talents. I hope you can represent Tianyu Palace and achieve an excellent ranking in the competition, Dongfang Yunbing said seriously. Rest assured, Master. I will give it my all. You need to adjust your mindset and focus on your cultivation. In this world, only the strong have the right to set the rules, while the weak can only be forced to follow them. After finishing, Dongfang Yunbing turned and left, her figure gradually disappearing from Yang Lingchen's sight. Only the strong can set the rules. A sudden, unwavering light flashed in Yang Lingchen's eyes. Master is right. I must pull myself together. Only by becoming strong can I bring Xueqing back. In an instant, a month passed in a hurry. During this entire month, Yang Lingchen was in a frenzied state of cultivation, and in the meantime, he successfully broke through to the second layer of the Wushu realm. During the day, Yang Lingchen diligently practiced various martial arts and secret techniques, and at night, he improved his cultivation in the Haoyin Jade space. After a month of hard work, Yang Lingchen finally gradually emerged from the shadow of Feng Xueqing's departure. One day, Ling Yanyun arrived at Siyun Pavilion with light footsteps. Yang Lingchen, have you thrown aside what you promised me into the clouds? Ling Yanhua's voice was cold as frost, carrying a hint of chill. I forgot, so what? What can you do to me? Yang Lingchen glanced at Ling Yanyun with annoyance. His mood had been extremely low during this time, and coupled with Ling Yanyun's icy tone, his anger was instantly ignited, unable to hold back his retort. Yang Lingchen, today I must teach you a good lesson. Ling Yanyun shouted sharply, her jade palm suddenly crashing towards Yang Lingchen. Ling Yanyun, are you crazy? Yang Lingchen quickly sidestepped to avoid it, and in a flash, he caught her right hand firmly. At this moment, Ling Yanyun was extremely shocked, although she hadn't used her full power in that strike. She was a strong warrior at the 9th level of the Asking Void realm. How could she be so easily caught by this guy? Before she could think more, Ling Yanyun's left hand struck out again towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen also executed a clever capture technique, firmly seizing her left hand once more. With both hands captured, Ling Yanyun exerted all her strength, but still couldn't break free. In desperation, she raised her foot and kicked fiercely towards Yang Lingchen's groin. Yang Lingchen quickly employed the newly practiced shrinking yang technique, retracting his vital areas into his body while simultaneously activating a protective barrier of mystical energy. Bang! Ah! Yang Lingchen let out a heart-wrenching scream. He then fell to the ground, rolling and howling in pain, looking extremely miserable. Yang Lingchen, are you okay? Ling Yanyun asked anxiously, her delicate face filled with panic and helplessness, completely unsure of what to do. She never expected Yang Lingchen would not dodge her attack. What should I do? I can't have really crippled him. At this moment, Ling Yanyun completely lost her composure and even began to regret her impulsive actions. If she had been more careful, she would have noticed that Yang Lingchen was actually pretending. After howling for a while on the ground, Yang Lingchen lay there with a hollow, lifeless gaze, looking completely disinterested in life. Yang Lingchen, are you okay? Ling Yanyun asked again, anxiously. Ling Yanyun, you are so ruthless. My life is completely ruined by you, Yang Lingchen said, tears of anguish streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ling Yanyun hurried to Yang Lingchen's side and whispered, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I just acted in a moment of panic and kicked out. Sigh. Xueqing is gone too, and now I'm like this. What is the meaning of living? I might as well die, Yang Lingchen said, raising his palm to smack his forehead hard. Yang Lingchen, calm down. You have such outstanding talent. Don't do something so foolish. Ling Yanyun quickly reached out to stop his hand. Don't stop me. Let me die and end it all. What is the use of having talent? Even if I become the strongest person in the world, I'll still be mocked as a eunuch who can't find a wife. After saying that, Yang Lingchen raised his hand again to strike his forehead. Yang Lingchen, calm down. As long as you don't do anything foolish, I'll marry you and be your wife, Ling Yanyun said, gritting her teeth and gathering tremendous courage. Sister Yanyun, are you really willing to be my wife? Yang Lingchen's eyes seemed to reignite a glimmer of hope. Of course, as long as you can cheer up, I will always be by your side as your wife, Ling Yanyun said with unwavering determination. Stop comforting me. How could you possibly want to marry a eunuch? I'd rather die, Yang Lingchen said again, looking utterly despondent. Yang Lingchen, calm down. I'm being serious. How about I swear it? Ling Yanyun hurriedly tried to reassure him. Then swear first. That you will only be my woman for life, Yang Lingchen said, his expression sorrowful and his voice trembling. Okay, I, Ling Yanyun, swear to be Yang Lingchen's woman for life. If I go back on my word, I will never be reborn. Ling Yanyun quickly made a solemn vow. You don't need to swear so fiercely. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt like he might have gone a bit too far. If I don't swear fiercely, what if you can't take it? Anyway, don't worry. I, Ling Yanyun, keep my promises. I'll be your woman for life. But you need to help me deal with Xikong. Who is Xikong? Yang Lingchen raised his eyebrows in confusion. Xikong is the first holy son of Tianyuan Palace, and also the grandson of the elder of Tianyuan Palace, Ling Yanyun slowly explained. What is your relationship with him? Yang Lingchen continued to ask. I have no relationship with him. A very good sister of mine was forced to commit suicide by him, and now he has turned his attention to me. He is sinister and ruthless. Once he sets his sights on someone, he will stop at nothing to get them. Also, he relies on being the elder's grandson to do whatever he wants in Tianyuan Palace. That's why I bet with him that if I can find a disciple in Tianyuan Palace to defeat him, he will stop pestering me. Ling Yanyun explained in detail. No problem, leave him to me. Just accompany me to the exchange hall. I need to exchange for some medicinal materials of the Asking Void Realm, Yang Lingchen said confidently. How did you reach the Asking Void Realm so quickly? Ling Yanyun was filled with curiosity. Yang Lingchen's breakthrough speed was simply too fast, and he had just broken through to the Asking Void Realm. Yet he could defeat her at the 9th level of Asking Void. It was simply unbelievable. Your man is a genius, you know? Yang Lingchen said, looking smug and proud. Senior brother Xikong, you have finally come out of seclusion. Wang Yuan respectfully bowed. Wang Yuan, what brings you to this holy sun? Xikong's voice was cold, his eyes revealing a chilling aura. Xikong's gaze sharpened. What is it? Someone dares to have designs on the Saintess Yanyun, Wang Yuan quickly said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Who has such boldness? Daring to compete with me for a woman? Xikong's voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, extremely cold, his expression darkening like the sky before a storm. Chapter 42. The reveal. When Yang Lingchen and Ling Yanyun appeared together at the exchange hall, they instantly attracted the attention of many inner disciples and core disciples. Although Ling Yanyun had previously declared that Yang Lingchen was her man, most people remained skeptical. After all, the disparity in their statuses was too great. One was the Saintess of Tianyuan Palace, while the other was just a new disciple who had recently joined the inner sect. The difference was self-evident. However, when everyone saw Yang Lingchen tightly holding Ling Yanyun's hand, they finally believed it without a doubt. However, there was a hint of pity in the gazes directed at Yang Lingchen, because before this, anyone who had any improper thoughts towards Ling Yanyun ultimately met a tragic end. After Yang Lingchen exchanged for some medicinal materials in the exchange hall, he and Ling Yanyun left together. Just as they stepped out of the exchange hall, a person suddenly approached and directly blocked Yang Lingchen's path. This person was wearing a purple and gold robe, with a hair crown on his head, and his handsome face exuded an air of extreme danger. This person was extremely powerful. This was Yang Lingchen's first intuitive feeling, and he realized this was also the strongest disciple of the Tianyuan Palace he had encountered since breaking through to the Void Asking Realm. At that moment, Ling Yanyun suddenly clung tightly to Yang Lingchen's arm. Yang Lingchen also sensed Ling Yanyun's change and fixed his gaze on the golden-robed man in front of him. Yanyun, you can't possibly think that just finding any waste can surpass me, can you? Secong Jie said with a mocking smile on his face, his tone revealing an unmistakable sarcasm. You are the waste, and your whole family is waste, and moreover, you're the kind of waste that my Yanyun looks down on. Yang Lingchen instantly erupted in anger, unhesitatingly retorting back. After saying this, he pulled Ling Yanyun into an embrace and, in front of everyone, kissed her deeply on the lips. You brat, you're looking for death. Secong Jie's expression darkened instantly, and without saying a word, he raised his palm and struck fiercely towards Yang Lingchen, his heart filled with the desire to kill this ignorant kid in front of him. Looking for death? Hell no. I'm looking for your mother. Yang Lingchen showed no fear. Without a second thought, he swung his stick fiercely, the sharp stick energy howling out with an extremely fierce aura, smashing directly towards Secong Jie. Boom. With a loud bang. After this clash, both retreated a few steps. Is this all you've got? How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me? Yang Lingchen held the stick with both hands, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You little brat. You do have some skills. Secong Jie's face was dark, his right hand hidden behind him secretly rubbing. He had suffered a bit from Yang Lingchen's weapon during that last strike. Yanyun, how was this set of dog-beating stick techniques I just showed you? Yang Lingchen wore a charming smile on his face. It seems quite ordinary. Not only did you not kill the dog, but it didn't even bark. Ling Yanyun shook her head, looking serious. Then I'll just hit it dead with the next stick. Yang Lingchen smiled lightly, his expression relaxed. You brat, you've successfully angered me. Next, I will let you deeply understand what it means to wish you were dead. Secong Jie stared coldly at Yang Lingchen, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Don't be afraid, my Yanyun. It's just an angry mad dog. I have the dog-beating stick in my hand. Yang Lingchen smiled, comforting Ling Yanyun beside him. You brat, you're looking for death. At that moment, Secong Jie could no longer endure it. For the first time in his life within the Tianyuan Palace, someone dared to provoke him so recklessly. Come and bite me. Silly dog. Yang Lingchen waved the stick, laughing coldly. Go to hell. Secong Jie shouted angrily, a sharp sword energy slashing fiercely towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen's figure flashed and quickly dodged the sword energy coming from Secong Jie. The immortal demon sword was drawn out in an instant, launching the god-slaying sword technique towards Secong Jie. Clang, clang, clang. The two exchanged blows for more than 10 moves, neither gaining any advantage. However, Yang Lingchen still had a trump card he hadn't used, which was the soul martial skill, soul-devouring slash. Stop. At that moment, the figure of the law enforcement elder, Ling Chenzi, suddenly appeared on the scene and forcibly separated the battle between Yang Lingchen and Secong Jie. At this time, Ling Chenzi's face was dark. He had long known that someone was fighting here. When he saw it was Yang Lingchen and Secong Jie in fierce combat, he felt extremely frustrated. One was the grandson of a supreme elder, and the other was the disciple of the palace master. How was he supposed to enforce the law? Yang Lingchen, Secong Jie. You two are openly fighting here. What kind of conduct is this? Ling Chenzi said in a deep voice, filled with authority. Kid, your name is Yang Lingchen, right? Secong Jie's face was as dark as water, his eyes full of coldness. That's right, your dad is Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen smiled, his tone tinged with teasing. You little bastard, you're looking for death. Secong Jie was furious, raising his hand and fiercely striking a sword towards Yang Lingchen. Who are you calling a little bastard? Yang Lingchen was unyielding, also unleashing a sword energy without hesitation to meet it. You little bastard, who are you cursing? Oh, the little bastard is cursing me, huh? Oh, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Secong Jie had completely lost his mind, and even Ling Chenzi found it hard to intervene. Around them, countless disciples had gathered to watch the excitement. Silly dog, what the hell are you? If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a climax. Yang Lingchen countered while laughing. Uffed. Laughter erupted from the scene. At this moment, the disciples of Tianyuan Palace finally witnessed what true sharp-tongued remarks looked like. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Chenzi shouted, forcibly separating the two again. Elder Ling, it's not that I'm not giving you face. It's just that this vicious dog is chasing me and biting. I had no choice but to fight back. Yang Lingchen said helplessly. You little bastard, if you're brave enough. Let's go to the life and death arena. Secong Jie's face twisted in anger, his expression extremely sinister. Sorry, I'm busy. Yang Lingchen sneered disdainfully, then turned to Ling Yanyun and said, Yanyun, let's go home and let me scrub your back. Yes, husband. Ling Yanyun responded gently. Uffed. Watching Yang Lingchen and Ling Yanyun leave, Secong Jie spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, his gaze towards Yang Lingchen was filled with extreme coldness and resentment. Yang Lingchen's refusal to accept his life-and-death battle was not due to fear, but because there was no deep hatred between them. He had no interest in such a nonsensical life-and-death battle. Xueyun Pavilion. Yang Lingchen, your mouth is too venomous. You've made him spit blood, Ling Yanyun said with a light smile, playfully chiding. Actually, it's not that my mouth is venomous, but he himself is a young man with extremely poor psychological quality, spoiled since childhood, and when I slightly stimulated him, he got this angry. With such psychological quality, being so arrogant, if he encounters someone stronger outside in the future, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Yang Lingchen said with a calm smile, his expression serene. You're talking as if you're not a young person yourself. Ling Yanyun raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Lingchen. Although I am also a young person, I am a young person with a story. Once you get to know me deeply, you will inevitably be captivated by my charm. Yang Lingchen's eyes revealed a hint of faint melancholy, as if hiding endless worries. Yang Lingchen, are you tired? Should I give you a massage? Ling Yanyun suddenly walked behind Yang Lingchen's chair and gently began to knead his shoulders. Why are you suddenly being so nice? Yang Lingchen didn't react at first, surprised at how gentle she had suddenly become. I've sworn to be your woman for life. Of course, I have to treat you well. Ling Yanyun's voice was extremely charming, like a yellow oriole coming out of the valley. As she was massaging Yang Lingchen, whether intentional or not, the snow gauze in front of her suddenly slipped down. Sister Yanyun, what do you want to do? Yang Lingchen opened his mouth to ask. At this moment, he was also unclear about the other party's intentions, but he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Ling Yanyun slowly walked in front of Yang Lingchen, then grabbed his collar and said coldly, Yang Lingchen, what else do you have to say now? Aren't you supposed to owe me an explanation? The more she thought about it on the way, the more she felt something was wrong. Wasn't this kid supposed to be crippled by her? How could he still be lively after fighting with Situ Jie for so long? Sister Yanyun, calm down, please don't act rashly. Being held like this made Yang Lingchen extremely nervous, and beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. You dare to deceive me. How can I be calm? Ling Yanyun shouted angrily. I was wrong, Sister Yanyun, please show mercy. Yang Lingchen quickly begged for mercy, panic written all over his face. What about the vow I made, huh? Ling Yanyun said with a sharp tone, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Sister Yanyun, since you swore that you would only be my woman in this life, and I haven't been crippled by you, shouldn't you be happy? Do you really want to live a life of widowhood? Yang Lingchen chuckled, trying to ease the tense situation with a relaxed tone. Chapter 43. The Girl and the Sword of Immortals and Demons. Junior Brother Lingchen, are you there? At that moment, the clear and pleasant voice of Lin Yuruo came from outside the Tsiyun Pavilion. Sister Yuruo, I'm here. At this moment, Yang Lingchen felt as if he had heard a heavenly sound, filled with surprise, and hurriedly responded. Sister Yanyun, let go of me. Yang Lingchen immediately begged for mercy again. Humph, I'll spare you for now. Ling Yanyun snorted coldly and then released her grip. Yang Lingchen couldn't help but let out a sharp scream. Beads of sweat the size of beans burst from his head, and his face turned pale instantly. Just then, Lin Yuruo walked in and curiously said, Sister Yanyun, you're here too. Oh, Junior Brother Lingchen, what's wrong with you? I'm fine, I just accidentally bumped into something while walking. Yang Lingchen bent over, his voice trembling as he spoke with difficulty. Yuruo, why are you here? Ling Yanyun asked. The matter of Junior Brother Lingchen and Situ Jie competing for your affection has spread throughout the entire Tainuenga Palace, so I came to check it out. Lin Yuruo smiled and explained with a curious expression. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth in pain, brewed a pot of tea for the two women, then bent over and staggered towards the room. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly check his injuries. He felt like he was about to explode from Ling Yanyun's last blow. Sister Yanyun, I didn't expect Elder Tianji's predictions to be so accurate. In less than half a year, Junior Brother Lingchen can actually fight to a standstill with Situ Jie. Lin Yuruo's face showed a look of surprise, her beautiful eyes wide open. Indeed, this kid is a freak. Even I am no match for him now. Ling Yanyun couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Isn't that great? Now that your bet with Secong Jie is already won, with Junior Brother Linchen's cultivation speed, he will soon surpass Secong Jie, and then you can completely get rid of Secong Jie's entanglement. Lin Yuruo said with a smile. Yeah, I didn't expect him to grow so fast. Ling Yanyun nodded slightly, a look of relief appearing on her face. By the way, Sister Yanyun, were you just? Lin Yuruo, secretly leaned over to Ling Yanyun's ear and asked quietly. It was nothing. He bumped into it himself. Ling Yanyun's pretty face flushed slightly as she hurriedly denied it, her eyes evasive. Who are you kidding? He's not blind. How could he bump into that? Lin Yuruo muttered softly, looking disbelieving. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, that's fine. Ling Yanyun said irritably and turned her head away. When Yang Lingchen came out again, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuruo had already left. Seeing the two women leave, Yang Lingchen quietly entered his Haotian jade space, then carefully took out the sword of immortals and demons, preparing to begin refining and recognizing its master. At this moment, Yang Lingchen injected his life essence blood into the sword of immortals and demons while mobilizing the mysterious power within his body, fully concentrating on the ritual. This sword of immortals and demons had a quite good grade. If he could completely refine it, the energy it unleashed would far surpass that of an ordinary battle sword. However, just as he reached the most critical moment of refining, an unexpected event occurred. The sword of immortals and demons suddenly broke free from his restraint and emitted a crisp female voice. You bad guy, what do you want to do? A spirit of the sword. Yang Lingchen showed a shocked expression, filled with astonishment. He clearly knew that ordinary spiritual and magical tools could not give birth to a spirit. Yet there was a soul present in the sword of immortals and demons. You are the spirit, and your whole family is the spirit. The crisp female voice came again, filled with anger. Whether you are a spirit or not, I will refine you first. Yang Lingchen gritted his teeth, grabbed the sword handle of the sword of immortals and demons, and then urged his soul power to start refining it madly again. Bastard, let go of your dirty hands. Don't touch me. The crisp female voice came again, full of resistance. Yang Lingchen ignored her and continued to concentrate on refining the sword of immortals and demons. Just as his soul mark was about to be successfully inscribed on the sword of immortals and demons, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from within the sword. Suddenly, a stunning phantom appeared in front of Yang Lingchen. Bastard, stop! The stunning phantom shouted angrily. You are not a spirit. Who are you? Yang Lingchen took a few steps back with the sword of immortals and demons in hand, looking at this stunning phantom warily. Kneel. The stunning phantom emitted an extremely terrifying pressure again. Yang Lingchen immediately felt as though a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, causing his knees to bend slightly. This pressure was comparable to that of Granny Yu, if not greater. No, I absolutely cannot kneel. This was the only firm belief in Yang Lingchen's mind at this moment. At this time, he unconsciously activated the Haotian art. When the Haotian art was activated, the pressure in front of Yang Lingchen instantly vanished without a trace. You have some skill, bastard. Who are you? Why can you resist my pressure? The stunning phantom frowned slightly, her tone containing a hint of doubt. Who I am? You will know soon. Now kneel and call me master. Yang Lingchen shouted angrily. Then, he urged the Haotian jade. And instantly a magnificent and vast pressure filled the entire space, pressing towards the stunning phantom. In the Haotian jade space, Yang Lingchen was an absolute god. Anyone who entered this space would be subjected to his absolute suppression. What is this place? Stop! The stunning phantom shouted anxiously, her voice filled with panic. As the pressure increased, the stunning girl's phantom began to slowly dissipate. Yang Lingchen did not answer, but continued to urge the Haotian jade to exert pressure. The stunning phantom let out a miserable scream, but she never begged for mercy. You really aren't afraid of death? At this moment, Yang Lingchen stopped and did not continue to urge the Haotian jade. He knew that if he continued, this phantom would be completely obliterated. A mere ant thinks it can make me call you master. You have some guts. The stunning phantom said coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. So arrogant? Then go die? After saying that, Yang Lingchen prepared to urge the Haotian jade again. Bastard, stop! The stunning phantom quickly spoke. Who are you? Why is it hidden in the immortal demon's sword? Yang Lingchen furrowed his brows and asked. I want to make a deal with you. Not sure if you're interested? The beautiful phantom said. What deal? Tell me about it. Yang Lingchen replied. Although I am not the spirit of the immortal demon's sword, I can help you control it. All you need to do is help me find the shaping grass, and I can reshape my body. By then, I will not only grant you a tremendous fortune, but also help you find that girl named Feng Xueqing. The beautiful phantom said. Do you know where Xueqing is? Yang Lingchen asked eagerly. From my observations, that girl should be a member of the Feng clan in the Tianfeng world. As long as you help me reshape my body, I can take you to the Tianfeng world, the beautiful phantom replied. How do I know you're not lying to me? Yang Lingchen said, his eyes filled with doubt. You can only trust me, because the universe has countless parallel spaces. Without my guidance, you might never find the Tianfeng world in your lifetime, the beautiful phantom said, her tone very certain. Where can I find the shaping grass? Yang Lingchen asked. For now, you don't need to know, because your strength is too low. The beautiful phantom said, a hint of disdain in her eyes. If this deal is done, what should I call you? Yang Lingchen asked. You can call me Linger. If you want the immortal demon sword to unleash greater power, you need to find some magic tools of the same level for it to devour. That way, it can quickly advance to the level of a Dao tool, the beautiful phantom said. I understand, Yang Lingchen nodded. He knew that some top-tier divine artifacts advanced by devouring other artifacts. After that, Linger returned to the immortal demon sword. Yang Lingchen successfully recognized the sword as his master and smoothly stored it in his dantian. Generally, spirit tools cannot be stored inside the body. Only successfully recognized Dao tools can be stored inside. Although the immortal demon sword is currently only a heavenly tier magic tool, Yang Lingchen could tell that its previous level was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to store it inside. Next, Yang Lingchen began refining pills again. Now that he had broken through to the Wenshu realm, his demand for pills had also increased. Chapter 44. Departing for the North Xian Empire. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 20 days, Yang Lingchen's cultivation successfully reached the third layer of the Wenshu realm. The reason he was able to break through so quickly was mainly due to the strong support of the top-grade Wenshu pills. However, after reaching the Wenshu realm, Yang Lingchen clearly noticed that the speed of his cultivation had slowed down, and the resources consumed had increased exponentially. This time, Yang Lingchen consumed all his precious herbs just to break through a small realm, and now he had very little contribution value left. As his cultivation continued to rise, the resources consumed would only increase more and more. One day, Lin Yuro came to Yang Lingchen's residence again. Junior brother Lingchen. The North Xian domain competition starts in 10 days. The master wants us to gather in the Great Hall early tomorrow morning, Lin Yuro said, her expression filled with anticipation. We're leaving so soon? Yang Lingchen was slightly surprised and said, this competition is held in the North Xian Empire, which is very far from our Tianyuan Palace. Even by flying boat, it takes 7 or 8 days, Lin Yuro patiently explained. Sister Yuro, how many sects and forces are participating in this North Xian domain competition? Yang Lingchen asked curiously. In addition to the North Xian Empire, there are 12 major forces. This competition is a peak event for the younger generation of the North Xian domain, Lin Yuro replied, her eyes sparkling. In past competitions, where did our Tianyuan Palace rank among these 12 major forces? Yang Lingchen continued to ask. Based on past records of the younger generation's performances, our Tianyuan Palace is basically at the bottom, Lin Yuro said helplessly. Do you have detailed information on the contestants from other sects? Yang Lingchen asked, his eyes serious. As knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. Yes, here, take a look. It contains all the information about the contestants this time. Lin Yuro handed over a small booklet. Yang Lingchen hurriedly opened it, which detailed the peak powerhouses of the younger generation in the North Xian domain. There were also age restrictions for this competition. Only those under 20 could participate. The venue was in the North Xian Empire. The North Xian Empire is the largest force in the North Xian domain, and even if the other 12 major forces combined, they might not be able to compete with the North Xian Empire. Without the emergence of the Holy Land, the North Xian Empire is undoubtedly the #1 overlord. Even if the 12 major sects united, they might not be able to defeat the North Xian Empire. The next morning, in the palace hall, this time, besides Yang Lingchen, there were also Lin Yuro, Ling Yanyun, Dongfang Jie, and Xikong Jie present. As soon as Yang Lingchen appeared, Xikong Jie's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, as if water could drip from it. Dongfang Jie also shot a fierce glare at Yang Lingchen, his eyes filled with hostility. Yang Lingchen did not take their hostility to heart. Given his current strength, the two were no different from grasshoppers in front of him. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing walked over and said coldly, for this North Xian domain competition, you 5 will represent the Tianyuan Palace. Whether you can achieve a good ranking depends on you 5. Afterward, everyone followed Dongfang Yunbing onto a giant flying boat, which also had several elders from the Tianyuan Palace aboard. The giant flying boat was similar to airplanes from the previous life, decorated very luxuriously inside, and had plenty of comfortable seats. Yang Lingchen felt like a country bumpkin taking a plane for the first time, curiously looking around. The giant flying boat's power source was spirit stones, and theoretically, As long as there were enough spirit stones providing continuous output, it could fly indefinitely. Yang Lingchen found a quiet spot to sit down, and at that moment, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro sat beside him, one on each side. Ling Yanyun primarily wanted to avoid Sikong Jie's harassment, while Lin Yuro simply enjoyed chatting with Yang Lingchen. Junior brother Lingchen, having us two beautiful girls sitting next to you. Isn't that happiness? Lin Yuro smiled slightly, her face radiating a playful expression. Of course it's happiness, Yang Lingchen replied awkwardly, a smile appearing on his face as well. Before long, the flying boat started up, and its flying speed was quite fast. In terms of comfort and speed, it was far superior to airplanes. The flying boat soared through the air. Yang Lingchen looked at the vast land below, feeling a surge of emotion. There were still many wonderful things in this world waiting for him to discover. The journey was quite peaceful, apart from Lin Yuro constantly trying to chat with Yang Lingchen. The others remained quiet. During these days on the road, Yang Lingchen also learned some information about the North Xian Empire from the elders of the Tianyuan Palace. In the North Xian domain, without the emergence of the Holy Land, the North Xian Empire is the overt strongest force, followed by the 12 major sections. Among them, the 4 strongest forces are the Tianjian sect, the Jianyuan Pavilion, the Moyun sect, and the Tianyi sect. The strength of the Tianyuan Palace can only be ranked at the bottom, and almost every time in the North Xian domain competition. The Tianyuan Palace ends up at the very bottom. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a massive city came into view. From a distance, looking at this vast city, Yang Lingchen felt immense shock in his heart and couldn't help but murmur, "Is this really just a city?" The flying boat stopped far outside the city because Beixian City is a no-fly zone. Entering without permission is extremely dangerous and could be seen as provoking the Beixian Empire, with serious consequences. Beixian City, the imperial capital of the Beixian Empire, is located in the central area of the Beixian region, surrounded by 12 major sections. Therefore, many sects or families choose Beixian City as the venue for significant exchanges and activities. Beixian City has a long history, with capitals established here throughout various dynasties. This place is the center of the Beixian region, making martial arts flourish and the city very prosperous. The group arrived at the foot of the Beixian imperial city. The enormous city walls, made from piled-up meteorites, towered like steel, giving a feeling of being unbreakable. After paying the entrance fee, they passed through the heavy, tall city gates. Upon entering the city, they were greeted by ancient-style buildings, bustling streets, a continuous flow of people, enthusiastic vendors, and powerful martial artists, all showcasing the uniqueness of this city. Under the guidance of Dongfang Yunbing, the members of Tianyuan Palace arrived at a very luxurious residence, which was extremely vast and had dedicated personnel managing it. This was Tianyuan Palace's base in Beixian City. The residence was very large, and Yang Lingchen chose a relatively quiet room. After several days of long travel, everyone felt a bit tired. After taking a shower and preparing to cultivate, there was a knock on the door from Ling Yanyun outside. "Sister Yanyun, Sister Yuro, have you missed me after just a short while?" Yang Lingchen smiled as he opened the door. Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro, freshly bathed, carried a natural fragrance, resembling beautiful lotus flowers just out of the water, breathtakingly beautiful. "Brother Lingchen, we just arrived in Beixian Imperial City today. Can you accompany us, 2 beauties, for a stroll?" The straightforward Lin Yuro said, her eyes filled with anticipation. With 2 beauties inviting him, how could he refuse? Since he had nothing else to do. A stroll would be nice to experience this ancient and prosperous Beixian Imperial City, Yang Lingchen replied with a smile. The 3 of them greeted Dongfang Yunbing and left the Tianyuan Palace base. Chapter 45. The powerful Dongfang Yunbing. The 3 of them strolled leisurely down the incredibly prosperous streets of Beixian City, attracting countless gazes. The young man was handsome and elegant, while the 2 women were as beautiful as celestial beings, captivating and enchanting, as if they had stepped out of a painting, leaving people in awe. The prosperity of Beixian Imperial City was not comparable to that of an ordinary city. The shops on the streets mostly sold precious items such as refining materials, medicinal herbs, spiritual tools, and techniques. Women often go crazy shopping, whether on Earth or in the Tianwu continent. Shopping seems to be an innate nature of women. Along the way, Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro acted like 2 cheerful birds just released, excitedly exploring everywhere, while Yang Lingchen patiently followed behind them without complaint. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent clothing store. The store displayed a variety of luxurious robes and dresses, a dazzling array. Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro, as if discovering a new continent, immediately dove in to pick out clothes, occasionally gesturing in front of Yang Lingchen to seek his opinion. Yang Lingchen showed great patience and helped the two choose many beautiful outfits. Such coarse clothing is not worthy of two stunning beauties. At that moment, a strange voice interrupted inappropriately. A young man, dressed in luxurious attire, handsome and extraordinary in temperament, but with a hint of wickedness in his eyes, walked in. Two ladies. I am Huang Jiahao, the holy son of the Demon Cloud sect. May I know your names? Would you be interested in joining my Demon Cloud sect? Huang Jiahao said with a smile, thinking himself charming while holding a folding fan. Not interested, Ling Yanyun replied coldly, refusing without hesitation. Brother Lingchen, let's go, Ling Yuro said. The two women didn't want to trouble Yang Lingchen, so each took an arm of his and headed for the exit. Huang Jiahao had never been ignored like this before. He instantly blocked Yang Lingchen and the two women. Don't go, beautiful ladies. Perhaps you don't know me, but you must have heard of the Demon Cloud sect. Following me would definitely be better than following this waste from the third layer of the illusory realm. Huang Jiahao said, a self-satisfied smile on his face. Get lost. Yang Lingchen was instantly furious. What the hell, if you want to chase after girls, why are you stepping on me? At this moment, he pulled his arm free from the two women's grasp. Kid, say that again if you dare. Huang Jiahao's voice turned cold, and his expression darkened. Without warning, Yang Lingchen's Tian staff appeared in his hand, striking down like lightning towards Huang Jiahao. The powerful blow, infused with strong mysterious energy, landed on Huang Jiahao's shoulder in an instant. Crack. Ah, you little bastard. I'll make you wish you were dead. Huang Jiahao let out a wretched scream. Bang 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 bang. Crack. Yang Lingchen swung again, directly breaking Huang Jiahao's limbs, and then delivered another strike to his dantian. Now tell me, who is the waste? Yang Lingchen stepped on his face, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little bastard, you're dead. No one can save you. Huang Jiahao's eyes were filled with resentment. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Yang Lingchen couldn't be bothered with him, directly thrusting the staff into his mouth, then twisting it hard, instantly knocking out a mouthful of teeth. Ugh, ugh. Huang Jiahao uttered muffled cries, and at that moment, he was genuinely scared, realizing that the other party was completely unafraid of the Demon Cloud sect's threats. Beautiful ladies, if you don't leave now, the city guards will come. Yang Lingchen pulled the two women and quickly left the scene. Brother Lingchen, you were so cool just now. I really liked how you swung that staff. Lin Yuro said with admiration on her face. Sister Yuro, actually, you haven't seen my coolest staff swinging moment yet. Yang Lingchen revealed a mischievous smile. Then hurry up and show me. Lin Yuro said. Ahem, not convenient right now. Another day when no one's around. Let me find a place to show you. Yang Lingchen replied with a light cough. The three of them strolled around for a while longer before returning to the Tianyuan Palace residence satisfied. Yang Lingchen also returned to his room. About the time of a cup of tea later, a huge noise erupted outside the Tianyuan Palace residence, and the main door was kicked open. Following that, a middle-aged man with a sharp aura strode into the residence, followed by a group of high-ranking members of the Demon Cloud sect. At this moment, Dongfang Yunbing stepped out, frowned, and said coldly, Feng Xueqing, what brings you to my Tianyuan Palace? Dongfang Yunbing, hand over the one who injured my son, or don't blame me for being rude. Feng Xueqing said with a cold, menacing gaze. Feng Xueqing, there is no one here who injured your son. Get out. Dongfang Yunbing shouted coldly. Dongfang Yunbing, someone has seen your Tianyuan Palace disciple cripple my son. Do you still want to quibble? Feng Xueqing shouted sternly. Even if my Tianyuan Palace disciple crippled your son, it can only be blamed on your son's lack of skill. You, the Grand Elder of the Demon Cloud sect. Are you really going to lower yourself to seek revenge on a junior? Dongfang Yunbing's tone was extremely cold, emanating an aura of bone-chilling intensity. Since you refused to hand him over, don't blame me for being rude. After Feng Xueqing finished speaking, he directly struck towards Dongfang Yunbing with a palm, and a violent wave of energy instantly swept out, toppling the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees to the ground. You weasel, you're seeking death. Dongfang Yunbing coldly shouted. Waving her jade hand, a terrifying force struck Feng Xueqing's chest. Feng Xueqing was sent flying by Dongfang Yunbing's strike, spewing blood in midair. You actually broke through to the returning Xian realm. How is that possible? Feng Xueqing showed a shocked expression. as he originally thought that his strength was on par with Dongfang Yunbing's. But didn't he expect her to have broken through to the returning Xian realm? Get lost. Dongfang Yunbing coldly shouted, her eyes flashing with icy killing intent. You, Dongfang Yunbing, this matter will not end here. You may protect that kid for a moment, but you cannot protect him for a lifetime. Just wait and see. Feng Xueqing dropped a harsh remark and then left with a wave of his sleeve. Knowing that Dongfang Yunbing's strength far surpassed his own, and staying was meaningless. At this moment, the people inside the residence were attracted out by the huge commotion, as the noise just now was too loud. Who crippled Feng Xueqing's son? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Master, it was done by me. Yang Lingchen dared not even breathe loudly as he slowly walked over. At this time, Dongfang Jie revealed a hint of a malicious smile. As expected of my palace's disciple, to have crippled the holy son of the demon cloud sect. Dongfang Yunbing's voice instantly became gentle. What is going on? Wasn't it just a moment ago that you looked like you were going to eat someone? The elders and disciples were all confused. Yang Lingchen was also very surprised, as he had been startled by Dongfang Yunbing's expression earlier, thinking he would surely face a severe reprimand. But unexpectedly, not only did she not scold him, but instead praised him for doing well. Chenner, from now on, stay beside me, and don't leave the residence without permission. Dongfang Yunbing instructed. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen nodded, knowing that Dongfang Yunbing was protecting him. During this time, with all the major forces gathering in Beixian City, everyone must pay attention to safety when going out. You may all leave now. Dongfang Yunbing said lightly. Yes, palace master. Everyone responded and then retreated. Chapter 46. The Crown Prince's Banquet in the Evening. The Tianyuan Palace received an exquisite invitation, specially sent out by the Crown Princess residence. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly opened the invitation to take a look. It clearly stated the invitation for all major sects to attend tonight's celebratory banquet. You five, tidy yourselves up and accompany me to the Crown Prince's banquet tonight. Dongfang Yunbing said softly as she parted her red lips. Yang Lingchen was quite looking forward to this banquet. After all, it was a rare opportunity for communication among the major forces, and he could also meet the young talents of the Beixian domain. It is known that gathering all major forces is extremely difficult, and only during the Beixian domain grand competition, held once every 3 years, do they come together. Upon hearing that they were going to attend the banquet, everyone carefully tidied themselves up, as attending the banquet represented the face of Tianyuan Palace. Yang Lingchen changed into the white brocade attire selected for him by Ling Yanyun and Ling Yanyun, and then tied his thick long hair up high. 2 strands of hair naturally fell by the sides of his forehead, making him look like a jade tree facing the wind, with exquisitely sculpted features that were perfect, and his determined eyes carried a hint of subtle melancholy, resembling an extraordinary young nobleman. When Yang Lingchen walked out, he immediately attracted the attention of Ling Yanyun and Ling Yanyun, and even Dongfang Yunbing couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jie and Secong Jie glared at Yang Lingchen with displeasure, as ever since Yang Lingchen appeared, he had overshadowed their presence in Tianyuan Palace. The group of 6 boarded 2 luxurious beast carriages and slowly headed towards the Crown Princess residence. Along the way, Yang Lingchen took out some information collected by Tianyuan Palace to read. This information detailed the relevant information of the major forces. But this time Yang Lingchen focused particularly on the information about the Beixian Empire. The Beixian Empire, the emperor is Zhou Xiantian, who has been in seclusion for many years. Currently, all the affairs of the empire are managed by the empress, Xiao Qingyun. Zhou Xiantian has more than a dozen sons, but the most outstanding among them is the crown prince, Zhou Yuxiang, followed by the 3rd prince, Zhou Yuhua, and the 9th prince, Zhou Yuming. Since ancient times, there has been no kinship in the royal family, as Zhou Xiantian has been in seclusion for many years and is rumored to be in poor health. His sons have become restless. To compete for the throne, these princes are openly and secretly vying for power, using all means necessary, causing a great uproar. Fortunately, Empress Xiao Qingyun is there to keep things in check. Otherwise, the Beixian Empire would probably have fallen into chaos long ago. It is rumored that Xiao Qingyun has a very mysterious background and unfathomable strength, having married into the royal family for less than 10 years. Moreover, as soon as she married in, she was directly conferred the title of empress. Not long after, the beast carriages stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. Looking at this extravagant and noble mansion, Yang Lingchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Wealthy people really know how to enjoy life. Dongfang Yunbing took out the invitation. Under the respectful guidance of the guards at the Crown Princess residence, the Tianyuan Palace group entered a luxurious palace. At this time, the hall was already filled with various exquisite banquets and delicious dishes. Unlike other places, the tables here were all single-person tables. Palace Master Yunbing has graced us with her presence. We are unworthy of such honor. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out. Immediately after, a handsome man dressed in golden python-patterned robes, around 30 years old, walked over. This person exuded an aura as deep as the ocean, with piercing and profound eyes. Yang Lingchen's first impression was that this person's strength was unfathomable, even surpassing that of his master. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, is too polite. Dongfang Yunbing replied casually. Palace Master Yunbing, please come inside. Zhou Yuxiang said politely. Yang Lingchen could tell that this Crown Prince seemed to be interested in his master. For some reason, at this moment, Yang Lingchen felt extremely displeased. Perhaps subconsciously, he disliked other men being close to his master, as in his heart, Dongfang Yunbing was sacred and inviolable. At this time, some other sect leaders also came over to greet Dongfang Yunbing. Dongfang Yunbing elegantly responded to each one and then led the Tianyuan Palace group to find a secluded spot to sit down. Soon after, several more sects arrived. At this time, the banquet officially began. Yang Lingchen carefully observed the younger generation around him. Each of them was extraordinary, with strengths at least at the 9th level of the Asking Void realm, and many had already reached the Entering Xian realm. The realms after the Asking Void realm are further divided into Entering Xian, Returning Xian, Spirit Xian, Spirit Sea, Monarch, and Emperor. Yang Lingchen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to other sects, the younger generation disciples of Tianyuan Palace were indeed a bit weaker. The highest cultivators, Xikong Jie and Dongfang Jie, are only at the peak of the illusory realm, while Ling Yanyun and Lin Yuro are only in the late stage of the 9th layer of the illusory realm. Master Dongfang, it's been 3 years, and you still have the same charm. However, under your leadership, the disciples of Tianyuan really seem to be getting worse with each generation. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious gray robes, with a cold gaze, walked over. Huang Dingtian, only your crippled nephew knows whether the disciples of Tianyuan are indeed getting worse. Dongfang Yin sneered. Humph. Huang Dingtian snorted coldly, then respectfully bowed to Prince Zhou Yuxiang and said loudly, Your Highness, the grand competition in the North Xian domain is approaching, and today coincides with the gathering of talents from various major forces. Just drinking would be too monotonous. Don't you think Huang Jiao Master has any good ideas? Zhou Yuxiang asked with a smile. Since the talents of the various sects are gathered here today, why not let the great talents spar with each other in advance? To liven up tonight's banquet? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Huang Dingtian said with a smile. What you said is very true, said Feng Wuji, the leader of the Earthine sect. Since everyone is in the mood for this, let the great talents spar with each other. But let us keep it friendly and avoid hurting feelings, Zhou Yuxiang said with a faint smile. Upon hearing about the sparring, many young talents in the audience showed delight. In such an occasion, if one could showcase outstanding talent, they might even gain the prince's favor, ensuring a promising future. Although the major sects are strong, they still lag behind the North Xian Empire. The hall is quite large, and soon many talents stepped forward to issue challenges. At this moment, a disciple from the Rakshasa Palace walked toward the Tianyuan direction. I am Luo Haoyang, and I wonder which disciple of Tianyuan is willing to come out for some guidance? Luo Haoyang sneered. You're asking for death. I'll show you what I've got. Dongfang Jie coldly snorted and stepped forward. You'll regret it when the time comes. Luo Haoyang sneered, then suddenly struck with a palm towards Dongfang Jie. Dongfang Jie was not weak either, and he countered with a palm strike. Bang! After one clash, Dongfang Jie retreated 8 steps, while Luo Haoyang only retreated 6. It was evident that Luo Haoyang had the advantage in strength. Dongfang Jie knew he was at a disadvantage in strength, so he took the initiative to attack, using his agility to launch a rapid punch at Luo Haoyang's chest. Luo Haoyang didn't expect Dongfang Jie's movements to be so fast, and he was gradually pushed back by Dongfang Jie's relentless strikes. Although it seemed Dongfang Jie had the upper hand, keen observers could see that Luo Haoyang's defense was impeccable, and he was hardly consuming any energy. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jie was attacking at high speed, leading to significant energy consumption. Chapter 47. The dominant Yang Lingchen in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Jie had unleashed over 100 strikes, yet Luo Haoyang continued to defend without flaw. At this point, Dongfang Jie's offensive momentum began to slow down. The prolonged assault was starting to take its toll on him. Just as Dongfang Jie's attacks were slowing, Luo Haoyang suddenly launched a counterattack, striking Dongfang Jie's chest with a swift palm, sending him flying backward. Dongfang Jie fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Lin Yanyun hurriedly rushed over to support him. The disciples of Tainyuan Wang are just like this, Luo Haoyang sneered, then arrogantly retreated back to the Rakshasa palace. I am Feng Xueqing from the Outer Sect. I've heard that there is a young genius in Tainyuan Wang who can fight across several realms. I wonder if anyone dares to come up for some guidance? Feng Xueqing provocatively looked at Yang Lingchen. At this moment, other forces in the audience seemed to realize that these sects were targeting Tainyuan Wang. However, no one paid much attention, as the younger generation of Tainyuan Wang had always been at the bottom among the 12 major forces. The principle of falling behind means being beaten applies everywhere. Yang Lingchen would not tolerate being stepped on. He stood up slowly, swinging his sky-connecting staff, then walked confidently into the arena. Yang Lingchen, go for it, knock him out. At that moment, a melodious voice came from the direction of the Sword Origin Pavilion. Yang Lingchen turned to see the stunning figure of Nan Gongyan, standing in the direction of the Sword Origin Pavilion, looking at him with a sweet smile. Yang Lingchen winked at Nan Gongyan, revealing a slightly charming smile. Instantly, Nan Gongyan's heart raced, feeling electrified, thinking, why does this guy look more handsome the more I look at him? Yenner, do you know this kid? Seeing his daughter acting infatuated, Nan Gongting frowned and asked. His name is Yang Lingchen. He is your son-in-law, Nan Gongyan replied. Cough, cough, my son-in-law. How come I didn't know? Nan Gongting looked bewildered at his daughter. Well, now you know, right? Nan Gongyan said with a playful smile. Nonsense. How could a mere third layer of the illusory realm kid be worthy of my Nan Gongting's daughter? Nan Gongting reprimanded. Father, Yang Lingchen is very powerful. If you don't believe me, let us make a bet, Nan Gongyan said with a smile. What kind of bet? Nan Gongting asked. If Yang Lingchen can defeat that Feng Xueqing, you will agree to let me marry him. How about that? Nan Gongyan said sweetly. Him? Defeat Feng Xueqing? Yenner, are you sure you're not joking? Nan Gongting didn't believe Yang Lingchen could win, as he was only at the third layer of the illusory realm, while Feng Xueqing was at the peak of the 9th layer. The gap between them was evident. Humph. Father, do you dare to bet or not? Nan Gongyan asked. And what if you lose? Nan Gongting stroked his beard and asked. If I lose, then I will let you decide my future marriage matters, Nan Gongyan said. All right, I accept this bet, Nan Gongting said with a smile. At this moment, Feng Xueqing in the arena revealed a cruel smile, coldly stating, Kid, for killing my cousin, you will definitely die in this grand competition. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Lingchen, if you lose, this young lady will not let you off, Nan Gongyan shouted loudly. Yang Lingchen gave Nan Gongyan a reassuring gesture, then without warning swung his staff fiercely towards Feng Xueqing. Bang! Feng Xueqing was directly sent flying by Yang Lingchen's strike. The main reason was that Yang Lingchen's current speed was incredibly fast, and Feng Xueqing was completely unprepared, catching him off guard. Yang Lingchen's figure was like a shadow, instantly charging forward again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. However, he controlled his strength well, ensuring not to seriously injure his opponent. Bang, 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 bang. Feng Xueqing let out a series of miserable screams, and in no time, he was beaten into a pig's head. At this point, Yang Lingchen directly took Feng Xueqing's storage ring and kicked him towards the Outer Sect. How dare you openly rob my Outer Sect disciple's storage ring? The leader of the Outer Sect, Feng Wuji, angrily shouted. Senior from the Outer Sect, this is the spoils of my battle. If you are not satisfied, you can take it back. My storage ring is also here, Yang Lingchen provocatively said. So arrogant, too arrogant. The crowd was shocked. A third layer of the illusory realm was able to beat a peak illusory realm practitioner without any ability to fight back, and even directly robbed his storage ring. Dongfang Yun was also very shocked at this moment. Sister Yanyun, didn't my junior brother Yang Lingchen's staff strike look too cool? Lin Yanyun admired Yang Lingchen. Yes. Father, I won, Nan Gongyan said excitedly. Ahem, this match doesn't count. That kid clearly ambushed him. Unless he can win again, Nan Gongting chuckled. At this moment, the leader of the Outer Sect had a dark expression on his face. He turned to a young man beside him and coldly said, Zijuan, go take care of him. Yes, father. Feng Xueqing stepped forward with a sharp gaze, releasing the aura of the profound realm. Kid, you have some guts to provoke my Yin sect. Feng Xueqing said coldly. Do you have a storage ring? If not, I don't have time to play with you, Yang Lingchen laughed. You don't know how to die? Feng Xueqing directly slashed at Yang Lingchen with a sword, not wanting to give him the chance to ambush. Yang Lingchen, unwilling to back down, charged forward with his staff. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought fiercely for 7 or 8 rounds. Yang Lingchen swung his staff like crazy, becoming increasingly ferocious. At first, Feng Xueqing could barely hold on, but gradually, he was forced to retreat again and again. If it weren't for Yang Lingchen holding back, Feng Xueqing wouldn't know how many times he would have died by now. Bang, bang, bang. After a few more exchanges, Feng Xueqing could no longer withstand it and was knocked down by Yang Lingchen's staff. Following that, Yang Lingchen unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Feng Xueqing's entire body swollen, resembling a much fatter person. This is too exaggerated. At that moment, even the crown prince Zhou Yuxiang was shocked by Yang Lingchen's combat power. Father, what do you have to say now? Nangong laughed. Why not let him have a match with your brother? Nangong Ting suggested. Nangong Ting, do you believe I'll pull out all your facial hair? Nangong scolded playfully. No, I'm very satisfied with this son-in-law, Nangong Ting laughed. That's more like it. Can a man my daughter likes be bad? Nangong said. Meanwhile, Yang Lingchen forcibly took the storage ring from Feng Xueqing's hand. Thank you for the generous gift from the Yin sect. If you're not convinced, feel free to come find me, Yang Lingchen said before walking towards the Rakshasa Palace, sneering. I wonder if the Rakshasa Palace has someone capable enough to come up for a fight. Yinbing, who is this kid's disciple from your heavenly origin palace? Zhou Yuxiang asked. Chainer is my disciple, Dongfang Yunbing said. So it's a disciple of the palace master Yunbing. No wonder his strength is so extraordinary, Zhou Yuxiang smiled. At this moment, a tall and elegant beauty walked out of the Rakshasa Palace, with skin as white as jade and a face that rivaled Ling Yanyun. But her gaze carried a hint of coldness that made people dare not approach. Look, it's the first beauty of the Rakshasa Palace, Luo Qiming. Many young talents on site exclaimed, instantly recognizing her. Kid, this holy maiden will let you know how serious the consequences of provoking my Rakshasa Palace are. Luo Qiming said coldly. Do you have a storage ring? Yang Lingchen replied coldly. You seeking death. A flash of anger crossed Luo Qiming's face as she swung her long sword, instantly radiating a dazzling light as she slashed towards Yang Lingchen. Yang Lingchen had no goodwill towards the people of the Rakshasa Palace. Since they were enemies, he would not hold back. Without hesitation, Yang Lingchen charged forward with his staff, and the two fought violently. Although Luo Qiming was much stronger than Feng Xueqing, she was only at the peak of the first layer of the profound realm. So Yang Lingchen felt no pressure at all. Clang, clang, clang. After dozens of exchanges, Luo Qiming's sword was knocked away by Yang Lingchen's staff. Following that, Yang Lingchen's staff rained down on her like a storm. Ah! Luo Qiming cried out in pain. In less than a moment, her face was swollen. At this point, Yang Lingchen pressed her down and coldly said, hand over the storage ring. This lady will not end things with you. You think you can take my ring? Luo Qiming fiercely protected her storage ring, glaring at Yang Lingchen with resentment. Kid, stop. Countless young talents stood up, looking at Yang Lingchen with unfriendly expressions. Ahem. Yang Lingchen lightly coughed and smiled. Everyone, don't get too excited. If you're not convinced, feel free to come up and challenge me with your rings. Just then, taking advantage of the distraction, Yang Lingchen firmly pinched a sensitive spot on Luo Qiming. Ah, you filthy rogue. Luo Qiming let out an alluring gasp. Give it to me. Taking advantage of Luo Qiming's anger, Yang Lingchen quickly snatched the storage ring from her hands. Filthy rogue, you're dead. Luo Qiming was furious. Her storage ring didn't actually contain anything valuable, just some personal items. At this moment, Luo Tianming, the leader of the Rakshasa Palace, was infuriated. If it weren't for being in the crown prince's residence, he would have wanted to kill this kid on the spot for not only killing his son, but also taking advantage of his disciple. Yang Lingchen's consciousness scanned Luo Qiming's storage ring. He wanted to see what treasures were in this woman's ring that made her guard it so closely. Damn, I didn't expect her clothes to be so revealing. Looking at the various intimate garments hanging inside the storage ring, Yang Lingchen was speechless, finding nothing of value. Since he had already attracted enough attention, Yang Lingchen didn't care much and walked over to the table of the Demon Cloud sect. Master Huang, didn't you say our younger generation in the Heavenly Origin Palace is getting worse and worse? I wonder who from your demon cloud sect dares to accept the challenge from the younger generation? Yang Lingchen sneered. Arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. The demon cloud sect was not an ordinary force. It was one of the top powers among the 12 major factions. At this moment, everyone felt Yang Lingchen had gone too far. Master, is junior brother Lingchen being too arrogant? Lin Yuru asked. He is a bit arrogant. But I like this kind of boldness in him, Dongfang Yunbing said. Lin Yuru felt something was off with Dongfang Yunbing's words, but she quickly dismissed that thought. At this moment, a tall and imposing young man stepped out from behind Huang Dingtian. Kid, winning against a few useless people has made you feel like you're on top of the world. Today, I, Huang Yangwei, will teach you how to behave. Huang Yangwei said coldly. Ahem, brother Yangwei, please give me more guidance. Yang Lingchen tried hard to suppress a laugh. Little bastard, you're seeking death. If you dare, fight me to the death, Huang Yangwei said with a dark tone. Huang Yangwei hated it most when people called him by the last two characters of his name. Once, a core disciple of the Demon Cloud sect called him Brother Yangwei from behind and was beaten to death by him when he found out. I'm fine with a death match. You can consult the Crown Prince's opinion, Yang Lingchen said indifferently. Crown Prince, I request a death match with Yang Lingchen, Huang Yangwei bowed. Palace Master Yunbing, Master Huang. If you two have no objections, I naturally won't have any, Zhou Yuxiang said. Chainer, kill him for me, Dongfang Yunbing said calmly. Yes, Master. Yang Lingchen replied. Such big words. Waiter, kill this kid for me, Huang Dingtian said with a dark expression. Yes, Father, Huang Yangwei bowed. Master Huang, why are you so excited? When the white-haired sends the black-haired, don't blame the younger generation. This is a life-and-death battle proposed by your son, Yang Lingchen said. You little bastard, you're seeking death. Huang Yangwei shouted angrily, swinging his battle sword directly at Yang Lingchen. The battle sword carried a fierce sword aura, sweeping toward Yang Lingchen with an overwhelming force. Huang Yangwei was at the peak of the second layer of the entry into the profound realm, far surpassing Luo Qiming. Once one reaches the entry into the profound realm, the gap between each small realm is immense. Facing Huang Yangwei's attack, Yang Lingchen directly used the Qingling sword, unleashing the god-slaying sword technique. He did not use the immortal demon sword, as its power was immense, and he intended to keep it as a trump card. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two battled for over a dozen exchanges, neither gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Yang Lingchen unleashed the first move of the god-slaying sword technique, the lifeless sword aura, shooting toward Huang Yangwei like lightning. Simultaneously, Yang Lingchen executed the phantom body technique to its utmost, causing his figure to flit about the central hall like a ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Yang Lingchen shot out over a dozen lifeless sword auras, instantly turning Huang Yangwei into a sieve. Clang. With a graceful motion, Yang Lingchen sheathed his long sword and slowly walked in front of Huang Yangwei, taking the storage ring from him before heading toward the Tianyuan Palace. Bang! Just as Yang Lingchen had not walked far, Huang Yangwei's body fell straight to the ground, breathless. You little bastard, return my son's life, Huang Dingtian shouted, slamming a palm toward Yang Lingchen. Huang Dingtian's speed was extremely fast, and the power of this palm made many onlookers tremble in fear. Seeing this terrifying palm coming, Yang Lingchen knew he couldn't dodge. The gap in strength was simply too great. Just as this palm was about to hit Yang Lingchen, Dongfang Yunbing's figure appeared in front of him, striking back at Huang Dingtian with a palm. Boom. The two top experts clashed with all their might. Huang Dingtian was forced back a dozen steps, while Dongfang Yunbing was also pushed back by the impact. However, Yang Lingchen happened to be right behind Dongfang Yunbing, and without hesitation, he embraced her, both retreating over 10 steps before stopping. During their retreat, Dongfang Yunbing's veil was briefly lifted, and Yang Lingchen caught a glimpse, instantly stunned. It was a breathtaking celestial face, the very visage he had recalled countless times in his dreams. It was her. Yang Lingchen was deeply shocked. It turned out that the woman who had taken his first time had always been by his side. No wonder she had treated him so well. However, Yang Lingchen quickly calmed down, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Master, are you alright? Yang Lingchen asked with concern. I'm fine, you go to the side, Dongfang Yunbing said, pulling Yang Lingchen behind her and vigilantly staring at Huang Dingtian. At that moment, Yang Lingchen felt incredibly moved. Dongfang Yunbing had always cherished him. He had killed the son of the Earth Sect Master and the son of the Rakshasa Palace Master, yet she had never said a word against him. instead silently bearing all the pressure for him. Yesterday he had crippled Huang Jiahao, and today he had killed Huang Yangwei. Once again, this woman was silently shouldering everything for him. Yang Lingchen reminisced about his experiences in Tianyuan Palace. At this moment, he no longer wanted to suppress his feelings. Initially, he thought that secretly loving his master was a great taboo, so he had been suppressing his feelings, often reminding himself that she was his master and he should not have any thoughts about her. But now, to hell with moral principles. Yang Guo even slept with the little dragon girl. Ning Kaichen even had a thing with Nie Shaoqian. Why can't I pursue my master? Chapter 49. Reunion Stop. Just at this critical moment, the figure of Prince Zhou Yuxiang suddenly appeared in the arena. Master Huang, this life-and-death battle was proposed by your son. Now that he has lost, it is merely a matter of skill. If you dare to make a move in front of this prince again, you will bear all consequences. Zhou Yuxiang's face was stern, and his voice was ice-cold. As the host of this banquet, he had to step in under such circumstances. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I was indeed impulsive just now, Huang Dingtian quickly replied. Although the strength of the Demon Cloud sect was decent, in front of the Bei Xian Empire, it was like a chick facing an eagle, completely incomparable. Now that the prince had spoken, Huang Dingtian no longer dared to act further. Palace Master Yunbing, are you all right? Zhou Yuxiang asked with a hint of concern on his face. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am fine, Dongfang Yunbing replied. She indeed had not suffered any substantial harm from the previous attack. That's good. Zhou Yuxiang then turned his gaze to Yang Lingchen and said, Your performance at the banquet today was absolutely remarkable. This prince looks forward to your performance in the grand competition. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Yang Lingchen replied respectfully with cupped fists. At this moment, many young people looked at Yang Lingchen with deep respect. This is a world where strength is revered. Only the strong can earn respect, while the weak are subjected to bullying. The powerful strength Yang Lingchen demonstrated had successfully earned the respect of these young people. At this moment, even Dongfang Jie and Xikong Jie began to admire Yang Lingchen. They had originally thought that Yang Lingchen's strength was at most on par with theirs, or perhaps even inferior, but only now did they realize how wrong they had been. At this time, Nangong Ting and his daughter also approached. Yang Lingchen, when did you become so powerful? Nangong Yin asked, suddenly hugging Yang Lingchen's arm and speaking sweetly. Originally, Nangong Yin held a grudge against Yang Lingchen, as he was the one who had violated her. Although it was unintentional, the fact remained. However, during the incident at the ruins, she had discovered many of Yang Lingchen's merits. Not only was he handsome and talented, but being with him also helped her increase her cultivation. Because of this, she had suggested that Yang Lingchen become a son-in-law at the Sword Yuan Pavilion. During their time apart, Nangong Yin found herself missing Yang Lingchen more and more. Ahem. Yang Lingchen suddenly didn't know how to respond. Palace Master Dongfang, I am Nangong Yin, Yang Lingchen's woman. Nangong Yin politely greeted with a bow. Ahem. Yinner, don't be rude. Palace Master Dongfang, please forgive me. This is my daughter, Nangong Ting said with an awkward smile. It's fine. I have long known that Chun'er is charming to girls. I just didn't expect even the daughter of the Nangong Pavilion Master to be infatuated, Dongfang Yunbing said with a faint smile, her expression softening. I've met Uncle Nangong, Yang Lingchen said, cupping his fists and bowing. This was his future father-in-law, and he naturally had to show the proper respect. Although he and Nangong Yin did not yet have a deep emotional foundation, feelings could be cultivated over time. After all, Yang Lingchen had indeed taken the daughter of someone else. It would be unreasonable not to take responsibility. How on earth did you manage to win over my daughter? Nangong Ting could tell that his daughter had returned from the ruins last time, no longer a pure maiden. However, since it was his daughter's private matter, he felt it inappropriate to ask too much. Yang Lingchen was suddenly at a loss for words. He couldn't directly tell him that he had violated his daughter, could he? All right, Yang Lingchen, I don't oppose your relationship, but you absolutely cannot bully my daughter. Otherwise, I will definitely deal with you, Nangong Ting said, glaring fiercely at Yang Lingchen. His tone serious. Rest assured, Uncle Nangong, I will never let Yin down, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully and solemnly. At this moment, Ling Yanyun's eyes were filled with intense anger, secretly cursing. Yang Lingchen, you bastard, I have sworn to be your woman, yet you have become someone else's man. You are doomed. I will definitely ruin you. Master Dongfang, you go ahead. I will take my leave first. I will visit again when I have the chance. Nangong Ting said with a smile. It should be me taking Chun'er to visit Master Nangong, Dongfang Yunbing interjected. Poof! Nangong Yin directly kissed Yang Lingchen on the face without hesitation, saying, Yang Lingchen, you must not forget your promise to me. Nangong Ting helplessly shook his head and took Nangong Yin away from the prince's residence. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing also bid farewell to Zhou Yuxiang, and then brought Yang Lingchen and the others back to the Tianyuan Palace base smoothly. The journey was smooth, and everyone returned to the Tianyuan Palace base without any issues. Chen'er, come to my room. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was calm as water, making it impossible to discern any emotion within. Yes, master, Yang Lingchen nodded in response. Yang Lingchen gently pushed open the door and entered Dongfang Yunbing's room, which was decorated quite luxuriously and kept clean and tidy. What exactly is going on between you and Nangong Yin? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was cold, carrying a hint of questioning. Master, are you jealous? Should I confess honestly? Yang Lingchen thought to himself. It was an accident. He finally decided to tell the truth after a moment of contemplation. Oh, tell me about it. Dongfang Yunbing's tone seemed casual. I violated her, Yang Lingchen said softly, a hint of guilt in his voice. Smack. What? Dongfang Yunbing's tone instantly turned icy, and she angrily slapped the table, causing one corner of it to shatter under the immense force. Calm down, master. Please calm down. There is a reason. Yang Lingchen was startled by this sudden scene and hurriedly bowed to explain. There is a reason? What reason could possibly justify such a despicable act of violating a girl? Dongfang Yunbing's gaze was sharp, staring directly at Yang Lingchen like a sharp sword. Master, this is how it happened. Yang Lingchen then recounted everything that had happened that day in the ruins in detail. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yunbing's icy face softened slightly as she said, It seems this is also fate. You must not treat her poorly in the future. Otherwise, if Nangong Ting gets angry, even I will find it difficult to save you. I understand, Yang Lingchen replied respectfully. I am a bit tired. Dongfang Yunbing stretched lazily, her full and graceful curves becoming apparent, leaving Yang Lingchen dumbfounded. I will give you a massage. Yang Lingchen quickly calmed his racing heart and slowly walked to Dongfang Yunbing's back to start massaging her head. As Dongfang Yunbing's head gently leaned against Yang Lingchen's chest, her snow-white skin immediately caught his eye. Master, Yang Lingchen called out softly, his voice laced with a hint of nervousness. What is it? Speaking hesitantly. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was gentle but carried a hint of curiosity. I wanted to help you with a facial massage and put on a mask. This way, you can maintain your youth and beauty forever, Yang Lingchen said cautiously. His eyes filled with anticipation. Just say you want to see what I look like. Why beat around the bush? Dongfang Yunbing's voice was soft, with a hint of teasing. Master, I think you resemble someone I know, Yang Lingchen said, his expression serious. Who do I resemble? Dongfang Yunbing asked with interest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. I don't know who she is, only that she is as beautiful as a celestial being, stunning beyond compare, Yang Lingchen said, the vague yet enchanting figure flashing through his mind. So you want to know if I am her, right? Dongfang Yunbing smiled lightly, her smile seemingly containing endless charm. Yes, Yang Lingchen nodded, his gaze firm and fervent. At that moment, Dongfang Yunbing suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yang Lingchen. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, Yang Lingchen's heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it would leap out of his chest. Come here. Dongfang Yunbing's voice was enchanting as she gently beckoned Yang Lingchen with her finger. Yes, Yang Lingchen felt extremely nervous, yet he slowly walked to Dongfang Yunbing. At this time, Dongfang Yunbing gently wrapped her arms around Yang Lingchen's waist, softly saying, Haven't you always wanted to see? Then help me take off the veil. In that moment, Yang Lingchen could no longer resist such temptation, his hands trembling with excitement as he slowly and gently removed Dongfang Yunbing's mysterious veil. Finally, Yang Lingchen saw this stunning woman again, the very same breathtaking beauty who had taken his first time. Even after 6 months, seeing her again made Yang Lingchen feel incredibly nervous, his breathing quickening. Am I beautiful? Dongfang Yunbing asked with a charming smile, her snow-white hand reaching out to lightly stroke Yang Lingchen's chin. Beautiful. Yang Lingchen gazed at this dreamlike beauty, as if the whole world had stopped spinning. Her delicate face was snow-white and beautiful, her rosy lips vivid and dripping, her petite nose charmingly upturned, and her pair of beautiful eyes shone with deep surprise. Like a crystal-clear spring, pure and captivating. Her beauty was unparalleled, with an apricot face and peach cheeks, her brows and eyes like paintings. resembling a snow lotus on a frozen mountain, noble and enchanting. Do you like me? Dongfang Yunbing's gaze held a hint of seduction, her lips curling into a charming smile as she provocatively looked at Yang Lingchen. I like you. Yang Lingchen, now blank-minded, nodded dreamily, as if he had fallen into a wonderful dream. From today on, you are my man. Do you agree? Dongfang Yunbing said, gently leaning into Yang Lingchen's embrace. Chapter 50. Master teaches me cultivation. The next morning, Dongfang Yunbing was sitting cross-legged, her brow furrowed, clearly at a critical moment of breakthrough. Boom. Her jade-like hands quickly formed seals, and an extremely strong aura erupted from her body. At the same time, Yang Lingchen was also sitting cross-legged, his hands forming seals as he continuously circulated his cultivation technique. At this moment, he felt his own aura suddenly increasing sharply. He had no time to think too much and immediately devoted himself to refining the vast spiritual energy within him. At this moment, Yang Lingchen had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. He gritted his teeth tightly, desperately urging the mysterious power within him, charging towards the fourth layer of the Wenshu realm with a frenzied posture. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Boom. The fourth layer of the Wenshu realm. Yang Lingchen's cultivation finally successfully broke through to the fourth layer of the Wenshu realm. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of brilliance flashed by. He saw Dongfang Yunbing already dressed elegantly, sitting there gracefully drinking tea. Master, Yang Lingchen respectfully spoke. Focus on your cultivation during this time, Dongfang Yunbing said coldly. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen quickly put on his clothes and carefully checked himself to ensure there was nothing amiss. Before the grand competition, don't leave the residence. You may go now. Dongfang Yunbing returned to her usual frosty demeanor. Yes, master. Yang Lingchen slowly backed out, his heart filled with not only deep admiration for Dongfang Yunbing, but also a hint of fear and endless respect. Not long after stepping out of Dongfang Yunbing's room, Yang Lingchen encountered Lin Yuro. Junior brother Lingchen, why are you only coming out now? Lin Yuro asked with a curious expression. Ahem, master was teaching me cultivation all night. Yang Lingchen quickly replied. Sister Yuro, look, I've broken through. Really, junior brother Lingchen, master is so good to you, Lin Yuro said with a look full of envy. Sister Yuro, I practiced all night. I'll head back to my room first. Yang Lingchen greeted Lin Yuro and hurried back to his own room. After returning to his room, Yang Lingchen finally let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, he had responded wisely. He had almost been seen through by Lin Yuro. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath in his room, Yang Lingchen quietly entered the Haotian jade space and began to focus on his cultivation. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. So Yang Lingchen had never relaxed his standards for himself. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, another day had gone by. The day of the Northern Xian Domain Grand Competition finally arrived as scheduled. The next morning, led by Dongfang Yunbing and several elders, Yang Lingchen and the other four arrived grandly at the site of the Northern Xian Domain Grand Competition. The competition was set at the peak of Beixian Mountain in the northern part of the Beixian Empire. At this time, the peak of Beixian Mountain had gathered all forces, including the Beixian Empire, and many cultivators from the Northern Xian Domain had come to watch the battle. As the peak competition of the younger generation in the Northern Xian Domain, all major forces showed great importance. If a certain sect could win the championship, it would undoubtedly become the most sought-after sect in the Northern Xian Domain when recruiting new disciples in the coming year. On Earth, the younger generation chases after stars, while on the Tianwu continent, they worship the strong. Therefore, the sect that wins the grand competition will definitely be the first choice for all young people to join. For a sect to prosper for a long time, it must rely on a continuous influx of talented disciples. Under Dongfang Yunbing's lead, everyone arrived at the location of Tianyuan Palace and sat down in order. Looking at the enormous arena in the middle, Yang Lingchen's blood instantly boiled. He was very invested in this grand competition, as he could clearly see that Dongfang Yunbing cared a lot about it. Even if it was just for Dongfang Yunbing, he was determined to achieve an outstanding ranking. Before long, all the forces had arrived at the scene one by one. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man with a steady aura like a mountain walked steadily to the center of the arena, his sharp gaze slowly surveying the surroundings, instantly silencing the crowd. This person was Zhou Xianjing, the king of the north who guarded the Beixian Empire. As soon as Zhou Xianjing stepped onto the stage, Yang Lingchen could keenly sense from the aura emitted by him that this person's strength was unfathomable, even far surpassing Dongfang Yunbing. From this, Yang Lingchen could clearly see that the Beixian Empire had absolute dominance in the Northern Xian domain. This Northern Xian domain grand competition will be presided over by me personally. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the illusion trial, and the second round is the personal arena ranking battle. Zhou Xianjing announced in a loud voice. With Zhou Xuanjing's announcement, Yang Lingchen learned that the first round, the illusion trial, would send all participating contestants into the Northern Xian illusion. Being killed in the illusion would not truly lead to death. Instead, they would be directly teleported out of the illusion. Each contestant would have a unique identity token specifically for collecting points. In the illusion, each time a phantom beast is killed, a certain number of points can be earned. Of course, contestants could also fight each other in the illusion. If one successfully kills the other, they can obtain 30% of the opponent's points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking of the sect. The higher the sect's ranking, the more cities and resources they would be allocated, while those with lower rankings would have to give up ownership of several cities. For example, Tianyuan Palace controls hundreds of cities, while the stronger Jianyuan Pavilion controls over 1,000 cities. Therefore, the first round is a battle for the sect's honor and interests, while the second round is a battle for individual rankings. The location of the illusion is at the peak of Beixian Mountain. Through the entrance of the illusion, Yang Lingchen felt that it should be an illusion like a small world inside. All right, all participants may enter. The time limit is 1 day, and everyone will be teleported out after 1 day, Zhou Xianjing said. Once inside, you 5 must remember to unite, Feng Xueqing being solemnly instructed. Yes, Palace Master. The 5 responded in unison. At this moment, Yang Lingchen suddenly heard Feng Xueqing's voice in his mind. Chun'er, if you can't achieve a good ranking, I'll make you suffer. Yang Lingchen looked around and saw that others had no reaction, confirming that Feng Xueqing had used soul transmission just now. Yang Lingchen and the other 4 entered the Northern Xian illusion along with the other contestants. A total of 70 contestants participated this time, 12 major forces, with an average of 5 participants from each sect, while the Beixian Empire had 10 participants, totaling 70. Once inside the illusion, everyone was instantly scattered, landing in different places within the illusion. This illusion was quite similar to the primitive mountains of the outside world, filled with countless phantom beasts.